Hey friends, how are you? A comment on video please. So today we are gonna see neglected Naruto is found by Hyuuga clan after being hurt. Yakumo movie. One Hyuuga Hiyashi was having a mid-morning stroll on the day of the Kyuubi festival and thought nothing would happen today. He didn't believe today, the 6th anniversary of the Kyuubi attack, would be anything special. He didn't have even the smallest idea that today would forever change his life, his clan, and Konoha. He was completely wrong and in for a surprise. As he made his way through the streets of Konoha, idly noticing different stands with Kyuubi and Yondaime-themed games, treats, and the people setting up said stands, he heard a mob gathering and became curious. Usually, he wouldn't care, but he heard the name Uzumaki, and so he checked it out. Uzumaki, that was a name he hadn't heard since his wife's best friend, Kushina, Hitomi. Kushina and Uchiha Makoto were inseparable, until, of course, Kushina died 6 years ago, and then Hitomi 3. While he wouldn't usually care about the Uzumaki, his uncle and the eldest of the Hyuuga elders, Hyuuga Hito, his former lover was an Uzumaki Miko, granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the Shodem Hokage. Hito had always said that there was a chance of Miko being pregnant during the Uzu massacre, and if she had somehow escaped and given birth, well, that would be great. A Hyuuga descended from the Uzumaki and Senju? That would definitely help his clan, so he discreetly followed the mob. Wondering why so many people would hate an Uzumaki, didn't they realize how important that clan had been for Konoha? Stupid civilians. The Uzumaki had done so much for this village, they had given the Shodem Hokage the seal arrays needed to create Jinchuriki. Designed the defense seals on the walls that absorbed chakra to defend against jutsu and keep people from walking up them. They had helped much in the First and Second Shinobi World Wars. Before their near extinction during said war, the Uzumaki were also the original holders of the 5 most famous contracts of Konoha. They gifted the snake, toad, slug, ape, and dog contracts to Konoha as part of the alliance. And they went out to clans. The Sarutobi gained the ape and toad, which was later gifted to Jiraiya by Hiruzen. The Senju got the slug, the Hitaki got the dog, and the Habi got the snake. That clan sure were slippery as snakes, and with their Dokuden, poison release, as well as immunity to poison, it was no wonder they received it. Too bad Orochimaru had to take it after their near destruction during the Third Shinobi World War. The few left weren't so bad. But those were only the tip of the iceberg of the Uzumaki's influence in Konoha. Hiyashi was broke from his thoughts when he saw the mob had surrounded a boy, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with 3 whiskers on each cheek wearing a black shirt with the Uzumaki spiral on its back and black shorts. They were throwing things at him from all sides, stones, glass shards, shuriken, kunai, anything they could get their hands on really, even trash on the floor. It was just. He was dodging all of them, even ones that should be out of his range of sight, rather easily, everywhere except the Byakugan's blind spot. He mentally yelled, from his vantage point. Hiyashi activated his Byakugan and suddenly, the boy Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki, his eyes lost their azure tint. Replacing them was a pair of very pale eyes rimmed red on the outermost edge of the iris and rimmed purple on the innermost edge. The only thing was, the vein bulges of the Byakugan were absent. Besides that though, it was obvious to Hiyashi that he had the Hyuuga's eyes. Could this be? Is he really? I must find out who put a genjutsu on the boy's eyes. Only one person would do that. Hiyashi finished his thoughts as he saw one of the civilians take out a rather rusty tanto and rush the 6-year-old, ready to strike. In a swirl of leaves and dust. Suddenly Hiyashi was there. The blade caught in 2 of his fingers. The crowd was silent as they stared at one of the most powerful men in all of Konoha. Hiyashi-sama. One of them spoke, almost inaudibly. Leave, all of you, before I punish you for the Third's law, he commanded, and like cockroaches in light, they suddenly scattered, leaving Hiyashi with the barely conscious boy. The Hyuuga clan had picked him up and soon, in another shunshin, was in front of the Hokage's secretary. Is Hokage-sama busy? Hiyashi asked her. She shook her head, not noticing Naruto in his arms, and signaled he could go. The Hyuuga sneered at her lack of respect and lack of vigilance for enemies, idiot civilians, he thought with disdain as he knocked on Hiruzen's office door. Come in. The cheery voice of the aged Hokage spoke from within. Hiyashi didn't need anything else to tell him, and he walked in, setting Naruto down in a vacant chair where he fell asleep. Before looking at the Hokage, Hiruzen looked surprised at Hiyashi's arrival with his grandson figure. Hokage-sama, Why does Uzumaki Naruto have the Byakugan? Hyuuga Compound 1. Hyuga Hito, an elder of the clan, sat in meditation within his quarters. He looked the very definition of regal. Hito wore the custom-fitted robes of light blue that was the unofficial uniform of the Hyuga elders, with the Hyuga flame on its right shoulder and the Uzumaki spiral on its left. His unactivated Byakugan had a light violet tint to them, and his regal and only slightly wrinkled face was framed by his shoulder-length black hair. If one were to look at his right hand, they would notice a ring of black gold with a ruby in the shape of the Uzumaki clan's spiral on his index finger, a gift from his former lover, Uzumaki Miko. Oddly enough, that's where his thoughts were at the moment. That was far from a surprise to anyone who knew the aged veteran of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, though. No matter what he was doing, Hito generally had this look of sadness behind his eyes, the kind of sadness only losing your soulmate can produce. He wore a mask of cold indifference to hide this sadness, but it nevertheless showed up. Every single Hyuga older than 16 knew the reason for his pain. It all happened on a mission near the end of the Second Shinobi World War, back when Hito was still commander of the Anbu under his tiger mask and the codename Tora. Iwa had captured one of Konoha's bases and held all the shinobi and kunoichi there as POWs, so the Naidame Hokage requested aid from the Naidame Azukage, Uzumaki Urashi. He granted it, sending his best Anbu to help in the joint mission. The leader was Uzumaki Miko. Hito could still remember her, every single day. She had the brightest red hair had ever seen and eyes of the deepest violet. Her skin was always flawless from her Uzumaki healing, and her strikingly curvaceous figure was somehow fitted into a tight Anbu uniform, which he could see every curve, every part of her through. Her personality was very rough as well. She was stubborn, dominating, and never backed down when she knew she was right. It infuriated him to no end. That of course meant that he was destined to fall for her, and fall he did. The entirety of the mission lasted 3 months. The Iwa Nin had the whole place locked up tight and never lost vigilance. Not to mention they outnumbered the Anbu 5-1 with just their own Anbu. That didn't even count Iwa's Junin and Shunin, so they waited for the perfect moment to strike when those shinobi had to go elsewhere to reinforce other areas of the country. In those 3 months, well, the first was rather dull. Hito and Miko would constantly argue all the time over what they should do, when to strike, where to strike, how to strike. Then they cooled down after Miko forced him into a drink in their camp. The sake was good, but her company was better. They talked all evening, and from that moment on, Hito was under the spell of the Uzumaki. The skill they had to make anyone their friend. That didn't last long though, as 2 short weeks later, after they both got drunk, Hito woke up to Miko in his bed, naked. He was utterly perplexed, but not totally disagreeable with his predicament. It took them only 2 seconds of looking at each other before the dominating Uzumaki smashed her lips on his, and they began another round, and another. Hito smiled as he remembered how he had told her once that the silencing seals she etched on every part of the camp were the only thing that allowed the other Anbu to sleep. She had retorted by saying, betting that he couldn't make her break through them. He lost the bet, but he sure enjoyed what happened. In those short 6 weeks of being lovers, the two were inseparable, but all good things must come to an end, as they say. So when the mission ended successfully, Hito and Miko parted very reluctantly. She gave him his Uzumaki ring, and he gifted to her a ring of silver with a black diamond on it in the shape of the Hyuga flame that had been in his family's possession for generations, passed down from father to son. It was a promise. Hito had told Miko that he would request resignation after the war was over and move to Uzushio, as she couldn't leave her home, being clan heiress and a probable candidate for Sandaime Azukage. It was not to be, though. A mere 3 days after Hito got back, news traveled to Konoha of Uzushio's defeat at the hands of Iwa, Kumo and Kiri, and he never heard from her again. Hito feared the worst, and he withdrew into himself, immersing himself in training and suicide missions. He became cold and logical, even being offered a spot as Hiruzen's elder council, a position en route by Danzo, and he was begged to reconsider his resignation from the shinobi program, but he couldn't do it anymore. For the last 15 years, he's been one of the elders of the Hyuga clan, the voice of reason that saw every possible result of a decision. Hito's meditation was interrupted as a knocking sounded from his door. Hito opened his eyes. "Come in," he allowed, and in walked Hyuga Hiyashi as well as Hito. "This is Uzumaki Naruto," Hiyashi introduced the young boy. He had sun-kissed spikes of golden hair, 3 whisker marks, tanned skin, wore a black shirt with the Uzumaki spiral on the back and black shorts. His most striking feature though was his eyes. They were pale violet, with a dark violet ring around his pupil and rimmed crimson on the outer edge of his iris. Son of Uzumaki Kushina, Hiyashi continued, and Hito noticed the similarities in the two's facial structure and that hair. If he had azure eyes, he could almost be the son of the Yondaime, who the Hokage has informed me was the daughter of one Uzumaki. Hito studied the boy a bit more and noticed something else. He held himself confidently, staring him down challengingly, almost like Miko. Hito whispered. Hi, Hito, that is not all. The Hokage has reason to believe his grandfather on his mother's side is you. Hito looked upon the young boy, a boy he knew was a Jinchuriki, and tears welled up in his eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked in a tone that so screamed of challenge, just like his Miko-chan used to. Hito's eyes shed tears of happiness for the first time in over almost 4 decades, because I am finally seeing my grandson for the first time, Hito said with a sad smile, and Naruto's mouth opened. He began trembling immediately. Why you're MIJ Gigi? He asked as tears threatened to spill from the lonely Jinchuriki's eyes. With only a slight nod from Hito, he was suddenly tackled by the small, yet strong and swift, body of his 6-year-old grandson. It was a manner most unbefitting of a Hyuuga. But Hito could care less about protocol. He thought that his lover was dead. When she had apparently given birth to his daughter, he never even would have guessed Kushina. All the times she came over, was his own blood. He never did anything for her a father should have done. He did do everything he could for her simply because she was an Uzumaki, like his dear Miko-chan. He would not make the same mistake with his grandson. Naruto would be given the training he deserved, the love he deserved, the protection of Hito. Demon or no demon, Hito would love Naruto with the last of his years, however long that may be. 13-year-old Hyuga Uzumaki Naruto sat in his academy class, coldly analyzing all around him. As usual, his Byakugan was active. He never turned it off, ever. With his insane reserves he never needed to, and his chakra always recovered after he slept. Since it was always on, people just thought that they were his usual eyes, and for some reason his veins never bulged when his dojutsu was active. Hito Gigi said it was probably because of his Uzumaki DNA and it altered his Kekkei Genkai. That's why, even at the very front of the class, he could see Shikamaru sleeping, Sakura and Ino fawning over the brooding Sasuke, Choji munching on his ever-present potato chips, Kiba talking with his ninkin, Shino silent, and Hinata off alone staring at him. Naruto focused his attention on the only 2 friends he had in this class. To his left was the beautiful Kurama Yakumo, heiress to the Kurama clan. To his right was Fenikusu Daihi, heir to another minor clan. The Fenikusu clan that was famous for their natural affinity for fire that allowed even academy students to perform C and B ranked Kaden techniques. He had inherited the full Kekkei Genkai of the clan, much like both Yakumo and Naruto, which allowed him to perform even A-rank techniques seamlessly, though he was limited to 3 or 4 of those before he passed out from chakra exhaustion. Daihi was wearing a dark red shirt under fishnet, black Enbu-style pants, shinobi sandals, and a wide-brimmed hat atop his head that was black with a red band going around the base of it and a ninjutsu on his right hip. Naruto himself was wearing something far different that when Hiyashi-sama had found him. He now had on black hakama pants, a loose-fitting black shirt, and shinobi sandals. His arms were covered in tattoos that acted as gravity, storage, and chakra suppression seals. The first to train his body and the second to improve his already vast reserves as well as refine his chakra control, which was already stellar because of Hito Gigi's intense training. Gigi's training, flashback no jutsu again, Naruto. Hito ordered the 9-year-old blonde. Naruto scowled at his horrible performance and struck the tree once more with his palm. The chakra hit the tree and dented it once more, but no sign of rock was there, even though he was building up earth-natured chakra in his palm. Just as Gigi said, again, Naruto. Naruto pulled his palm back and charged more earth-natured chakra this time, ready to do it once more. Gigi is counting on me. He hasn't taught his Iwaken to any other person, and he says he never will. I have to do this. I can't fail Gigi, anyone but him. With a shout, Naruto tried again, and again. No rocks were present on the tree. Before Hito could even say anything, he witnessed as his grandson went again and again and again. Each time nothing was happening. The chakra was being forced in the tree, but it wouldn't become stone. I will do it, Naruto stated with each palm strike. I will do it. 4 more strikes. His eyes showed a very un-Hyuga-like fire, which was very Uzumaki-like. "I will do it," he shouted this time and sent one final double palm thrust into the tree, letting loose a burst of earth chakra with it before he promptly fell forward and passed out from physical exhaustion, as he had been up to this for the last 12 hours. Hito looked at the tree and smiled at his grandson as he saw rock coating the bark in just the barest amounts. Turning on his Byakugan, he widened his eyes at seeing that the core of the tree was no longer living, but stone itself. "Yes, you did it, young Naruto-kun," Hito said softly with pride. Flashback no Jutsu. Kai, after that, he had begun the process of learning Hito Jiji's katas for the Iwaken. Having already learned the basics of Juken, his Jiji had told him that Iwaken was based mostly in Juken. With a small amount of Goken mixed in there, Jiji's personal taijutsu style was rather strange and ingenious. The user would, instead of forcing normal chakra, force earth-natured chakra into an opponent. This would result in 2 things. The first is that their chakra itself would become earth-natured, restricting their ninjutsu abilities for a short amount of time. The second result happened slowly, after a certain amount of time, depending on the amount of chakra inserted and number of strikes. The person themselves would actually temporarily lose mobility in their joints, slowly being paralyzed as their bones became stone for a short amount of time. Before Hito Jiji taught this to Naruto, he tested his affinities and it was a surprise to say the least. His chakra paper split into 4 pieces, one turning to ash, one becoming damp, one crinkling, and one crumpling. He had an affinity to all 5 elements. Jiji had this theory: the Uzumaki were known to have affinities to wind, lightning and water, while Hyuuga almost always had it towards earth, and then the Kyuubi, Yoko were known for their foxfire, so maybe the Kyuubi gave him that element as well. Naruto was born with the rare ability to use all 5 elements naturally. And so, Hito began his teachings of the Iwaken to Naruto. That wasn't all though. See, Uzumaki Miko, Naruto's grandmother on one side, had given Hito 2 scrolls as a parting gift until they met again. Hito had told the blonde that she told him the first contains a copy of my branch of the clan's Fuinjutsu, and the other contains theory on how to properly mold 2 elements into one. A sort of pseudo-sub-element, if you will. I want you to have these until we meet again. They're just copies of mine, but you deserve them anyways. I know that you can only use Doton, but maybe one day in Uzu you can take on an apprentice, or you can even be our kid's sensei. She smiled at this point brighter than the sun. "Won't that be the day, Hito-koi? When we have some little pale-eyed Uzumaki to raise? Promise me that we'll be a family, you and me and the children we'll have, all together in one happy house. I promise, Miko Heim." The Hyuuga Uzumaki sighed as he remembered that, "Hito Jiji, you deserved happiness with Miko Ba-chan." He shook himself from those thoughts. From those scrolls though, Naruto had learned much Fuinjutsu, many that only an Uzumaki could hope to accomplish. Seals did run in their blood after all. That other scroll though, that was much more difficult and Naruto had yet to get anywhere in any of them. He would need a teacher for them, for sure. Besides his failures though, Naruto had progressed rather nicely. He had mastered the intermediate katas of Iwaken and was well into the advanced ones. With Hito's help, he had even begun to design a variation on the other 4 elements. They were mostly just vague at this point, but he had gotten down how to use each one of the elements in basic Juken katas and even what effects they had. Heiken, the fire fist, turned the target's chakra to fire-natured chakra and slowly gave them 2nd and 3rd degree burns internally. Keiken, the wind fist, turned the target's chakra to wind-natured chakra and sped up their chakra network, forcing their tenketsu open and caused them to actually waste chakra with each jutsu they used. Reiken, the lightning fist, changed chakra to a lightning nature and paralyzed tenketsu as well as shot the nervous system, tricking the target's body into jumbling up movements. And lastly was Suiken, the water fist, which changed chakra to a water nature and reversed the flow of said chakra with each strike of tenketsu, confusing the opponent as well as making a useful tool to dispel genjutsu on others. He had named them collectively the Tenshiken, the nature fists. He just hadn't completely completed them. Thus far, all 4 of the new styles were roughly based on the Juken and the only ones that were actually distinguishable from said taijutsu style were the Keiken and Suiken. The former was much faster and the latter required more flexibility. He would need to work more on all 4 if he was to ever create them, Perhaps he could look at other taijutsu styles to meld with the Juken just as Hito had done for the Iwaken? It was worth a shot. Then he heard something from Yakumo that got his attention. What happens if we aren't on the same team? She asked, almost afraid. Naruto turned to her. Don't be silly, Kumo-chan. I already told you guys that the Hokage forms these teams specifically. I can already tell you how most of them will be made. It's pretty obvious Hell plays Ino, Shikamaru and Choji with each other to be the next generation of Ino Shika Cho trio. Hinata, Kiba and Shino will probably be a tracking team, and then there's Sasuke, the Rookie of the Year, Sakura, Rookie Kunoichi of the Year, and Sai, that weird kid who is dead last. He always makes teams like that. The rest of these kids besides us are civilians, and he won't upset the clans by making us fail because of being on one of those teams. It's foolproof, and you know it. Yeah, Kumo, he's right, Daihi agreed. When has Naruto's reasoning ever failed us? He's the smartest one out of the three of us, well beyond one team. I suppose you're right, she sighed. I am just worried is all. Well, don't be, Kumo-chan, the blonde said, and look, here comes Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei to tell us our team placements. He pointed out just as they opened the door. Hello, class. Sadly, this is our last time together for some of us, so why don't I just announce your team placements? Nay. Iruka said with a sad smile. Naruto was a bit sad too, since he was one of the few teachers that were nice to him. Mizuki, however, Naruto saw that silver-haired sensei's scowl in his direction. That Teme had attempted to sabotage his test at every opportunity. A genjutsu on the written portion that the Byakugan easily saw through. Unbalanced kunai and rusty shuriken on the accuracy portion that only Naruto's practiced wind manipulations sharpening had saved. An attempt to make him lose on the taijutsu portion by pitting him against Sasuke. The Uchiha's defeat had been swift when he couldn't blindside him. The ninjutsu portion was simple too. Mizuki had a genjutsu on the rulebook in Iruka's possession that stated only a regular bunshin was allowed, and Naruto was quickly able to disappoint him by performing said technique, which took an extreme amount of chakra control thanks to his Juken training. The Chunin was, well, he was pissed. Team 7 will be consisted of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Shimura Sai. Naruto smirked at Yakumo, who looked at him in a way that said, fine, you were right. Team 8 will consist of Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Team 9 is still active, so Team 10 will consist of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. The two clan heirs and Naruto looked at Iruka. Finally, Team 11 will consist of Uzumaki Naruto, Fenikusu Daihi, and Kurama Yakumo. Fine, I was wrong. Happy now? Yakumo asked, and the blonde of the group simply grinned like a madman. Very. Be back in 1 hour to meet your sensei. The first two Junin to arrive were Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, who quickly picked up teams 8 and 10. Another 10 minutes Gekko Hayate arrived. Coughing a little, Team 11, come with me. The Kurama and Fenikusu heirs as well as the blonde Hyuga all stood and followed the sickly Junin out the door and up to the academy roof. The genin looked at their sensei, who coughed once before speaking. Why don't we? He coughed again. Introduce ourselves. The three looked confused. Can you start, sensei? My name is Gekko Hayate. I like practicing kenjutsu, and my girlfriend Izuki Yugo. I dislike those who make fun of my cough and don't respect kenjutsu as a shinobi art. My hobbies include learning many sword styles and doing anything with Yu-chan. My dream is to be named a kenjutsu grandmaster like my own sensei was, though a little hard because of his coughing. The genin did understand what he said. My name is Fenikusu Daihi. I like hanging out with my two friends and also learning more of my clan's Nikenjutsu. I don't like people who are too arrogant for their own good and water. Daihi shuddered. My hobbies are training and reading. I guess my dream is to become the only Fenikusu clan head to master both aspects of the Fenikusu Kekkei Genkei. I am Kurama Yakumo. I like hanging out with these two and training to prove my former sensei wrong. I don't like anyone who thinks someone can't do something because of something they were born with. My hobbies are drawing and training. My dream is to make the Kurama a major clan of Konoha. I am Uzumaki Hyuga Naruto. I like to be around my two friends and learn from my Jiji. I don't like the way my clan treats the side branch and how some people can't tell the difference between a kunai and a scroll. My hobbies include creating my own taijutsu style and mastering things from both of my clans. My dream is to one day find other survivors of the Uzushio massacre and reform the Uzumaki clan. Hayate regarded his potential squad with a small smile. They were best friends even before any kind of near-death missions to bring them closer. That would make the test a formality. Since the day is so late, why don't we meet up at Training Ground 19 at 8 tomorrow? The genin nodded and Hayate left in a Konoha Shunshin, leaving the trio alone. Training Ground 19, 8 a.m. Hayate appeared in a swirl of leaves to see his potential squad already here. Yakumo had a sketchbook in hand. Naruto was reading a rather sizable scroll and Daihi was sharpening a chikudo made of white steel on one side, black on the other with an onyx hilt in the shape of a phoenix with its wings spread and a ruby where its eye would be. He coughed and immediately had their attention. Naruto rolled up his scroll and it sealed within his robe. Yakumo put away her book and the chikudo sheathed with an audible click. Glad to see you are all here. The first thing you must know is that you aren't genin yet. The trio's eyes widened. The other exam merely was to see if you were eligible to take the real test. That exam is today. Hayate pulled out a single scroll with blue tips. There's a cavern here, with a scroll exactly like this. You have 1 hour to bring it to me, Hajime. The three immediately were gone. It didn't even take 2 minutes to find the cave thanks to Naruto's Byakugan. Once they did, the trio landed in front of it and saw torches lining the walls. Damn it, Naruto cursed. Seals all over this cave, guys. They block Dujutsu from seeing through the walls. My Byakugan will work inside, but I won't be able to see past any walls. It's all right, Naruto-kun, Yakumo said with a smile. Let's just do this. Daihi pulled his chikudo out and they walked inside. It slopes down ahead, guys, the blonde stated. That can only mean we're approaching either an underground bunker or a set of caverns. Too bad we only have an hour. Come on guys, it wouldn't be caverns, Daihi replied. Why would we only get an hour if it was caverns? Without a Dujutsu many Anbu couldn't even do that. Good point, Daihi-kun. Yeah, I can see a door up ahead. Definitely just an underground base. Who put it here though? They got to the door and saw it was steel and split down the middle. Over the entire thing were seals Naruto recognized as privacy seals to keep noise inside and keep spying out. What purpose would that serve though? This is the origin of my troubles seeing in here, Naruto said. We should probably be careful. Can you cancel out the seals, Ruto? Daihi asked. Yes. I have a tag I created to short out seals by sending an intercepting pulse of chakra outward which screws up the whole matrix and forces it to be restarted. It's still a prototype though and I haven't tested it for side effects. Well, consider this field test number 1, Yakumo said. Naruto sighed and pulled out a tag with the kanji for scramble on it set in a moderately complex array. He set it on the door and motioned everyone to step back. He coated his foot in earth chakra. Iwaken. Upheaval. He announced as he kicked into the ground to raise a wall from the cave's stone floor. He then held a ram seal. Scramble seal. Activate. Immediately the others felt the large chakra pulse and were glad that wall set some sort of buffer because the chakra that did escape sent them flying back several feet. Note to self. Lesson scramble seal chakra output. Naruto mumbled, you guys okay? Sure thing, Daihi said as he stood and dusted himself. If I said my butt hurt and my hair is ruined, would I sound too much like Ino and Sakura? Yakumo asked as she also stood. Not unless you started chasing Uchiha-sama around for a date, Naruto replied and studied the result of the seal, nearly on par with one of my version 3 explosive seals, and it seems it doesn't scramble elemental chakra. That may be a kink to work out. Can you see through the door? Daihi asked. That brought Naruto from his musing and he looked inside, but his tri-colored Byakugan widened. We may have a problem, he said. The scroll is being guarded. No problem, we can team up on them. The guard is a summons. Well, Daius got his son Phoenix contract. I got the Kitsune contract, Yakumo pointed out. The guard is a giant spider, at least as big as Choji times 2. He's got the scroll in his web. Perhaps a strategy is in order? Daihi suggested and they nodded. With Hayate sat in a lotus position with his sword in his lap as the timer ticked down to 45 minutes. Thanks again for the help, Genma. That spider summons should test them well. Sure thing, Hayate. I may not use it much, but my 2 sans contract is useful. If your team is supposed to be capture, retrieval, escort and courier, they may as well have some experience now. I plan to have them be all around. Actually, they could easily make an assault or support team too. Hayate didn't cough. A fact known only to Genma, Yugo and the Hokage was that his cough was an act to get enemies to drop their guard on him. He only told those he trusted the most. That is, if they pass, Hayate agreed. Back with the genin hopefuls Iwaken. Crushing blow, Naruto shouted and slammed his fist into the steel doors which shot off their hinges and into the room, one smashing into the spider's left side. It scurried back, limping slightly. The creature stood 3 feet above the genin with a mouth dripping with poison, 8 eyes situated on its head. The back of this menacing summon was brownish with lighter and darker shades swirled of that color swirling in an intricate spiral. It dashed forward with impressive speed at Naruto, but Daihi quickly got in front. Grand dive of the phoenix. His sword became coated in white flames as he performed a jump slash that the arachnid dodged neatly. Naruto used another of his grandfather's moves, Iwaken. Grand divide. His fist hit THR cave floor and a fissure formed under the spider and it fell through. It'll come back. Daihi burned the web and get the damn scroll. The usually calm Hyuga was stressed as this was his first real fight, and come on, it's a freaking spider the size of an Akamichi. Daihi swung his sword and embers jumped to the web, Spitfire of the Phoenix. Quickly Yakumo then focused on channeling chakra into her sketchpad to create a genjutsu where no flames touched the scroll and Daihi caught it while Naruto watched the crevice. A little-known fact of Naruto's Byakugan was that it differed from other Hyuga in that he could both see in the dark and see differences between elemental chakras. The night vision aspect caused his eyes to become pale crimson while the other made his eyes turn pale violet. "You got it?" Naruto asked. "Yeah. Then let's get the hell out of here. That thing is extremely angry," he replied and performed a few hand seals, Uzumaki barrier seal. He slammed his hands to the ground and a light blue energy wall covered the crevice just as the spider ran into it. The trio ran. "How long will that hold?" Yakumo wondered aloud. 2 minutes if we're lucky." "And if we're not?" Daihi asked. Just then they heard the skittering of a scurrying spider. "We're not," Naruto replied and pulled out many kunai before channeling wind, fire and lightning chakra into them. Each one became coated in flames and sparks as well as became extremely sharp before he threw them. 2 hit the charging bug and it made a noise the Hyuga couldn't quite describe but was definitely angry. "Exoskeleton, Ruto," Daihi pointed out. They kept running and Daihi slashed downward, Rage of the Demon. Black fire shot off in a crescent arc that the spider simply dodged by dashing to a wall and crawling along that. Think, Naruto mumbled before he widened his eyes. "Daihi, Yakumo, when you summon exactly what happens?" "Well, you have to make a blood offering, usually by biting your thumb," Yakumo said. "Then you make the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. When you slam your hand onto a flat surface, the blood spreads in the summoning seal. And damn phoenixes always leave in smoke when they are done. Never nice to me," Daihi complained. That was all Naruto needed as he began tying tags to a few kunai. "What are you doing?" Yakumo asked. "A summoning seal is very limited. It can either be one or two way. One way is simple and only requires the one being summoned to have a marker to target and they simply use something akin to the kawarimi or shunshin to get to it only with more chakra. A two-way works sort of the same but the one summoned has only a set amount of chakra and once that is used up or the flow is changed." Naruto quickly turned and tossed 4 kunai that stuck inside the spider's back and kept running as he held the ram seal, 4-point scramble seal, activate. The trio turned to look at the giant cloud of smoke in the cave as they reached the mouth of said cave. They are sent back, Fuinjutsu Theory 101. With Hayate. Hayate looked at his timer after Hayate left, announcing the summons had left. That meant either the genin found a way to beat it or Sensei. He turned his head to see the trio arriving and smiled. Besides looking a little bruised and sweating with a possibly incurable case of minor arachnophobia, they were just fine, with 2 minutes to spare. Hayate took the scroll from them and opened it, nodding to himself. "Congratulations, you are now Konohagakure, Genin Squad 11. We'll meet here tomorrow at 7 a.m. for training. Do not be late. You are dismissed." The trio nodded as Hayate left in a swirl of leaves before collapsing to the floor comically as soon as he left. "Are we all agreed Hayate-sensei is a maniac for making 3 academy students go through that?" Yakumo asked. "Agreed," the other 2 said before all 3 new genin passed out as their adrenaline left their systems. Hayate stood in one place equal distance from Fenikusu Daihi and Hyuuga Uzumaki Naruto. Kurama Yakumo was off to the side. Hayate coughed once and then held up a single hand and let it fall down before jumping back next to Yakumo. This was the signal for the two shinobi in training to begin. In a burst of speed, Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his feet and dashed forward. Daihi saw this and immediately drew his sword. The legendary Hoken of his clan's main family, his Chikuto shone in the sunlight as it was enveloped in twin swirls of black and white flames to create a double helix of blaze release chakra. Spitfire of the Phoenix. Daihi slashed his blade and Naruto's eyes widened before he channeled water chakra into his throat and spat a stream of water to put out the embers, having to stop his movement to retain focus. Daihi took the opportunity to coat his feet in phoenix fire and dashed forward before aiming a spinning kick for his opponent's head. He saw the grin his friend wore and cursed, "Iwaken, upheaval." A wall rose up right into his midsection and sent him flying a few feet before he landed on his feet. He knew his ribs were possibly bruised but otherwise he was fine. Iwaken. Grand Divide. As soon as he heard that, Daihi jumped up high and charged a small amount of his Kekai Genkei's chakra into his feet. Blaze Release. Rocket Jutsu. He yelled and white flames burst from his feet and allowed him to remain airborne long enough to land away from the crevice and turned only to find Naruto in front of him. Daihi ducked the first 3 palm strikes and then jumped back before slashing down, Black Crescent. A slash of hellfire shot forward to the Hyuuga. Naruto jumped to the left of it quickly and tossed 3 kunai with tags attached at Daihi. 3-point explosive seal. Activate. He announced and Daihi tried to jump above it only for another kunai to pass above and below just as he heard Naruto say 2-point chakra draining barrier seal. Activate. A double-layered globe of purple light surrounded him and before he could regret his mistake, Daihi was out cold from chakra exhaustion. Hayate caught the boy before he fell to the floor and announced Naruto was the winner. 1 week later, Hayate stood before his team with a small smile. After 2 weeks of your spars I have come up with a schedule for you 3 to train. By now the 3 barely noticed his coughing and took it in stride. The Jonin paused before continuing. There is only one of me and you 3 have much different styles. Even though I can help Daihi the most you 2 will not be ignored. Only a worthless Jonin sensei would do something like that. What will we learn then, sensei? Yakumo asked. I will help Naruto in lightning manipulation since it is my affinity and Yakumo I want you to learn genjutsu that don't require your sketch pad. You will one day surpass Yuhi Kurenai in that art, she nodded. We will begin tomorrow in training because now we have something more important, the genin groaned, today's D rank. After D rank, Hyuuga compound. I am back Gigi, Naruto announced as he got to the building Hito's branch of the main house Hyuuga stayed in, A.K.A. Hito and Naruto. It was a 4-bedroom building in the traditional Japanese style made entirely of wood. The blonde made his way to the back of the house, as that's where the training ground belonging to his grandfather was located behind the house. Back there he saw the old man who took him in performing the pinnacle of Iwaken. A move which got him the moniker of Chikyu Doragon o Hito, Hito the Earth Dragon. He was crouched down with both fists pressed onto the floor before he slowly rose and one hand his left became rigid and straight as he glided it down his right arm and then his fist was pressed to his palm and both pressed to his chest as he inhaled before punching out with his right fist from 10 feet away from where the dummy was, Earth Dragon's Tyrant Killer. He announced as a dragon of pure stone emerged from his fist and shot forward, causing the wooden dummy to erupt in splinters. Naruto was in awe just as he was anytime he saw the move. It was downright scary how powerful it was. It was one of the final 3 moves of Iwaken part of the Grandmaster Katas. He was nowhere near those as he had barely gotten into the advanced ones. If Grandmaster was S rank, advanced was high C rank to mid B rank, he was almost a Chunin level user to Hito's Cage level mastery. And he still had to make 4 more styles. Naruto shook his head before walking to the old man he respected even more than Hiyashi-sama or Hokage-sama. Hey Gigi, maybe you should just quit. Your age is messing you up. I mean, that tyrant killer was much smaller than the one I saw last month. Hito turned to his grandson with a smile as he ruffled his hair. And I can still beat you into next week. Gaki, don't forget that. The 2 grinned at each other before Hito pulled 2 scrolls from his robe sleeve and handed them to his grandson. Why don't we start up on these from the Juken? They'll help with all your other styles. Trust me, just don't tell Hiyashi Gaki. Hito had a conspiratorial grin on his face. Naruto gaped as he saw the Jonin-level moves his grandfather would teach him. JGG, are you sure? Of course, no grandson of mine will be beaten by anyone. You've got the pride of the two greatest clans ever on your shoulders. The Senju and Uchiha may be great, but the Uzumaki took on 3 hidden villages alone and left no survivors, and of the 3 great dojutsu which still has a clan of users. Last time I checked, one genin doesn't make a clan. The Hyuuga believe in you, and if you don't find the surviving Uzumaki, who will? They are your heritage, my boy. Naruto smiled. Thanks Gigi. He looked at the scrolls again with a smile. I'll have the rotation and 64 palms down in no time. Hayate and Team 11 stood in a room that held handbills for all the currently unclaimed missions for Konohagakure up to A rank. They were spread across 4 boards, one on each wall. The east wall was the largest and held all the D ranks. This is where most genin picked from. Team, it has been 2 months that we have been together as a squad. I know your individual levels as well as how strong you are as a team. For that reason, we will pick from the north wall today. The genin squad's eyes shone brightly. The north wall had C rank missions, one of which easily paid 10 to 15 as much as AD rank. At the north wall, the squad browsed through the different possibilities. C ranks were pretty much bandit camp extermination, courier, escort and retrieval, as long as any ninja involved that may appear to stop the mission was low C rank or below in rank. If one showed up between mid C rank and low B rank, it became a B rank mission. From mid B to high A was A rank, and any S rank would heighten the mission to S rank, which only the Hokage could approve. This one, Hayate said and pulled one down. There's a small band of thugs terrorizing a village 50 miles from Konoha called Rokudo. Probably 10 to 15 in all. No ninja in the band. The payment upon completion is 7,000 ryo. 1 ryo equals $1. Seems easy enough. The others nodded. Definitely, Daihi said, grinning. Stock up for a week's worth of supplies and meet me at the North Gate in an hour. He was gone in a swirl of leaves. North Gate, 8 a.m. Hayate appeared before his team in a swirl of leaves at the specified time and saw another group of genin there with an old man. One was the Uchiha survivor. Hayate hadn't really met Sasuke, but Hyuuga had been on his security detail a while back and said he was an arrogant snob, even if he did seem to have dedication and skills in ninjutsu. The second was a pink-haired civilian fangirl. By the looks of it, you could tell by the way her hair looked to be something that took hours to get right, and she was mooning over Sasuke, practically undressing him with her eyes, or the 12-year-old equivalent of such an action. The last was a boy with the fakest smile Hayate ever saw and dressed in Anbu-like clothing that showed his midsection. That Tonto looked like standard-issue Anbu. This was Kakashi's team. If Hayate trusted Yugo's stories, the fact is that when you have an Anbu captain for a girlfriend and listen when she talks, you can piece together 1001 things about the hidden village you're in. And that was without her ever spilling one secret only Anbu and the Hokage should know. Even without trying, she never did such a thing. His team was actively ignoring Kakashi's and vice versa, except the one with the Tonto. He was trying to speak to Naruto. All right team, let's go. The quartet left in 4 bursts of speed out the gate then. Why can't our sensei be on time? Sakura asked in one of her few moments of non-fangirliness, and in such moments Sasuke found himself agreeing with her. This time, even Sai had to agree. Why did Kakashi always arrive 2 hours late? Back with Team 11, they traveled among the treetops at mid-genin speed, being about 7 miles an hour. While the 3 males of the team could go at least high genin speeds, Yakumo had to be taken into account. Yakumo was born with a naturally weak body. It was for this reason when Yuhi Kurenai took her as an apprentice 4 years back that the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha told the Hokage she would never be a good ninja. Needless to say, Yakumo did not like this. The Kurama heiress decided to prove the red-eyed ice queen of Konoha wrong, and that's when Naruto and Daihi found her training at their favorite part of Konoha's forests. She told them her story and they agreed to help. She had gone from physically weak as a fangirl to mid-genin in 4 years thanks to the boy's patience and Naruto's gravity seals. For that reason, Yakumo would always be eternally grateful to her 2 friends. So they made their way through the trees. This was the preferred method of travel for any and all Konoha shinobi. The entirety of Hino Kuni excepting only villages and other clearings had forestry thanks to Senju Hashirama, and that's why all genin level shinobi of Konoha had to learn the tree walking exercise. In silence the four traveled for 2 hours before Hayate motioned for them to stop and take a rest. While they could in fact go all day and reach the village, it would leave the genin in very exhausted states and they would be a hindrance in the mission. They dropped to a clearing about 20 miles in radius and sat to catch their breaths, mainly Yakumo. Now would be a fine time for them to talk. Hayate had told them when teaching them the tree walking exercise and later when having them practice treetop travel that talking while traveling by treetop was something they should never do unless it was warning your teammates of something coming. In Naruto's case, an enemy could be shadowing you at any moment in the trees and make plans to counter whatever you say. For this reason, Naruto, Yakumo and Daihi each pulled out a kunai with a tag on it and threw them so the kunai formed a triangle. 3-point sound barrier seal. Activate. A white dome surrounded the four for an instant, Befpri disappearing. No one outside would hear anything from inside now. Thank you, Naruto, Hayate said. Always be prepared. He coughed once before continuing. I must ask you three if you are prepared to take the bandits' lives. We will arrive tomorrow and then attack the day after. I need to plan accordingly. All three of us have already made our first kills, Sensei, Naruto replied. Really? He was surprised. Yakumo went first. When I was only 6 I did. I inherited the full Kekkei Genkei of my clan and that unfortunately comes with a price. My personality is split into two. There is Yakumo, who you know, and Ito, who craves blood and death. I also am completely aware when Ito takes over but am helpless to stop her. Ito killed my parents when I was 6 and I have come to terms with it. I can also channel Ito now so that Ito will do the killing and I can take back control. Do not worry about me. As part of my clan's rite of passage to gain one of the 7 swords of my clan, the chosen wielder must be taken out of the village and use the sword to take the life of someone guilty and unpunished, which the sword will lead them to. Soka, Twin Fires, led me to a runaway bandit who had raped dozens and killed even more. The Hyuuga have a way of doing things for those in the main house but not of the line of the clan head. Our clan houses prisoners captured on missions by our own members, something all clans are allowed to do. And whenever a non-heir main house member turns 12 they must take on one prisoner in battle to the death. Should the prisoner win, they are set free with all possessions they had at time of capture. If the Hyuuga wins, he or she gets said possessions and can choose what happens to the corpse as well as the respect of the clan for passing the right to become a member of the main house. Hayate sighed. Very well then, it is just sad that you three were exposed to death so early in peacetime. It's just what happens in the shinobi world, Sensei. We are glorified mercenaries and assassins, Yakumo replied solemnly. No job is too hard or too low for the right price, Daihi continued. For that is the way of the shinobi. Naruto finished as Hayate nodded. It was a famous quote among the elemental nations, especially in Konohagakure and Hino Kuni. When asked what they thought shinobi meant, the Sannin had replied that way, with Tsunade having Yakumo's part, Jiraiya having Daiha's part and Orochimaru with Naruto's. Times certainly were darker during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. They were silent for the next 5 minutes as each person ate ration bars. These were brown bars about an inch thick and 7 inches long with the consistency of bark and taste of it too. They were made to give shinobi an extreme amount of calories and protein while traveling without much fat. Their usefulness was never in question. The sanity of the research and development department for not making a flavor other than oak was. The break lasted 15 minutes from beginning to end before the quartet once again took off north, veering slightly to the west, this time to stay on course towards Rokudo no Sato. Time skip. 6 hours later, 15 miles from Rokudo no Sato. The team had found a decent spot to camp for the night. Though it was relatively early out, 3 were still genin and there wasn't much light left in the skies anyways. Camp was already set with 4 one-person tents arranged in a circle around a campfire made by Daihi. Around the fire were flat stones that doubled as seats for the squad courtesy of Naruto's Iwaken, and each member held a sharpened stick with fish caught from a stream that was just a quarter mile from the camp caught by Hayate. No one would be able to get into the camp because of a combination of Naruto's 8-point barrier seal, which was his strongest barrier that would still remain undetected, plus the traps Hayate and Daihi set up in and out of the barrier with ninja wire. Explosive notes and shuriken and Yakumo's genjutsu that made all inside the barrier invisible. Hayate's motto was to overprepare and overtrain. That way you were never overtaken and never beaten. It was the reason he was made Jonin at the age of 16. He would be in Anbu but his cough was too loud for the stealthy black ops, so he settled for elite Jonin. You did well today, team. Hayate said, "We covered over 30 miles on the first day of your first out-of-village mission. Not many genin squads can claim such an act." He pulled his fish back and inspected it before taking a bite. "Tomorrow we'll arrive at Rokudo and meet up with the mayor there. Who is our client? He'll give us information on the bandits and we'll make a plan for taking them on." "Hi sensei," they replied. The four fell into a comfortable silence as they ate dinner. After a few minutes, Daihi spoke, "Ruto, how's that prototype coming?" This immediately brought the attention of the other two. "Prototype for what?" Hayate and Yakumo asked. "Well, it's a new seal I thought might be really useful." He paused. "I was thinking about it since the scroll exam, when you tried to kill us with a giant spider, remember? I got to thinking about the summoning seal and how all of them are one or two-way. I thought that if I made a seal that was more than two-way, and what if I could travel between these seals at will?" Yakumo whistled lowly. "Naruto-kun, when you dream big, no one can argue with that." She shook her head. "So, how did your quest with breaking the fundamentals of Fuinjutsu go?" "No luck so far. I can use two-way seals on inanimate objects, with one seal on a scroll in my robe and the other in my room back at the Hyuuga compound. I can also use one-way seals myself, but the distance between me and the seal can't be more than 20 feet or the chakra cost exponentially increases." "Within 20 feet how much does it take?" Hayate asked. I'd say about half as much as the Kawarimi." "Well, at least you created the first ever F-rank space-time jutsu," Daihi said, "and with your reserves." Naruto smiled. "I suppose so, but I'll work on it and add it to my long-term projects list." "Yeah," Yakumo said, and the four saw the sky was darkening. "Well, I am off to bed," she said. "I'll take first watch," Daihi said. No one argued as they took to their tents, and Daihi walked up a tree and sat in a branch to keep a lookout. Time skip. 11 a.m. next day, Rokudo Mayor's office. Rokudo no Sato was on the larger end as far as villages went. Its population was high enough to make it the sixth biggest village in Hi-no-Kuni, a country with villages numbering nearly 1,500 if not more. The reason relatively simple: the village itself rested on the center of not one, not two but six major roads, hence the name Six Paths Village. The roads that began here went to the capitals of Hi-no-Kuni, Kase-no-Kuni and Rai-no-Kuni, as well as Yuhoshi, one of the three largest cities in hot water country, Yukigakure and Kanahagakure. The city had grown exponentially over the years from the travelers and merchants inside it. There was a slight problem. A group of bandits had recently taken to ambushing merchants and other travelers coming towards the city, and even after 6 weeks the local guards had no idea where they were located. They always went to a different road each time they attacked, and never attacked in a discernible pattern in location or time. The locals estimated there were 10 to 12, but there could very well be more than that. After all, a bandit camp never stayed in one place very long before it grew. Thus far nearly 20 caravans of travelers, merchant or not, had been ambushed and raided, with over 40 corpses and nearly as much bodies gone missing from trains. The missing bodies were always girls or women between ages of 16 and 40 or so, and the corpses consisted of men who could, and probably did, fight back. Children and the elderly were left alone. It was estimated the bandits had already taken nearly 250,000 ryo worth of goods from the merchants and travelers, and every week the number of stolen goods, stolen women and stolen lives increased. These are things the mayor told the squad of genin and their elite Jonin sensei. "If you have any questions about your mission," the mayor asked. He was a man with shoulder-length black hair streaked with gray from age, brown eyes and the looks of perhaps late 40s or early 50s. "A few, Mayor Ichimaru," Hayate said, coughing a little. "First, about how far from the village were each of the attacks?" "Ah, thought I forgot something. None were further than a quarter mile from the village, but none ever were closer than 1,000 feet. A range of less than 500 feet then. I am glad I brought the headsets. My second question for you is what to do with the things we find in the camp." "Please keep it," Mayor Ichimaru said. "Divide it amongst yourselves or sell it all. Give it away for all I care. Those bandits are driving the economy down, and if it will help you who save us, I will be glad to let you have it. And lastly, I ask that you send no guards tonight. We will take care of everything and they will only be in the way. I would rather no more civilians lose their lives." The mayor smiled. "Of course, Hayate-san, it shall be done." Treetops. Naruto dashed through the trees with his night vision Byakugan active. He wore a radio headset as he traveled. Hayate's plan was simple enough. Step 1 had Naruto run in a ring around the village on the lookout for the bandit camp. By the Jonin's estimation, the camp would be between 900 and 1700 feet from the village and less than 200 feet from any road, close enough to ambush any road but far enough they could have ample warning if anyone trampled through the forest towards them, like, for instance, a platoon of village guards. Had been out since 2 and it was roughly 6 hours of searching with his Byakugan. His tri-colored eyes were funny though. Night vision made him lose the ability to see chakra but extended his range to nearly 1000 feet. His chakra sight, which made his eyes violet, shrunk his range to 100 feet, but he gained something all Hyuuga dreamed of: full 360-degree vision. His regular dojutsu, which was always active when he was awake, had a 500-foot range with the same weaknesses and strengths of any other Byakugan. Right now he was using his Crimson Byakugan to see since it was nearly dusk, but he sat unmoving in a tree. His eyes were carefully trained on a building that was once a shinobi encampment. Of the seals on it were indication. Many of these were spread throughout the elemental nations. They were temporary bases for shinobi during the 3 wars, and this one looked to be one from Iowa because it was compiled completely out of stone. The seals on it were simply chakra suppression seals to stop anyone from sensing chakra inside. He easily saw inside though. "Sensei. Kumo-chan, Daihi. I've found them." He spoke into his headset. He was already situated in a sound barrier seal, so he wasn't fearful of anyone hearing him. "It looks like there are 30 of them, not 15. There's one leader as far as I can tell. He's a new Kenin too, but I looked at him earlier with my violet Byakugan and he seemed to be about high Genin or low Chunin in strength. There are also 37 women in a large cage ranging from age 15 to 42 and all civilians from their chakra. All of the stolen goods look to be kept to one side of their base, which I have deduced is a former Iowa encampment from one of the wars. They are situated roughly 125 feet east of the Yukidaka Road and roughly 1100 feet from Rokudo." "Thank you, Naruto," Hayate replied. "We will be there shortly." "Are there any guards stationed?" "Yes. No humans though. The new Kenin, while only low C rank, holds the cat contract. They patrol the ground rather vigilantly, but only the ground." "Cat? Be more specific." "There are many cats. Wild cats. The ones I see are small, mere kits. I've counted a lynx, 2 tigers and a mountain lion though. He probably has enough chakra to get 1 teenage summons and not any of the bigger ones for battle." "All right. Do not do anything until we get there, Sensei. After this is over." "If it is there, Naruto." It took 10 minutes for them to arrive, and by that time Naruto had taken a soldier pill to replenish his chakra. They dropped into the same tree as him then. "Locations?" Hayate asked. "They are eating dinner now. All of them are gathered in the center of the building. The prisoners are kept in a cage of steel set into the east wall. The stolen goods are located on the west wall. The only room is situated on the south wall, just in front of us, in the center, and is 20 feet wide by 20 feet long. The new Kenin, he's from Kiri, has been going in and out of it and no one else goes near it. The tigers disappeared just 3 minutes prior, meaning their chakra depleted." Hayate nodded. "The plan is simple. First, Naruto, get rid of the lion and lynx at one time while Yakumo sets up a genjutsu version of them to trick anyone who might look out. I will use a lightning jutsu to drill through the wall of the leader's office. You'll need this." Naruto held out 3 kunai with tags. "These are for my 3-point sound barrier. If you take Daihi, he'll explain them." Hayate took the kunai with a nod. "I will give you word when I am through, and at that time Naruto and Yakumo, execute plan prison break from the roof. Have 5 stone clones ready, Naruto. While the prisoners are being freed by Yakumo and the clones, Naruto and Daihi will isolate the leader and use teamwork to hold him off until I take down the bandits and come to aid them if necessary." Without a word the team left. Naruto and Yakumo immediately jumped to the roof of the cube-like stone building, and Naruto's Byakugan turned violet as he searched for the signatures of the summons and waited. He walked to the south end of the roof and both Genin saw the cats cross paths just as 3 things happened. First, Naruto's eyes turned back to milky white, then he tossed a kunai that had a seal tag as he quietly said, "Wide range disruptor seal. Activate." The last was that as soon as the summons left in clouds of smoke, 2 identical copies shimmered into existence when Yakumo whispered genjutsu, false copy jutsu. The false copy jutsu simply made an illusion of any object the user could imagine and was a low-ranking illusion, being one of the earliest the Kurama clan taught their children at age 6, since by that time all D-rank techniques were well within reach. As soon as that happened, the pair made their way to just above the prisoners, and Naruto pulled out an ink brush and quickly wrote out a seal array. Drawing a circle around it, he looked at Yakumo, who was ready in an instant to cast another illusion, and smirked. "The lions sing and hills take flight," he spoke into his headset. It was the first of 4 messages they would use to tell the other group when to begin their part. With Hayate and Daihi, "The lions sing and hills take flight." The 2 swordsmen stood right where the office should be, and Daihi took the kunai from his sensei and stabbed 120 feet to their left and 20 feet to their right in the wall. Ruto's a prodigy of Fuinjutsu, sensei, the sound barrier he learned from his grandmother's scroll, but he uses multiple copies of each seal to increase accuracy and strength of the seals. By setting a sound barrier in 3 places, he stabbed the last into a tree behind them and equal distance from the other 2. They perform something called triangulation. Only parts inside the triangle they form are affected and 3 barriers are created. Daihi held a ram's seal. "Ruto taught me how to use his tags, but I'll have to constantly feed chakra into them and concentrate unlike him, so don't take too long." Hayate was impressed with his students' work. All of them made him proud. Really, he had received the top Fuinjutsu, Genjutsu and Kenjutsu user of this year when nearly all clans of Konoha had an heir in attendance. His luck really seemed to be good. 3-point sound barrier seal. Activate. Daihi announced, and a white barrier shimmered before disappearing from sight. Immediately Hayate pulled his own katana out and held it in both hands while he channeled lightning chakra into it. Sparks began to dance along the steel blade. He then stabbed the blade into the wall at the floor, and it slid through like a hot iron through butter as he slowly created an arch-like incision in the 3-inch thick stone. It took over 10 minutes to completely get through, and when he did, he pulled back and sheathed his blade. Daihi released the barrier and looked at his sensei as the Jonin talked through the headset. "The moon by day and the sun by night," he said. With Naruto and Yakumo. "The moon by day and the sun by night." The voice of Hayate came loud and clear to the 2 genin, and each made a ram seal. Alchemy seal. Water. Activate. Master illusion. Dream twist. Doden. Rock clone jutsu. First the seal glowed bright blue before the stone changed composition into another of the 5 basic elements, water, inside the circle. Next Yakumo's master illusion, which was one of the genjutsu types only she could use because of her Kekkei Genkei, took effect and the water fell to the floor, but no one even perceived it falling down or noticed the hole in the wall. Lastly Naruto made 5 clones of the stone roof with pure nature manipulation alone. Yakumo already had another illusion ready too, Chaos Illusion, Frozen Memories Jutsu. The 7 jumped down to the cell and the women all looked at them, then to the thugs who didn't seem to respond at all. "Don't worry," Yakumo said. "We're shinobi of Konoha and we're hired by the mayor of Rokudo to save you. I already have an illusion set up that will make them see you girls just acting depressed and what you've been doing the last few days." The women were wide-eyed as Naruto spoke. "These 5 are rock clones I just made and will take you up in groups of 5 to the roof. Stay there until we come to get you, and then we'll take you all to Rokudo no Sato after we've taken care of the bandit problem." Thank you," one teary-eyed woman in her mid-30s said. The Hyuuga Uzumaki smiled. "Just doing our job," he said cheerily before watching as they all were taken in 2 minutes. Yakumo too, and his clones went up top to act as guard. "Blind woman, deaf man, jackdaw fool," he stated through the headset. With Hayate and Daihi. "Blind woman, deaf man, jackdaw fool." That was their signal. Daihi pulled out his tanto and charged it up with phoenix fire before stabbing the stone arch in the center. Passage of the Phoenix. In mere moments the arch literally melted into magma and hardened into black obsidian on the ground. The 2 swordsmen walked into the office and Hayate spoke the final line of the password. "Let the Lord of Chaos rule." With Naruto. "Let the Lord of Chaos rule." And that was his cue. Naruto charged earth chakra into his fist and slammed it into the ground, tearing the bars of the prison from the ground and twisting them as he did so. Iwaken. Grand Divide. A fissure was formed just as Naruto heard an explosion and saw said explosion from the leader's office, sending the stone door off its hinges and crushing 2 bandits underneath. His own personal earthquake had killed 4 slow-moving men who fell into the hole a good 50 feet and broke their backs, necks or legs depending on how they landed. Starvation would kill them off eventually. The blonde kicked the bars with earth chakra running through his feet to send them flying and dashed right for the new cannon. The man had light skin and brown hair with matching eyes. He wore a blue shirt and blue Anbu-style pants with a tanto on his waist and his scratched Hitai around his neck. A rather large scroll was across his back as well. The man saw Naruto coming and kicked out, but Naruto, now with Violet Byakugan active, rolled under it and got back to his feet. He faced the man, probably 20 or so, and launched out with twin palms of earth chakra, which the new Kennen jumped back to avoid. Daihi appeared then with his black and white Chikudo ready to behead the man, except he parried the slash with his own tanto before landing between both in a defensive stance. "You made a mistake attacking me, Leaf Nin, you're dead." He slashed and the water in the air froze rapidly and several icicles shot off towards Naruto. He kicked the ground quickly. Iwaken. Upheaval. A stone wall rose and the icicles shattered as they hit it. Daihi slashed with his own sword then. Spitfire of the Phoenix. Blizzard bullets. The new Kennen slashed 3 times and balls of ice with spikes on every side formed and hit the white balls of fire, extinguishing them. Naruto then jumped over the wall and charged wind chakra into his fist. His Kazekin was far from complete, but at least he had a few moves completed. Kazekin. Zephyr. His fist connected with the tanto of his opponent and small blades of wind nicked the sword and made small, shallow cuts in the Mont's right hand. The move just wrapped his hand in a shell of wind that would create razor-sharp zephyrs constantly until the user released the shell in a condensed explosion that went away from the user. Kazekin. Gale Fist. All the pent-up energy suddenly exploded forwards and the new Kennen's arm went way up, leaving his defenses open. Kaden. Phoenix Sage Flower Jutsu. Daihi spit out several fireballs without hand seals, but the new Kennen made 3 one-handed seals. Sweden. Wild Water Wave Jutsu. He raised his hand to his mouth with the thumb and first finger, making a ring which he blew water through and extinguished the fireballs before it hit Daihi and knocked him back into a wall, giving him a concussion as his head hit the thick stone. Naruto growled and slammed his fist into the ground. Iwaken. Grand Divide. The new Kennen jumped and landed to one side of the crevice he created before slashing and creating 7 needles of ice. Naruto rolled to the left but then felt a kick to the face and staggered backwards. The new Kennen smirked and lunged forward, but Naruto quickly spun. 8 trigrams divine rotation. The new Kennen flew backwards but righted himself. "So you were a Hyuuga," he remarked. "I wasn't sure because your eyes turned purple." "That's right, I am. I am Hyuuga Uzumaki Naruto, grandson of Hyuuga Hito, the Earth Dragon, and Uzumaki Miko, the Ice Queen, and also the son of the Red Death of Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. I will not lose to you, whoever you are. I am Yuki Shishi, one of the last users of the ice release stands before you. I am also the 17th summoner of the Wildcats and holder of the Shiva sword. All of my clan's pride rides on my shoulders and I will not fail them." Naruto entered a stance only one before him had used so far. "You have failed, Shishi-san. You are in my field of divination." Wah. He never finished the question as he felt 2 strikes to his midsection. 2 palms. 2 more strikes to the chest. 4 palms. 4 to his shoulders. 8 palms. 8 to his arms. 16 palms. 16 to his arms again. 32 palms. And finally 32 to his torso, ending with a double palm strike to his chest, sending him back into a wall where spiderweb cracks appeared. Iwaken. 8 trigrams 64 stone palms. Shishi groaned and barely lifted his head, looking at Naruto. "Wah?" He asked. 64 of your tenketsu have become solid as the stone used to build this place. Your chakra has also temporarily become aligned to earth release. You will be unable to move, Shishi-san. That makes this easier." Naruto pulled out a single kunai and walked up to the man. He struggled but was stuck in the wall. The Hyuuga locked away his emotions as he prepared himself. He imagined the Hyuuga flame and placed all his emotions within before putting himself inside a void and putting the flame just outside it. He became one with the void and one with the world. While in the void no emotion could get through. This was the secret technique the Hyuuga had used for generations to seem so cold in battle. Hito had passed it to Naruto after his first kill. Masters of the Hyuuga flame and void could use it at any time, but Naruto wasn't so practiced and only used it when in a situation he wanted to block emotions. That's why he never even flinched when he slashed Shishi's throat with the steel blade. Team 11 had successfully completed the mission with no complications. The bandits were easily dispatched by Hayate, every single one dead from decapitation, pierced aorta or electrocution. Yuki Shishi, the leader, was dead by Naruto's hand. the women were all saved without a single casualty and welcomed into Rokudo with both groups extremely grateful to the squad. The squad went through the supplies the bandits had as well as their stolen goods and split them accordingly. The only noteworthy thing that anyone got was that Naruto claimed the sword and scroll of Shishi. He was no kenjutsu user, but a sword that had ice abilities would not be a bad backup plan if his taijutsu was ever useless, plus it would give him a skill in all 5 ninja arts. The scroll was in fact the Wildcat summoning scroll, but he hadn't signed it yet. He would wait until Konoha. For the next 3 days, Rokudo no Sato held a festival to celebrate their heroes, and Hayate allowed them to stay because it would look bad on Konoha if the heroes left during their own festival. Plus, who wouldn't want to stay for such a thing? After it was over, the squad took their pay from the mayor but were extremely surprised. The shinobi system worked a specific way. The village took a 10% cut of every mission pay. This was what the client paid beforehand and was a deposit of sorts. The other 90% belonged to the ninja or team and was paid after the mission was over to said individuals. In theory, the squad should have only been paid 6,300 ryo by the mayor. The reality was that the former prisoners and the citizens were so very grateful to the shinobi that they had donated to the reward, and with so many people giving 10 ryo here or 50 there, they ended up with a bonus of nearly 9,000 ryo that was untaxed by the Hokage or the council. It was not rare this kind of thing happened, and it was in fact something many shinobi looked forward to. It was not a matter of if you would get a mission bonus, but how many missions would it be before your next one. So the 4 had each walked away with just under 4,000 ryo apiece on their first C rank as a team. Not bad for their first time, and that wasn't even counting after they sold their things from the camp or the bounty that Naruto and Daihi had agreed to split from Shishi. Earlier today they arrived at the village and Hayate had told them he would take the mission report from the client to the Hokage Tower, and they were free for the next 3 days to rest from the mission. And so Naruto found himself with his Gigi in their house with his contract between them. He had just told the Hyuuga elder of his mission and wanted his advice. It is tough, Naruto. Choosing a summons has to be done right. While some summon clans allow one summoner to hold multiple contracts, usually the clans are already allied. Myself, I am a mole summoner because they complement my Iwaken very well. What you should ask is whether a contract of wildcats such as lions, lynx, tigers and possibly others would benefit your fighting style. I think I understand, Gigi. I should NT just up and sign any contract just because it's the first I come across. I need to find something to help me with my final fighting style. If that's the case, then this contract is not for me. I need a clan that can help with all the styles of my Tenshinhan. Do not get rid of it though. You may not use it, but someone you meet and become close to, or perhaps one of your own children, will be suited for the contract. There is also the chance the clan you finally become summoner to may allow you sign this contract as well. Of course, Hito Gigi. What about Shiva? Naruto held the sword on his lap. It was rather strange. As soon as he had claimed Shiva, it had glowed bright icy blue before changing shape. It was now the length of an okatana. Its sheath was a glossy black with silver dragons on each side, and the sword had a light blue hilt that looked like 2 intertwining dragons for the handle that separated where the crossguard was. The blade was an icy blue with glowing sealwork on it that seemed to be carved in. Experimenting while in Rokudo, Naruto also found when he channeled wind and water in it at the same time and slashed it, created sharp needles of ice from water in the air. That sword is special. Normally Hyuuga don't touch katana, but you're no ordinary Hyuuga. The Uzumaki were known as masters of not just Fuinjutsu but also Kenjutsu. So keep it. It may even be a gift from your dear Miko Ba-chan from beyond the grave. She was famous for using ice jutsu, and this sword seems like something right up her alley. Right, Gigi? I trust you're right. I think I should find somewhere to at least start on my summoning contract, so I am off to the clan library. Naruto stood and bowed slightly to his grandfather in respect. Hito smiled slightly as he saw the young man leave before he coughed as he left. He grimaced as he knew it was getting worse, just like Toussaint. Hito said. Blood was in his hand where he just coughed. At least my family's disease won't affect you, Naruto-kun. With your Uzumaki DNA and the Kyuubi, there is no way it hasn't already been healed. I just hope I don't die too soon. The old man reached in his sleeve where a scroll with red tips and the Uzumaki spiral on it. I won't open it, Miko-chan, he whispered. I promised to only give it to our child on my deathbed, and Naruto is the only child I've ever had. Meanwhile, Naruto walked along a path inside the compound when he saw something ahead which made him sigh. the other genius of the clan, Neji. He saw the boy who was older than him by a year talking to a cowering Hinata. Now Naruto was not one to use cursed seals, but sometimes that boy made him want to use the caged bird seal on him. Neji was making some speech on fate and Hinata being weak or something. Naruto wasn't paying attention. If you heard it once, you've heard it 1,000 times. The two saw the blonde approaching and Neji scowled but bowed nonetheless. Good afternoon, Naruto-sama. Get out of here before I make up my mind whether I should fry your brain, stop your heart or turn your lungs to stone. Neji, the branch house member, left mumbling something about fate as Naruto looked at the brunette. Are you alright, Hinata-sama? He asked. Thank you, and Naruto KK-kun, she stuttered. Hinata-sama, you should control that stutter. Neji can only do that because you don't have much confidence in your abilities. I am sorry. Don't apologize to me, Naruto mumbled. Where were you going anyways, Hinata-sama? The lib library. I thought if I could find a way to get street stronger, maybe I could make 2 Sanpei proud. I was going anyways, why don't we go together? He asked, and the heiress nodded with a light blush. At one time she might have suffered a full-face blush of the brightest red, but she saw Naruto every day and talked him a few days a week. So the two made their way to the Hyuuga library. The Hyuuga are the downright largest clan in all of Konoha and one of the largest among all the nations. This is one reason that they hold one of the largest libraries of any clan to the Leaf, second only to the Uchiha. The building itself holds hundreds of thousands of scrolls created or collected over the long life of the clan since the first Hyuuga, Hyuuga Hirin, who was the only son of the Uchiha who was born with the Byakugan instead of the Sharingan. It is a total of 12 floors high and set up like a tower or spire made of pure chakra steel and covered in a multitude of seals from the only Hyuuga Fuinjutsu master, Hyuuga Hyjin. The library was a magnificent building. The pair walked inside and shelves of scrolls lined all the walls of the first floor, ladders set to reach the higher ones and a single spiral staircase in the center of the building to get to the higher floors. Each floor had to be as big as, if not larger than, the Chunin exams arena floor. Then they walked up the staircase and Naruto stopped on the 3rd floor. See you, Hinata-sama. Next time Neji bullies on you, just teach him who's boss, K. Because that's who you are. You're Hyuuga Hinata, next in line to being clan head. Hinata nodded. Alright, and Naruto-kun, she said before going up to the 7th floor. Naruto turned back to step onto the floor, seeing a plaque to his left, 3rd floor, famous shinobi, kunoichi, jutsu, summons, etc., biographies and explanations. He nodded to himself. This would be perfect to figure out the best contract to look for. He set out in search of exactly that. Time skip. 4 hours later. Konoha is bust, Naruto mumbled as he saw the stack of scrolls to his left which he had read. The village he lived in housed the snake, toad, slug, dog, ape, sun phoenix, kitsune, spider, mole, turtle, hawk, and formerly the raven contract. While some might have matched one aspect of his style, none would completely match up. He shook his head, grabbed the next scroll and opened it, eyes widening. The elemental dragons of the Uzumaki clan. The summoning contract for elemental dragons was one of the 7 clan contracts the Uzumaki were known to hold before their destruction in the Third Shinobi World War. This particular clan of summons holds powerful beings, dragons of both Western and Eastern descent. Not only that, but if the summoner uses a particular elemental nature while using the summoning jutsu, it will call on a dragon with that specific element. The last known holder of this contract was Uzumaki Miko, and she most often summoned an ice dragon named Shiva to battle. After that, the scroll pretty much explained many battles with the summons and named a few of the known dragons: Ifrit of fire, Ramu of lightning, Zeus of storms, Neptune of water, Bahamut of the golden flames, etc. Naruto's hands shook with excitement. This is it, he thought, an Uzumaki contract that is perfect for my style. I don't know how or when, but I will get this, especially since you were the last summoner, Ba-chan. Naruto then took the scrolls and put them back. That scroll had said the contract was thought lost, but if anyone knew where it was, it would be Hito. Time skip. Next day, Naruto made his way through the village until he found who he was searching for. He saw the purple-headed woman alone at training ground 14 practicing kenjutsu katas, and he slowed his pace as she gracefully glided around the training dummy, attacking it from all sides in quick succession. She used mostly slashes in her style with a lot of footwork to keep moving in a circle around her target. Naruto also noted with his violet Byakugan that her blade had a small mix of fire and wind chakra with about 4 times as much fire as wind coursing through it to enhance the O-katana. She stopped and sheathed her blade before turning to regard him. Her gaze was heavy. It was like she tripled the gravity around him just by making eye contact. She was that powerful. He walked until he was before her. "Can I help you, Hyuga-san?" she asked. "Are you Azuki Yugao?" he asked. He had to enter the void just to speak before this woman. "I am. Anbu Captain Azuki Yugao, Kenjutsu Grand Mistress, Hayate-sensei's girlfriend and the student of my Ka-san, Uzumaki Kushina." "That Azuki Yugao." Yugao's eyes widened. What? Sensei's son. You're but you have the Byakugan. My grandfather is Hyuga Hito and he had a daughter with Uzumaki Miko, Uzumaki Midas' twin sister. That daughter was later found by Uchiha Heimaru, Makoto's father, on a mission, and the 4-year-old was brought back to Konoha and taken in by the Senju clan. She went on to become an S-ranked kunoichi of this village and eventually marry my father and become pregnant by the very man you called Nisan. Yugao's eyes got still wider. "I believe you. You must be Naruto." "Hi. I am Hyuga Uzumaki Naruto. Besides the fact that you telling me this means why your sensei is in a heap of trouble for not telling me there was an Uzumaki on his team. How can I help you? Sensei was like a mother to me and if you're her son, I would love to help you however I can." Naruto nodded. "Can you teach me my mother's Kenjutsu style?" he asked. "My grandfather teaches me my Hyuga heritage every day, but besides a single scroll of Fuinjutsu I have nothing from the Uzumaki clan. My dream is to one day reform my mother's clan, but I can't if I don't have their styles mastered." Yugao smiled slightly. She knew what he meant. "Naruto, I will help you. I am also from a nearly dead clan. You know, the Azuki are a clan of swordmasters and swordmistresses, but after 3 wars my clan isn't very large with only 20 members. If we lost our swords, the Azuki would just be a family of ninja with nothing to bring us together. I am no master of Kushina Sensei's style though. That requires a swordsman with an affinity to both water and fire. I will teach you from the scrolls she left me though. Deal?" "Hi, Yugao Sensei. Meet me here every day. You're not on a mission at 3 and I'll teach you for 3 hours. Does that sound fair?" "Hi." Her eyes were very soft as she looked at him. "You look just like Nisan. You know, you talk like him too. Your dream and burden is that of Sensei. Though, she wanted her family together in one place after Nisan saved her from Kumo. Naruto hadn't known that." "Thanks, I guess," he said. Yugao smiled. "Well, start tomorrow, K." He nodded. "I'll be back tomorrow then," he said and turned to leave but felt a hand on his shoulder. "Can I tell my 2 friends? They weren't her students but they saw Kushina as a mother. All 3 of us were orphans and Sensei helped us get through it. Do you trust them?" Naruto asked. "With my life." "All right then." Yugao smiled. "Thank you. They'll be so happy to meet you. I'll see you tomorrow." The Uzumaki left. "See you tomorrow, Otudo." Of the 5 basic elemental natures, Earth is the most resilient and balanced. It is solid and hard to break through. That is why most Earth ninjutsu is defensive and support-based. These are the reasons creating the Iwaken, a style which mixed Juken's precision and Goken's brute force, seemed difficult. The most difficult move I adapted from either style though had to be Juken's rotation. It is the Hyuga's ultimate defense. As you know, to use it, one must spin while simultaneously releasing an amount of chakra from all of your tenketsu. The 8 trigrams divine rotating boulder requires the same but for all tenketsu to release earth-natured chakra instead. "Hi, Gigi," Naruto replied. Since he still had today and tomorrow off from training, Naruto wanted to begin training on the true ultimate defense of Hyuga which Hito had created. This is very difficult and if done improperly, your tenketsu will turn to stone as if we had a spar. The blonde flinched. He never enjoyed being beaten by a man who was nearly 60. That is why your training for this move will begin with performing a variant of the leaf exercise. You will take a leaf for every one of the major 64 tenketsu and use chakra to stick them to your body. The second step is that you must release the correct amount of earth-natured chakra from each one to turn all 64 leaves to stone at once. Only after you've achieved this will we begin the second step. "Hi Gigi, I will not fail," Naruto said, completely serious. He walked to one of the 4 trees in the training ground they owned, an oak, Before walking up it, after he had gathered 2 leaves he placed them on his palms. While a brash individual would try right off the bat to do all 64, Naruto was not brash. During his training for the regular rotation, he had found something out. If he started with 2 and doubled every time, then it was simple to do it right. Within seconds the leaves on his palms turned to stone until he stopped the flow of earth chakra, and once regular chakra was channeled, they reverted to normal. The next 2 would go on his stomach, then 4 to his elbows and knees, 8 to his back, 16 along his arms, and the last 32 would be on his legs. These 64 points were the major tenketsu, and 90% of all chakra traveled through these. Other minor tenketsu were not nearly so important to the chakra network, but they still had their uses. Regardless of how easy it would be compared to trying all at once, the method Naruto used still took nearly 3 hours. He waited to move to each new set until he could turn all leaves to stone at once and within 2 seconds, and he then waited until he could do all 64 within 1 second. Since the rotating boulder would be a counter, he needed to be able to do it quickly in the heat of battle. When he hopped from the tree, Hito was writing in a brown-tipped scroll before he looked up to see Naruto coming. "I take it you've done it then?" Naruto nodded. "Good, it is nearly noon though, and I have a council meeting in 15 minutes, so we'll begin step 2 tomorrow. You know these things always run for hours." "Sure thing, Gigi," Naruto said with a smile. "Your old bones better not turn to dust by then though," Hito smirked. "Just make sure you outlive this old man, my boy." Naruto left with a wave while Hito looked down at his scroll in sadness. Along the top were the words, "The last will and testament of Hyuuga Hito. It won't take much to outlive me, Naruto, just make sure you do," he whispered to himself. Meanwhile, Naruto made his way through the Hyuuga compound in hopes of finding something to do in Konoha when his Byakugan caught something coming towards him. Someone. "Good morning, Hanabi-sama," Naruto said with a bow of his head to the younger heiress. Hyuuga Hanabi had indeed stopped before him, accompanied by her elder sister. "Good morning to you as well, Hinata-sama." He was a little curious why the 2 princesses would need him, but he would do what he could to aid them. "Just who we needed," Hanabi said. "You're not busy, right, Naruto-ni-san?" Hanabi had taken to calling Naruto big brother since he helped her here and there with her Juken when she was still too young to learn. The girl was definitely talented if she could piece together the workings of the basics by watching with the Byakugan as 2 Hyuga sparred. "Not until 3 o'clock, Hanabi-sama. Is there something you needed?" Naruto-kun, would you mind very much if we asked why you to help us train a little?" The blonde smiled. "Of course, I cannot stay past 2:45 though. I haven't had lunch yet, so why don't I meet you at your training ground at 12:15? That's half an hour from now." "Thanks, Ni-san," Hanabi said, and the 2 princesses of his clan left. Naruto himself went out of the compound to find something to eat, maybe some dango today. Sweets and such snack shop. Naruto arrived to the best place in all of Konoha to find something tasty. The sweets and such snack shop was run by a 40-something-year-old woman named Kayoma Tasuki and her teenage son, Gojin. They were both nice enough folks and never turned a single customer away for any reason. Naruto had come here once a week for the last few years and had to say that they made some pretty good food. He had even gotten Hinata hooked on their cinnamon buns. If anyone ever thought she would never be anything but meat, they hadn't seen the Hyuuga heiress scarf down those sweets like they wouldn't exist the next second. The blonde took a seat at one of the booths and got a little relaxed. How could he not? The interior was a light blue and noise was very low. Only a few other people were in the building now. The smells of freshly baked sweets mixed together and traveled to the pale-eyed Uzumaki's sensitive nostrils, which only served to feed his slight hunger the chakra control exercise had caused. His seat was also very comfortable, being of a purple leather stuffed with cotton to make the back and seat much softer than regular wood. "Look who it is. Been a while since I seen you, Gaki." Naruto turned to see a woman who always brought a smile to his lips. "Thought you abandoned me to be with those arrogant bastards." Said woman slid into THR booth across from him. "My family is not all bad, Anko-ne," Naruto said. "Gigi is very nice. Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama are also humble enough." "Ah, they don't count. You corrupted the pure Hyuuga ways with them," Anko replied. "You don't even use the Juken, Otudo. Heck, you even know the basics of my hubby taijutsu." It was the truth. While out training one day, Naruto had encountered Anko as she attempted her favorite trick of throwing a kunai to barely slice someone's cheek. His violet Byakugan saw it coming and he slightly tilted his head to make her miss. Anko got kind of upset that someone ruined her fun and so she challenged him to a spar for being such a Hyuuga prick and ruining all my fun. At 10 he wasn't on her level, but since Anko hadn't gone all out from the beginning she nearly lost the fight. She was impressed with him and decided to help him out a little and taught him the basics of hubby style as well as one Kaden and Doden technique and even the striking shadow snakes. In that time, Naruto had grown to see the woman as an older sister and even swore to one day rid her of the curse mark on her neck. Glad to know that I am such a horrible Hyuuga. Ah, come on little Foxy-kun, you were corrupted by me first. Naruto smiled and shook his head. You're not that bad, Ne-chan, Naruto replied. You're probably saner than 80% of the village. Wow, this village must be more batshit insane than Orochi-tem then, Anko said and chewed on some dango as it arrived in 2 plates. The owners already knew that whenever Naruto and Anko sat together it was dango they wanted. Language, Ne-chan, Naruto said as he took a bite of his own, a food he was introduced to by Anko. While he didn't think it was the food of the gods, Naruto did like it more than most other foods. Anko flicked Naruto's Hitai-ite that hung around his neck. That thing signifies you're an adult, be mature enough to handle adult language, Foxy-kun. Yes, because I am the more immature of the two of us. Damn right you are Gaki, she said with a grin before taking another stick of dango to eat. Now, since I am on the up and know all kinds of people in all kinds of places, I heard you went on your first C rank. Tell me all about it, Otudo. Timeskip. 12:15, Hyuuga compound. At precisely the time he said, Naruto walked onto the field which belonged to the royal family of the Hyuuga A.K.A. Hiyashi and his daughters. It was a light green field of grass with a few training dummies and trees, a small pond on one side and a medium-sized section of the field set in a white ring meant for spars. He immediately saw the heiresses near the dummies. Both were going through basic katas for the Juken, but it was kind of obvious that the 10-year-old Hanabi was more skilled than her elder sister. Naruto was slightly curious of that until his violet Byakugan, which were always active inside the village, picked up on something. Hanabi's chakra system was a deep, chocolatey brown color while Hinata's was deep, ocean blue. Both girls had strong affinities, but while Hanabi's was earth, Hinata's was water. Strange. Neither had seemed to notice him yet, which gave him an Anko-ish idea. That woman really had corrupted him. Naruto pulled 4 kunai out and tossed them one to both sides of each girl and moved his hands holding the ninja wire attached to them in a certain pattern. One yelped while the other eeped and both were suddenly tied to a wooden post. The Hyuuga Uzumaki calmly walked forward. Lesson 1. Remain vigilant. The reason I was able to do that is because you did not pay attention to your surroundings. The sisters heard Naruto and turned their heads to look at him. This is something my Gigi taught me. This lesson is very important for all Hyuuga. Our eyes are useless if we don't use them. So, that's what you're teaching us? Hanabi asked. The smile he gave them was not something pleasant. It promised fun of the Mitarashi Anko variety. Naruto pulled out 2 kunai and severed the ninja wire with wind chakra blades. You could say that. The girls landed on their feet and looked around for Naruto but couldn't find him. They heard a dozen voices speak as one just then from every angle and saw multiple copies of him surrounding them. Sweden. Hidden mist jutsu. All of them exhaled a deep mist from their mouths that coated the training area. This is the signature jutsu of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Naruto said, though the sound echoed all over, making it impossible to discern his location. Hito Gigi learned it from an Uchiha when he was in Anbu and taught it to me. Since he can't make even 5 cubic feet of mist, the Byakugan can partially see through it, but since the mist is purely made of chakra, it distorts your vision. We can't use our eyes then, Hanabi complained. She heard a whizzing sound and barely rolled to dodge 3 kunai. It's time to show you just how much vigilance can save you. This exercise will teach you to use your regular vision and hearing so you can know just how big an advantage the Byakugan supplies. The objective is to take as little damage as you can before 245. If all my clones are dispelled, then the mission ends with you succeeding. If you can both stand by the time I must leave, the mission was successful. If not, mission failure. B. But how many C clones are there? 5 each of water, stone and wind. All of them are weaker than me with about 20% of my skill and strength, Hajime. Hinata and Hanabi had decided to stick together for this and stood back to back. Their eyes scanned and ears were sharp for anything that may come. Both had the Byakugan deactivated because the mist made everything blurry and fuzzy. Hinata had a kunai pulled out in each hand, held backhand just in case, and Hanabi was tense, ready to dodge, and had a single kunai in her right hand held the same way. The first wave began with shuriken from all around them. They heard it, and the heiresses rolled to the left, under a few of the star-like blades, and heard as they made a rather loud noise which echoed among the mist. Clang, clang, clang. The girls rose up just as one clone was in front of them and tried to juken them both in the chest. Out of instinct, Hinata threw her left shuriken and it pierced the clone's forehead, causing it to dissolve into water. Hinata smiled, gaining a little confidence at that. Perhaps she wasn't nearly so weak as everyone thought she was. Meanwhile, Hanabi had heard a shuriken whirling for her elder sister and decided to deflect it with her kunai, knocking it to the ground a few feet away. The girls were once more back to back and completely vigilant. They kept ears open and heard something that caused them to immediately separate and jump away from each other. Sukin, salty tears. Dozens of sharp blades of water hit where they just were, and another Naruto clone landed right there, only to dissolve into water as shuriken pierced him from both sides. Are you okay, Aimouto? Hinata asked. I should be asking you that, Nei-chan. Hanabi replied smugly, but her eyes widened as she saw a clone appear and kick Hinata in the back to send her forward. Just as Hanabi launched her kunai at it, the clone kicked the ground. Iwaken. Upheaval. A wall of earth rose up to protect him, and the younger heiress used a chakra-enhanced jump to land atop the wall before launching herself at him. She gave him a kick enhanced by chakra to the face, which caused him to dissolve into mud. She had made a simple mistake there in separating from Hinata, and now the 10-year-old found herself surrounded by 4 clones. Oops, she muttered. One launched a kick that she ducked under, but the second kicked her back while the third kicked her up. As she was in midair and in pain from the bruises she would get, she twisted and launched shuriken downward, making one disappear in blades of wind and another be gone in a puddle of water. She landed in a crouch and felt the throbbing in her stomach and back. She blocked out the pain and simply looked at the remaining pair as she pulled out 2 kunai. She was not prepared for the smoke bombs landing at her feet since she was so focused on them. They released a purple cloud and she immediately felt herself becoming exhausted. Sleeping gas was her last thought before falling into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Hinata was standing and locked in battle with 2 clones. She had dispatched a wind clone and 2 stone clones earlier, but then these tried to hit her with kunai that had a blade of wind 2 feet from the tip on them. Every time she blocked one with her kunai, the kunai were cut into. She jumped back from one slashing but felt her arm being cut. In the battle her arms sported a few cuts as well as her face had one on her cheek. Hinata rolled backwards to dodge another slash and was up in time to send a palm strike to his back and dispel the clone into a gust of wind. The other threw the kunai at her, but she ducked under it and threw her own kunai into his throat, making him become a gust as well. She smiled to herself until a clone appeared behind her and hit her in the neck with a chop that made her crumple into unconsciousness. By the time the heiresses woke up, they were both sitting up against a training post and the mist was gone. They saw Naruto sitting across from them and neither had any wounds or pain to speak of. What? Hanabi asked in confusion. Vigilance is not a lesson to be taught in a single day. Naruto spoke. It is something earned through many mistakes. Your first mistake was made today. While the mist was real, the clones were not. The entire thing was an elaborate genjutsu coupled with fuinjutsu. How? Hinata began. I began with those kunai I threw to trap you. They have mirror seals carved into them which made you think you saw and heard multiple copies of me use the hidden mist jutsu. That gave you the perception that I had clones out. While I am not the best with genjutsu, I can still use the false copy jutsu and the false perception jutsu. He saw their befuddled looks. Each of them are D-rank genjutsu Kumo-chan taught me. The false copy jutsu creates illusions of sight and sound, while the false perception changes your sense of time, location and feeling. You two never moved except the first roll away from those kunai I threw. Every clone was simply a strong genjutsu that you didn't dispel or see because you were tricked into turning your dojutsu off. Geez, Oni-san, you beat us so easily, Hanabi said. Just remain vigilant. The blonde looked up at the sun. It's nearly 3 though, so I have to go. Since tomorrow's Sunday and the academy and genin squads don't meet on Sundays, I'll meet you here at the same time if that's fine with you too. Hi. Sure Ni-san, Hanabi said. Good, then goodbye until then Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama. He bowed his head slightly for both before turning and leaving. He had an appointment with Hyuuga to keep. Naruto exited the Hyuuga compound after his training session with Hinata and Hanabi with his Violet Byakugan active and Shiva strapped to his right hip. He was ready to finally learn some things from his heritage, finally from his Uzumaki heritage. That is, sure, Fuinjutsu was great in a lot of ways, but he needed to learn the other half of Uzumaki-style fighting, swordplay, and Yugao could help him there since she was the foremost Kenjutsu expert in all of Konohagakure no Sato. Then there were these other two friends of hers. Who could they be? Well, Yugao had said neither was a student of his mother, which means that it wasn't Furia or Itachi. Although Itachi was a new canon anyways, he would just have to wait to find out. Naruto shook his head as he stepped onto the right training ground. He would find out soon, very soon. Because of his Violet Byakugan, Naruto didn't have to look around and simply walked forward until he could see a group of 3 Konoha kunoichi. One was Yugao, and the other he knew as Konoha's premier genjutsu mistress, Yuhi Kurenai. The last wasn't that Kiba's older sister. Inuzuka, Hana, that was her name. Right on time, Naruto, Yugao said with a small smile to the boy. Of course, I made sure to stop my training with Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama in time for your lessons, Yugao-sensei, Naruto said with a bow of his head. His eyes did catch Kurenai perking up at the mention of Hinata. You were training with my student? The red-eyed woman asked. Hi, Kurenai-san, Naruto admitted. We are cousins and both sisters requested I aid them in their ninja training, so I complied. They are the heiresses of my clan, after all. Oh, and what did you teach them? Hana asked, very curious what one genin could actually teach another. Probably nothing special. I used a genfuinjutsu of my own creation to trick them into thinking they were fighting a platoon of my elemental clones until they were beaten and then allowed them to awake before explaining how vigilance is far more important than any dojutsu. Wait, are you sure you're a genin? Hana asked. I have only passed my genin examination and have yet to be promoted again since my instatement in the ninja military 2 months ago, Hana-san, he answered formally. Anyways, Yugao said, why don't we make introductions and include our likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams? The 3 of us have agreed to act as your sensei since your mother did so much for us, Naruto, unless you have a problem with that. Naruto's eyebrows raised fractionally, but he was firmly within the void since the beginning. So not too much. Thank you, that is more than I could have hoped, Yugao-sensei, Hana-sensei, Kurenai-sensei. Well, I'll go first then. My name is Inuzuka Hana, Chunin of Konoha and heiress to the Inuzuka clan. But you already knew that, I guess. I like animals, healing and helping people. I don't really like that Uchiha brat who always acts spoiled or anyone who abuses animals. My hobbies are healing both people and animals, studying medical scrolls and training with my ninkin, the Heimaru triplets, who are in the forest somewhere right now. My dream is to become an even greater medic nin than Senju Tsunade. I am Yuhi Kurenai, Jonin of Konoha and sensei to Genin Squad 8. I like illusions and teaching. I dislike perverts, womanizers and arrogance. My hobbies are developing more genjutsu and helping my students be the best they can. My dream, I suppose it is to become the greatest genjutsu user in the whole elemental nations. And I am Azuki Yugao, Anbu captain of Konoha. I like swords, Hayate-kun and helping my village. I dislike those who think kunoichi are second-rate shinobi just because of our sex and anyone who discriminates against my friends. My hobbies include practicing kenjutsu, being with Hayate-kun and making the Anbu the best black ops force in the elemental nations. Above all, I dream to surpass Kushina-sensei in kenjutsu. Naruto listened to each of the 3 kunoichi intently, trying to discern a small amount of their personality from these tidbits of information. My name is Hyuuga Uzumaki Naruto, he stated. I like training and learning new things. I dislike fangirls, those who refuse to reach their full potential, and a certain group of people who wants to make people form loveless marriages just to make powerful children. My hobbies include learning the history and jutsu of my clans, developing my personal fighting style and training with my Jiji and with my team. My dream, well, I have a few goals, but my true dream is to meet any survivors of the Uzushio massacre and to reform the Uzumaki clan. The women looked at him approvingly. His personality was definitely a combination of his parents. That much was apparent just from his introduction. Well, since this is the first day, I think I speak for all of us when I say we would like to see how skilled you are in order to better assess what to teach you, Yugao said with a small smile. That seems a wise course of action, Naruto agreed. So, you wish me to spar one of you? He asked. Hi, Hyuga said and stepped forward. I am the most experienced in battle and the best to test your fighting skills, so I shall be your opponent. Is that all right with you? Naruto looked at the purple net before him and the void shook, an Anbu captain. That was a scary thought. Why did he feel so excited though? He nodded his head though and grabbed Shiva as well as the sheath it was in before he dropped them both to the ground. Just before they hit the grass, a sealing array appeared and swallowed the blade before disappearing. The three women looked at the boy in surprise. What was that? Hannah asked. That was a two-way space-time seal I have been working on for a long time. I simply used my chakra to create it momentarily so my katana could be safely stored elsewhere and not be in the way while we spar. Sensei. Hyuga nodded at the wisdom of that. With his experience, or lack thereof, in Kenjutsu the katana would merely be in the way probably. Alright, Nai-chan, if you would. Hyuga asked and the Genjutsu mistress nodded, standing between the two. All of the 5 shinobi arts are allowed in this spar and the winner will be decided when one is unable to battle or forfeits, or if I call the match, Kurenai stated with little emotion. Begin. She disappeared in a swirl of black sakura petals, signaling the start. As soon as Kurenai disappeared, Naruto shot forward at Hyuga. The purple-haired Kunoichi easily spun around him and smirked as he turned quickly on his heels, probably a skill gained from Kaiden training. He eyed her with his Byakugan and jumped back. You are much too fast for my Juken to be of use, sensei, he simply stated. Very smart, Hyuga said and placed her right hand on her katana's hilt lazily. Care to try again? Naruto looked at her and formed a fist, surprising the audience. Since when did a Hyuga use a fist in taijutsu? Iwaken. Grand divide. He shouted and punched into the ground, literally causing the ground to shake as a fissure formed. Traveling right at the sword mistress he was fighting, Sashi was forced to quickly use a replacement with a log to escape it. Naruto didn't have time to celebrate, however, and he kicked his foot up to block Hyuga's sudden jumping slash with a wall of stone. Iwaken. Upheaval. The purple-haired sword mistress didn't seem at all surprised, however, her blade was suddenly engulfed in flames and heated the rock, slashing through it as if it was butter. Seeing this example of ninkenjutsu, Naruto immediately grabbed 3 kunai from his pouch and threw them at once, landing all in the floor, less than 20 feet apart. These particular ones had special tags on them, ones he had been working on for a long time. Space-time sealing art. Two-way teleportation seals. Activate. Each of the tags glowed a bright white and the kunai disappeared, etching small seals into the ground where they had hit. Immediately, Naruto teleported to the closest one, about 40 feet from Hyuga. He quickly made a cross-hand seal, wind style, wind clone jutsu. 2 more copies of himself materialized and each one shot forward while he stayed back. The 2 clones immediately shot forward. One took out 2 kunai and channeled wind chakra into them until blades the size of ninjutsu materialized from the tip of the blades. The other performed 3 hand seals and held the last, a ram seal, as he spoke. Wind style. Airstream. The second clone exhaled a thin stream of highly pressurized air that Hyuga switched out with a log to avoid. The log had a hole created straight through the center of it all the way through. Meanwhile, the first clone threw the first kunai at Hyuga, but she intercepted it with her katana, coated in a combination of both fire and wind chakra to knock it aside. Quickly, he shot forward and attempted to lunge at the Anbu captain, but she simply sidestepped it and slashed through the clone's midsection with a fire-coated blade. The clone exploded in blades of air, catching the Anbu off guard and making slight cuts in her Anbu clothing. Well, best not to take those on at close range, Hyuga muttered. I've never seen those used before though. The remaining clone nodded, a Sunagaker technique that was tucked inside the Hyuga library, he stated while performing hand seals, just like this one, wind style, wind sword jutsu. And with that, a katana of pure wind formed in one hand and he dashed forward, slashing at Hyuga's chest. She easily parried it with her own wind-cloaked katana and quickly shoved a kunai into the clone's throat while simultaneously performing a body flicker of leaves. The original Naruto stood in the same place, having analyzed both clones' easy defeat. With that thought in mind, he used his violet Byakugan to see her appear 50 feet from him and gripped 6 kunai, 3 to each hand tightly and threw them all at a vital organ. Hyuuga easily deflected every single one with minimal effort and movement of her katana. The kunai landed on the floor uselessly and Naruto frowned. Not good, not good at all. He crouched down slightly before channeling chakra to his legs and dashing forward quickly. Hyuuga followed his movements and awaited his arrival. Naruto's right palm was coated in flames while the left sparked with electricity as he arrived at her location, and he thrust out his fiery hand, attempting to hit the kunoichi who simply danced around it. His other one moved faster due to lightning chakra and came closer, but still ultimately failed. Hyuuga took his imbalance and used it to make him pay, grabbing his right arm just below the shoulder blade and throwing him straight to the ground. Before he could even make a move to get up, a foot was planted squarely on his chest and a katana pointed at his throat. Hyuuga wins, Kurenai spoke up, though a clear amount of surprise had entered her voice even as both her and the Inuzuka heiress walked forward. Hyuuga smiled and sheathed her blade before offering her hand to Naruto, which he gladly accepted. Despite that fact, I am still impressed, Hyuuga stated. You are definitely far above Genin level. I'd say you could take on perhaps nearly every Chunin in this village and a few newly promoted Tokubetsu Jonin and win. You showed excellent wisdom in your moves, restraint from celebration and from making needless moves. Your Fuinjutsu was impressive, as is your Nintaijutsu. I saw none of your Genjutsu, but your Shuriken Jutsu looks advanced far above most Chunin. All in all, you can consider yourself at least mid-C rank to low B rank in skill right now, Kurenai stated. But we'll take you far above that, Naruto-kun, Hana continued. Between the three of us, we are the current best in the village in our art, Kenjutsu, Genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, while Kushina, Itachi and Tsunade-sama were indeed stronger in these aspects. None have been in the village for a very long time and only Tsunade-sama is likely to ever come back since one is deceased and the other is a Nukenin. Naruto bowed his head. Arigato, Hyuuga-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, Hana-sensei. The women smiled. For today, we are done, Hyuuga stated. Tomorrow at the same time one of us will be here to help you in our area of expertise, but we each must make schedules for now, you understand, right? Naruto nodded. Of course, I will see you at the appointed time, sensei, Hana smirked. And don't be so formal all the time, Naruto-kun, she said and ruffled his spiky hair good-naturedly. Though Naruto wished to protest, he did not. Instead, he allowed the void to drop. Right, of course, emotion finally re-entered his voice. The women smiled to him. Now, why don't you leave us to make our decisions for your training? Naruto nodded and turned to leave, making sure to pick up his 6 kunai on the way out. His personal tags were not something he wished other to get to just yet. It was one of his greatest advantages, after all. As he left, the 3 kunoichi looked at one another. So, who gets him tomorrow? Hana asked. The other 2 women shared a look. With the Hyuuga chakra control, he would benefit from either of us, Kurenai said. However, I will only be able to teach on weekends since I have my own students, and with tomorrow being Sunday and all, I won't have nearly enough time to make a lesson up. Then I think Hyuuga-chan should get him, Hana said. He wanted Kenjutsu training after all. Next weekend and the other after unless she's on a mission. Kurenai-chan can teach him. Hyuuga has him on weekdays and whenever one of you is on a mission he'll take over. Sound good? The Anbu and Jonin thought of it before nodding. Sounds good, they replied as one. This one looks like it should be simple enough. Hayate coughed out as he took a mission from the C rank board. That actually looks easy, Naruto said with surprise as his Byakugan allowed him to see what was written on it. The other 2 looked at him and Hayate shrugged, allowing him to explain. The mission objective is simply to deliver a package from one of the merchants here to the village leader of Kusagaker. It pays 2,800 ryo, so 700 for each of us. You're right, Yakumo muttered. It doesn't sound like any fighting will be involved. She paused in thought. It's only a C rank because it requires travel outside the village, isn't it? Hayate nodded once. That is true, that is one of the ways a mission goes from D rank to C rank. The other main reason a mission may be C rank is if bandit encounters are probable or if there is a chance that the team may encounter a ninja of mid-C rank or below in a battle. So, we've got an easy mission. Daihi asked. Hayate didn't nod or shake his head, rather, he looked at the mission's paper. Do not ever assume such a thing exists, he said. A mission's parameters are always subject to change. A mission is never over until we report to the Hokage its success. Otherwise the rank of a mission can always go up. The risk to our lives is very real even on such a easy mission as a simple courier one. Remember, never let your guard down and never underestimate the value of overpreparation. The Genin squad listened to Hayate's speech, ignoring the coughs as they had gotten used to them, and nodded. "Hi, Hayate-sensei," they answered. "All right, we will leave in 2 hours. Gather all the supplies necessary for this mission and meet at the East Gate." Hayate disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto, Daihi and Yakumo in the room. "I guess we'll see each other in 2 hours," Daihi said and was suddenly consumed in black fire. Before he disappeared in a swirling vortex of fire, Naruto and Yakumo looked at each other. "Does he seem a little off to you?" Naruto asked Yakumo, who thought a moment and shrugged. "He's probably just excited to leave the village again," the Kurama heir said, and Naruto thought about it. "You're probably right," he said as he saw Yakumo's yin chakra expand over her body and shadows envelop her body. "See you at the gate," she said as she disappeared into nothingness as shadows swallowed her form, and he nodded before focusing his chakra and reverse summoning himself to his room through a seal he kept there. His room wasn't packed with too much in the way of furniture. He had a simple bed with white sheets and blue covers, a single dresser, a closet and 2 shelves filled with scrolls he had either written himself, bought from a traveling merchant, been given or checked out from the Hyuuga library. The walls were a pale white that normal Hyuuga had for their Byakugan. The most unique factor of his room, though, were 3 things. The first was that seals were written on the floor, walls and ceiling of his room. The second was that items were littered over his room that could quickly be transported to his location through the 2-way space-time seals he had. The final was that on one wall was a desk covered in scrolls, paper tags, ink jars and brushes, his Fuinjutsu workshop. Glancing at the room, he tapped his chin. Well, what to do, what to do? He asked himself as he wanted to figure out how to best prepare for this mission. He heard a knock at the door then. "Come in, Gigi," he said, already knowing who it was. The old man came in, using a cane to walk. It was something he had taken to using 6 weeks ago and was the most obvious sign of his age. "You're back earlier than I thought. No D ranks today." Naruto shook his head. "Nope. Sensei is letting us take another C rank today. It's just a courier mission to Kusagakure no Sato and the threat of bandits or opposing ninja is pretty small." Hito nodded and took a step inside, glancing around the room. "I suppose you have some time to gather supplies?" Hito asked, and Naruto held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. Have a shadow clone pack your supplies. I have something I want you to see before you go." This piqued Naruto's curiosity and he nodded, forming a cross-like hand seal with the first 2 fingers of both hands, and 2 clones popped into existence who already knew what to do. Hito left and Naruto followed right behind him. Silence reigned in their house as the 2 walked up a set of stairs and traveled down the hallway of the 2nd floor until they came to a bookcase on the left side of the hall. Gigi?" Naruto asked. "Patience, my boy," Hito lightly scolded as he held up his left hand in a ram seal and it glowed a deep brown, signifying that he was molding earth chakra in a specific way. He pressed the tips of his 2 finger, still in the one-handed seal, against the top shelf and slid his hand down the bookcase. When he lifted his hand, Naruto was surprised by the result. The bookcase shimmered and then simply phased from existence. No, it disappeared into a storage seal. Naruto realized, in its place was a set of stone stairs leading downwards in a spiral formation. "What is this?" Naruto asked. "You'll see," Hito said and led the way down. Naruto noted that the walls were lined with illumination seals, a type of Fuinjutsu which lit up an area indefinitely by converting the chakra in an area into light energy, and used the light to follow the form of his grandfather. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, the Uzumaki whistled as he saw the size of the chamber. "Welcome, Naruto, to the ancient underground complex of the Uzumaki." "Is this, under Konoha?" Hito shook his head. "I have no idea where it is. All I know is that there is an entrance to it here through this house. I was given the instructions on how to create the entrance by Miko Koi. She gave me a sealing array which I placed in my branch's house which leads to this place. There are other entrances, but all of them are currently closed off and so I can't get to them from here." "Wow," Naruto breathed in surprise. "The arrays needed for that are rather impressive, and so is this," Naruto said as he looked around the newest scenery. "The complex. This room at least. was a large stone chamber lit by more illumination seals, and it looked to be some sort of training ground if the elemental absorption seals on the walls and the various wooden targets and dummies set up. Not to mention the wide arsenal of weaponry that was hanging on one of the walls and an entire library's worth of scrolls that were set up on two of the walls and looked to be protected by a multi-layered barrier. If his Byakugan was seeing clearly, the final wall had a single, large door which led to a hallway holding multiple doors. The entire complex is large system which I haven't even fully explored. I also know where a few of the other exits are, but they are locked from the other side and I just don't have any time to go looking for them around the elemental nations. That's not something a ninja can do, he said sadly, but I have had a chance to figure out the rough locations of a few of the entrances based on how space-time is distorted down here, and the history of the Uzumaki clan is written in some of the scrolls here. Naruto's eyes widened. There are scrolls here about the Uzumaki's history. Hito nodded once. There are, my boy. For decades I have kept this place a secret to everyone of Konohagakure. I can't do that much longer though, so I need to let you finally have it. I have acted as guardian for far too long, but you are now old enough to bear this burden. I showed you this place now because I may not be here when you return. Naruto's eyes widened. No. Don't say that, Gigi. Naruto exclaimed, his voice echoing in the open area. He saw the old man smile sadly. It is true, my boy, I have only a short time. I've done my best to try and hide it. But I am sick, Naruto. I am slowly dying from a disease that has plagued my branch for generations. I believe Tsunade was the one who named our problem, neurofibrosis. She explained it as tumors filling our central nervous system, slowly killing us painfully. Mine has already spread through parts of my legs and lungs, and my only saving grace is that it somehow has left my chakra untainted. It is only a matter of time before suddenly Hito fell into a raspy, coughing fit, and when he removed his hand from his mouth, blood coated his palm. Gigi, why didn't you tell me before? Naruto asked quietly. Maybe I could've studied medical seals more and neglected the rest of your training. Hito asked with a smile. I don't think so. How could I be responsible for you doing something like that? What? Hito paused momentarily and winced in pain. What sort of grandfather would I be then? Gigi. Hito smiled and reached into his robe, handing Naruto a scroll. There is one last thing. This scroll here was a gift from your Ba-chan. I was to give it to you on my deathbed, but I don't know if you'll be here when that happens. So, the only thing I have to say is, I love you, Naruto, my boy. Once I am gone, this branch will be under your control, and I know you'll make me proud. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears, turning completely crimson, not pale crimson as usual, but a bright, bright red which shone in the pale light of the complex. He saw into Hito's body, saw the very life force of the man weak, and he knew in his heart's heart that there wasn't anything he could do, except one thing. I will make you proud, Gigi, Naruto said and hugged the man, trying his best not to hurt the one person who had been there for him all the time. There is also something I must tell you, Naruto, Hito whispered to the boy, something regarding Konoha and the Uzumaki clan which I have come to find out. As I have little time left, I feel you should know this. Know what? Naruto asked, looking at Hito intently. The truth behind the Uzumaki clan's massacre. Away from his house in the compound, Naruto calmly walked. Outwardly he seemed to show no changes, though his crimson dujutsu was glowing. It was so bright instead of the dull red it generally was. He firmly had placed himself inside the void, all emotion gone from him and placed outside of himself. Outwardly he was fine. As he walked at that sedate pace through the compound though, inside he was absolute chaos. His heart was beating quick, his mind was in overdrive. Under the cold demeanor, his blood ran boiling hot. The truth of the Uzushiogakure massacre is a secret guarded by the highest powers here in Konoha. Hito's voice still rang in his ears, echoing in his head. To learn the truth, you have to know the cover-up first. Uzushio was feared among the 5 great villages because of their immense power rivaling the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuuga and Kagaya clans. They only consisted of a single clan, but that clan had multiple branches that may as well have been clans themselves since each branch had their own unique bloodlines. The common traits among them were enough to bring the Uzumaki under the Whirlpool banner, though. His family had believed blood holds more loyalty than any village, that your clan should triumph the decisions of any cage. The branches helped one another without expectations of being repaid. The village's strength was that each person would gladly give their life for the next person to survive. Such a philosophy, protecting those precious to them, it gave them strength. There was no true uzukage. Each of the branches had a representative which made up the Whirlpool Council and convened to come to decisions that affected the village as a whole. Each branch itself also had their own council to decide affairs within them. This method of governing meant that Uzushio, unlike other villages, had no head. If one of the branch heads died, an heir would take their place, nurtured by the rest of the village. Not only that, but since family was so important, they would be likely to hold a vendetta against the culprit responsible for their fathers, their mothers, their siblings, their cousins, their aunt or uncle or son or daughter's death. One death could very well bring down an entire whirlpool of bloody fury upon the assassin should their identity become known to any Uzumaki. They were also strong enough to back up such a way of living. Different branches of the Uzumaki held different strengths. The true Uzumaki, the branch which all others split from. Your branch, I might add, was extremely powerful. They were known for many abilities including Fuinjutsu, Kenjutsu and chakra reserves so high they could fight for days without tiring. Many branches held different sub-elemental natures as well, most of which involved water, though there are records of some holding Kekkei Genkei such as the Shikuden, Bakuden and Jiten. That was mostly due to having a parent bearing a Kekkei Tuta and simply not gaining all three elements, only two. The records in this complex reveal the reason being that the matriarch of the clan, Otsutsuki Benihime, had access to all 7 elemental natures and all sub-elemental natures, and her descendants are gifted with the ability to meld their elements easier than others. Naruto sighed and reached the gate of the Hyuuga compound, exiting without resistance and entering Konoha. His eyes saw every movement, every person, and he ignored them while easily gliding through crowds of civilians and shinobi alike. They were a formidable force to be reckoned with, graceful, intelligent, intimidating. One wrong move and you would be swept up in a bloody current. 3 villages found that out the hard way. He saw them, in the shadows, those Anbu watching over the populace, their masks hiding identities of those he might recognize, masks useless against him as his eyes saw through even them. A new light was shed on his eyes today and he saw them differently now. Kurigakure, Kumogakure and Iwagakure launched a deadly strike on the island. The Mist's navy carried platoons of ninja from all 3 villages. Whirlpools created by seals were useless against tens of thousands of ninja using Sweden at once to alter their currents just enough for the warships to land on the coasts. Hito's revelation placed his views in the correct direction and his Byakugan were seeing clearly for once. Disruptions in those seals gave the ninja ample warning though. As the warships neared, Leviathans rose from the seas and took down 2 ships before being dispelled. The soldiers sent were no Chunin. These were deadly Anbu and elite Junin trained to kill. Other summons were sent after the ships. Phoenix, Yuki Onna, Raiju, perhaps had Miko and her elemental dragons been there the tides may have shifted more to their favor. He saw the looks everyone gave another, those distrustful glances that patrons and shopkeepers gave one another. Paranoid looks passerby sent another as if afraid the next one would mug them. Leers perverted men sent to even mildly attractive women and the fear their eyes held of a group of thugs taking advantage of them. Over all the almost crimes and near sins, the Anbu stood watch, guarding the village's safety, prolonging the existence of these people. They weren't living. This was not life, not this unease. They existed, hoping to go another moment without darkness permeating their false light. As they landed, they died even then, against even less than a fraction of Uzumaki compared to their large battalion of both clan and clanless ninja from 3 of the great villages. They still dropped like flies. Over generations, the Uzumaki had built a style utilizing their tremendous teamwork which covered each branch's weakness with the strength of another branch. Seals kept barriers up to protect the village until even they succumbed to barraging of A and S rank ninjutsu. While the Uzumaki had quality ninja, probably the best in the nations, the Iwakumo Kiri alliance had numbers. Even the enduring Uzumaki clan succumbed to exhaustion. He reached a point where the crowds were so packed, it would require time to get through. Instead of waiting against currents of those dark beings who simply existed, Naruto mimicked the guardians of darkness, those Anbu, and took to the rooftops in order to travel at an easier pace. Even from his heightened vantage, he still was unable to lose sight of those ever-present feelings underneath the eyes of all his eyes saw. Death took the force of your brethren one by one. With each soul the Shinigami stole. the opposing force gained an advantage. Less Uzumaki meant the balance of power shifted ever in the favor of the other three villages. The price was drastic though. Thousands of ninja lost for a single Uzumaki to discontinue breathing. There were less than 1,000 of your clansmen fighting the front lines, and the three villages' forces paid a heavy toll to take them down. Naruto stopped as his eyes caught something strange. He focused and his eyes turned milky white, allowing him greater range in order to see what he had glimpsed more carefully. It was a light among the darkness. He spied Daihi and Yakumo together, laughing. Their eyes had that darkness, but they also had light. There were others too with that light, he knew. Hito-Jiji had it, Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama, Anko-sensei, Yugo-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, Hana-sensei, Hayate-sensei, there were lights among the darkness. They had no knowledge that while those less than 1,000 noble shinobi and kunoichi fought, others were evacuated out of the village. Children and those not able to fight at the level needed for warfare were safely led and escaped. They scattered over the nations, others more powerful did as well. Those out on missions, but I have no knowledge on anything regarding them. Your family is out there though, Naruto-kun. These lights he had found in his dark world, he only hoped he could somehow keep them from being snuffed out. But the truth of the invasion now, I have no love for what I must impart upon you right now. Most of the defenses keeping Konohagakure no Sato safe are run by Uzumaki clan seals and those Senju Hashirama. Our Shodaime Hokage trusted his wife's clan, others did not. When he died and his brother took the hat and robe, he began a few underhanded plans. Nadaime Hokage Senju Tobarama was quite pragmatic. You see, I speak from experience under his command. After decades of careful prying and snooping, calling in favors and fishing out facts from rumors, the truth became known to me. He feared that one day the two villages might not be so close and wished to get rid of a threat before it became too much to handle. The other three villages were only too happy to agree, for a price of course. He slowed his breathing and calmed himself. It was all he could do right now. That knowledge drove him to the edge just thinking about it. How could anyone stay calm when that veil was lifted from their eyes? All I can say is, do what you feel is best, Naruto-kun. I don't know what path you will go down once I am gone, but I know that you'll do the best to follow your dreams and achieve your goals. I'll be proud of you no matter what. Now, go and leave this old man to his thoughts. I only want one thing from you. Promise that you'll find your clan and keep them together, for me and for your Ba-chan. I promise, Naruto whispered to himself and saw the gate down below. With a single chakra-enhanced leap, he landed there, the last of his team to arrive, escaping the void. Naruto gave his squad a fake smile. Sorry I am late, Hito-Jiji had something to give me and held me up a little bit. Hayate waved it off. Just don't make it a habit, Naruto, you're ready now. He nodded and pale white eyes became violet, allowing him full range vision for 150 meters in all directions. That extra bit had come with training and was well worth the hours of focus. You have the package, sensei. Yakumo asked and he held up a scroll in one hand with a nod before tucking it in his vest. The trip should be no more than 3 days there and 3 days back, 2 days in the village itself. On the off chance we are actually attacked, stay together and have each other's back. Alone we are strong, together we are more so. Nodding their understanding, the trio followed as Hayate sped off and took to the treetops, leaping from branch to branch masterfully. Hayate had point. Naruto watching their rear with Yakumo on the left covering them in a genjutsu and Hayate on the right, ready to release an enten ninjutsu at a moment's notice. Silence reigned over the group and Naruto took the opportunity to begin molding his chakra within himself, channeling it to his ears as Hana-sensei had showed him. It was a technique created by Orochimaru, but vastly useful as anyone could utilize it to increase their hearing by exponential levels, similar to the Inuzuka's ability to mimic a dog's level of smell by channeling chakra to their nose thanks to their physical bloodline. By enhancing his ears, he heard the fluttering of insects nearby, the breeze ruffling over fallen autumn leaves despite it being still 2 weeks to October. Konoha's summer seemed to end earlier this year than before. He couldn't help but feel it was a sign of some sort. Shaking those stray thoughts away, he refocused and kept his sight and hearing alert. Trying to locate any threats to his squad, that was his main priority and main role. Hayate took point to ensure he could lead them at a high enough pace and also to make certain any enemies before them could be dealt with quickly as possible. Yakumo kept them shrouded in illusions to keep any possible enemies from locating them. Daihi was responsible for long-range support, to take out any enemies before they got too close. He was on watch to warn the others if anyone approached. Using these roles, the squad had come to successfully complete already 2 courier missions and 1 escort missions. This would make their 5th C rank. Because of the success rate they had, the 3 genin hadn't been on any D ranks for weeks, a fact they were glad for. It gave more time for their training, both under Hayate and under other sensei. The squad continued for a few hours before Hayate motioned for them to take a break, and they landed in a clearing below, nearly instantly upon their feet hitting ground. The 3 genin already tossed kunai to form a triangle around them, and Naruto had set up a sound barrier. We're about a kilometer from the first village we'll be sleeping in on our trip. Giha no Sato. I know an innkeeper there who owes me a favor, so beds and meals will be free. When we get there, I expect you to lose your Hitai and act like civilians. Seal your weapons, and Naruto, keep your violet eyes up the whole time. Why all the precautions, sensei? Daihi asked. We are shinobi. Daihi, our greatest tools are surprise and deception. If someone looking for Konoha shinobi is expecting to see the leaf headbands and looking only for those, they may just ignore us. The 3 of you are skilled enough in skills other than Bukijutsu that I am confident you can easily take on many low-leveled shinobi without them. You are already easily Chunin level by this point, and no non-shinobi could beat you. Working together, you are easily capable of taking on even B and maybe A rank nin, of this I am certain. Arigato, sensei. The trio spoke as one. Yakumo then tilted her head and asked Hayate something that made him grin. If we're at such a level, does that mean you nominated you 3 for the exams? Hayate asked. I was going to wait for the mission to be finished and us to be back in Konoha, but yes, I have. The Hokage was rather surprised, as was I, upon learning that, well, that all the rookie squads are participating. As such, this is the last mission we will be taking before the exams. The rest of the time will be used for training and preparation for said exams. Hayate-sensei. He looked at Naruto. Will the other squads be doing the same? The sword-wielding Junin pondered this a moment before nodding. Wouldn't it be in everyone's best interest then to have the squads perform training sessions with one another? Surely helping another train couldn't hurt. Hayate coughed and sighed. I agree with your philosophy, but not all do. I am not against such a plan, but we are getting off track. Go ahead and seal your weapons and headbands. Then we'll make our way to Giha no Sato at a civilian pace. Anyone who sees us will assume we are just a family traveling. And if there happens to be a censor type in this hypothetical group hunting us? Daihi asked. Yakumo hit him atop his head. That's what the chakra suppression exercises we've been practicing are for, she scolded. That's easy for you to say, Yakumo, the Fenikusu argued. You and Ruto have perfect chakra control, but what about me? The smirk Naruto held told Daihi the answer was unpleasant. A bit of Jukin could make up for your lack in training. He pointed out while his palm glowed visibly with chakra, a light blue that made Daihi swallow. He looked to his sensei who coughed into his fist. You should have trained harder, was his reply, all the answer Naruto needed before grinning. Kusagaku no Sato, 3 days later. I never knew how much I could miss this, Daihi said, referring to his Hitai once more around his forehead and the sword once more strapped to his back. The trio had spent the last 3 days traveling treetops and the ground, alternating when they neared the 2 villages they slept in, Shindo, a small town on the edge of Hai no Kuni, and Hanamai, one of the larger cities in Kusa no Kuni. They had just crossed the gate, Hayate warning them they were representatives of Konohagakure while they were here in an allied village. Enjoy it while it lasts, Daihi, Naruto said. You know how paranoid sensei is, he'll probably make us do the same thing on the way back. Yeah, sensei, what was the point of that? Yakumo asked. Hayate pondered his answer a moment before speaking. Training, he said. There are times when you must use your mind instead of your body. Some missions require a strong shinobi to barrel through enemies. Others require the squad to be able to use stealth, psychology and misdirection in order to put a kunai into a target's back. Remember that a sharp mind always beats a strong fist. The genin quietly thought about that as they walked. Why don't you 3 explore a little? I can deliver this package to the client. We can meet back at the hotel we'll be staying at. It's called the Hiding Snake. Sure, sensei. I bet there's somewhere good to eat here. Come on Yakumo, Ruto, Daihi said. The blonde smiled to him. I'll catch up. I need to get some more fuinjutsu supplies and some other stuff while we're here. The two minor clansmen looked at the Hyuuga. I can easily find you here, I swear. Okay. Naruto-kun, Yakumo said, meet us at the hotel then. He smiled to them and disappeared in a shunshin of 5 elements while the other two sighed and walked off together. He's been acting strange these last few days. I noticed, Yakumo. Daihi sighed. We can't push him though. When he's ready he'll tell us. Though, it does trouble me he attempted to fool us with that fake smile and mask. The brunette held her arms and sighed. I hate seeing him like this. The worst part is, he's not even suffering in his skills. He's just as top-notch as always. He just locks his emotions away when he needs to and puts up fake ones when he wants to fool us. Daihi couldn't help but to chuckle. I guess Hayate-sensei didn't even need to teach Naruto this lesson on deception. If we hadn't known him for years, I am sure he would have had us fooled too. He stopped, causing Yakumo to stop as well. How about here? She looked at where he was gesturing and saw it was a simple establishment, no fancy ornamentation, and called Ryujin's. Looking in the windows showed patrons sitting in diner-style tables with bench-like seats on both sides of them. The food seemed to he akin to the Akamichi's barbecue-style cooking but had differences as well. Are you sure? She asked. Yeah, can't hurt to try it, right? He pointed out. She shrugged and the two walked in, taking a table across from one another. Taking the menus on the table in hand, the words on it seemed strange to them. As a waitress approached and saw their looks, she smiled. Hello and welcome to Ryujin's. My name is Hanako and I'll be your server. Hanako-san, what sort of food is this? Yakumo asked and the brunette waitress smiled at her, showing white teeth. Her hands were holding a pen and pad in front of her body, dressed in a pink dress fitted to show curves and ending at her knees. Well, my two-chan, Ryujin, spent some time in the western lands. This is a specialty of their continent involving both grills and a type of cooking called deep frying. The food is quite delicious, but I must warn you that eating too much is a bit tough to work off to keep your figure for your boyfriend. She whispered the last to Yakumo, grinning and glancing from her to Daihi as the brunette blushed. Are you okay, Yakumo? Daihi asked her while Hanako giggled. Grass Tower, village leader's office. Welcome to my village, Hayate-san. The village leader spoke with a calm tone. She was a dark-skinned woman with multiple braids of snow-white hair despite the fact she looked no older than her late 20s, possibly early 30s. She wore a green Junin uniform with a matching flak jacket, a fedora seemingly made out of grass weaved together in her kusa hite around her neck, the cloth a forest green. The honor is mine, Hanabira-san, Hayate replied with a bow of his head. I have the package you ordered from Konohagakure sealed in this scroll. He revealed said item after removing it from his own flak jacket. He handed it to her, and she spoke as she opened it. I hope your trip went well, Hayate-san. She asked. There were no complications, Hayate replied as she unsealed the parcel within. In a cloud of smoke, it revealed itself to be a sword, a katana that Hayate saw was very finely made. Yes, this is perfect. She will be ecstatic, Hanabira mumbled. Hayate did not make any comment. He was all business with clients, and if they chose to impart information to him, so be it. Hayate-san, my sources tell me one of your students is an Uzumaki. The man immediately tensed, looking at the white-haired woman. Hi, he said, knowing there were Anbu in the room. He was incapable of doing anything, and this woman, while no cage, still was powerful if she was the village leader. I also have some members of that particular clan in my village, one woman and her daughters as well as her adopted son. Though he is not of the clan, they make up my finest genin squad in the whole village. I don't have many ninja to begin with, but they are a rookie squad that makes some shunin have to work hard to keep up. This sword is a gift to the eldest from me in exchange for training my little sister, Ryazetsu, in the art of kenjutsu. Hayate studied the woman carefully. What purpose does telling me this do? Purpose. Do not be so cynical as to believe I am telling you in order to manipulate events in my favor. I am simply pointing out a fact. Maybe the Hokage would like to hear of this, or maybe I am trusting you not to let any prying ears in Konoha know of this. Maybe it is simply conversation. Perhaps this doesn't matter and we are simply at a deadlock because neither can outmaneuver the other in this game of words. This woman confused Hayate greatly, but he schooled his features so he could give off the impression of boredom. If the last is the case, might I go then? Hanabira smiled sweetly, innocently. Why, of course, I am not holding you hostage. I hope you find your hotel comfortable. and I wish your team luck in the upcoming exams. My Genin squad will be there as well, Hayate-kun. Somehow, the honorific gave Hayate a chill as he left, and he wasted no time in using a Konoha Shunshin to leave the tower. He needed to find his team, and fast. Kusagaku, Ninja Shop. Naruto entered the shop, hoping to find sealing supplies at this one. The last 3 had been cleaned out apparently. He was alone in the shop and smirked when he saw a shelf of ink and scrolls, completely stocked. He headed to the front counter where an elderly brown-haired and brown-eyed man stood, reading a book, though not the orange one Kurenai-sensei hated with a passion. "Excuse me, sir." He looked up. "Konoha. Don't get customers from your village often, my boy." He stood straight. "How can I help you?" "I was looking to purchase some sealing supplies, just enough until I get back to my village." The man nodded but sighed. "I am afraid I am the bearer of bad news today, son. That there along the wall is reserved for one of the clans here in Kusagaku. I am sure the other shops will tell you the same, maybe if you convince them to sell you some, but besides that you'll get none." He sighed. Dealing with a clan, that was not something he had planned, nor wanted, to do here while in a foreign village and country. If they were like the Hyuuga, then it would be impossible to get anything and he might walk out promising his firstborn in the process. Just as he went to talk, the door opened and a bell rung in the store. He turned, though it was unnecessary, and saw a girl his age walk in. She was a redhead with the brightest hair he'd ever seen, red eyes that shone bright as his crimson Byakugan had taken to doing recently, with slim spectacles over them, and wore a purple button-up coat that flared outwards at the bottom to show her short shorts of the same color. Her skin was a tan matching his own, and she wore a sultry smirk on her face as her eyes met his. "Ah, Karen, here to pick up your mother's order." "Oh, sure Hyjin, I can wait until you finish up with this one though." She walked forward, her eyes scanning Naruto's body. Hyjin chuckled. "Well, then you're up anyways." He was looking to buy some sealing supplies, but your mother seems to have cleaned all the shops out again. Karen, as she had been called, kept her eyes on the blonde and smiled. "I don't know, maybe a deal can be made," she whispered into his ear, making the boy shiver. Recovering, Naruto smiled back. "I would greatly appreciate it, Karen-san." "I am." He was about to say Hyuuga but stopped himself for some reason. "Uzumaki Naruto, at your service." Immediately, the kunoichi widened her eyes and the shopkeep glanced between them. She looked him up and down once more and her smirk fell back in place. "Give him half of them, Hyjin, free of charge." "Nani?" Naruto was confused. "All you have to do is prove it. Prove you're an Uzumaki and I'll give them to you." Naruto looked between the two and thought a moment to come up with a way to do as she said. "The only way I know how would be my seals, but only another Uzumaki would be able to decode them enough to acknowledge I am who I say," he said. Karen tapped her chin with a slim finger and delicate index finger. "I've got a better idea. Stop suppressing your chakra so I can feel it," she said. "No Uzumaki would have so little chakra, not even a clanless genin would. Don't suppress it even a little so I can feel it exactly, every detail." "You're a censor?" Naruto inquired. "The best in Kusagaku. Now do it." Naruto nodded and breathed deeply before releasing the pressure his chakra had on itself in order to keep it as bound and small as possible. Immediately, Karen's eyes widened. Amazing. Even more than Okawa-sama or Oni-san. But, can he be an Uzumaki? He has sun gold hair. I mean those crimson orbs are an Uzumaki trait I suppose. Then his chakra, his affinities, remarkable. Okawa-sama will want to know this, but I can't introduce him to her just yet, it might mess with her plans. "You are an Uzumaki, Naruto-kun," Karen said finally. "How long are you here in Kusa?" "Tomorrow," he said and tilted his head. "Why did you care if I was though?" Karen simply smiled mysteriously. "Oh, I don't think I should tell you, not yet. Are you a genin?" He nodded, though confused why she asked. "In 6 weeks I'll be in your village and I'll tell you then." She sensuously placed a hand on his cheek and slowly caressed it. "Look for me, okay Naruto-kun." The blonde blushed heavily and could only nod as she turned to leave, swaying her hips just so. "I'll be waiting, Naru-kun. Don't disappoint me. I think you'll like the reward if you show up." As she was about to leave, she looked at Hirin. "Give him all of them, my present to you. See you in 6 weeks at the exams." Hirin waved his hand in front of Naruto's dazed form, getting no reaction. He chuckled to himself. That Karen. Still, he began sealing the supplies for the blonde and frowned. To think that two Uzumaki would be in his shop at once by accident and not know each other. Perhaps the gods had plans for those two. In his experience, coincidences didn't exist. Keep an eye on Naruto. Hito is the only family he had, and with his death, I pray the Kyuubi doesn't take advantage of it. Do you understand, Neko? Hi, Hokage-sama. And watch him, Hyuga had been doing. The purple net couldn't help but grasp her katana as she did so. It wasn't for any danger to herself or her charge, but to comfort herself. She needed to make sure it was still there, and stroking the hilt helped her calm down. It wasn't anger that messed with her nerves, it was watching her student of a few months in his training ground, his personal training ground in the Hyuuga compound. With Hito gone, he was the final member of his branch of the main house, placing him as head of said branch. For the last several hours the blonde Hyuga had been training in a way she never saw him do. It was the type of high-level training many shinobi did after losing someone extremely important to them. It was either that, drink, or lose yourself in grief. Sword flashing through the air, the Uzumaki created several icicles that sped forward and killed another clone, but there were plenty more in its place. This protection mission had shed light on Yugo's understanding of just how powerful her student was. Alone, he was mid-Chunin level, maybe high. Add in his ability to create literally an army or two of both shadow and elemental clones thanks to his Uzumaki reserves and his Hyuuga control, and that level vastly increased. That very ability was what Naruto was using to train his kenjutsu. In the absence of his sensei in the art of the sword, he was using a massive cage bunshin to train on multiple levels. On the first, he was simply training his ability to use Shiva against many opponents at once. A second purpose was utilizing the fact that shadow clones relay information to the creator upon dispelling, allowing him to see his openings in both his doppelgangers and himself. Yet another aspect was having his shadow clones utilize the fighting style he was forming for himself between Fuinjutsu and the Tenshiken, thereby training in those at the same time. On top of everything, he was simply relieving stress and grieving in his own way. Yugo admitted that the entire method was quite ingenious, though only he would be able to use it. Maybe another Uzumaki or Jinchuriki as well. It did give her a few ideas on altering her own training regimen for the better though. Shaking her head to clear such stray thoughts, Yugo looked at her student once more. She bore witness as he spun rapidly to block multiple projectiles thrown his way using the Iwaken's divine rotating boulder, a defense trumping even the Juken's Kaden. To her surprise, suddenly the boulder became spiked and they shot outward, dispelling dozens of clones simultaneously. That was new. Perhaps he had achieved a variation on the defensive maneuver by looking in Hito's scrolls. For another hour, Yugo watched the fight rage on, Naruto taking quite a beating by his own hands but also taking out each and every one of his clones in the process. Training into exhaustion was not an uncommon method of training. It served two main purposes. It allowed one to gain the maximum amount of training time, and it also increased one's chakra reserves once they recovered. Yugo fondly remembered Kushina doing such a thing to her, Furia and Itachi to make them better faster. It was a bit of a feud between her and Minato. In all honesty, they wanted to see whose students could be better. She always thought. Then again, Minato's only remaining student by the time Kushina got her team had been Kakashi, so maybe it was simply that she wanted them to have as much skill as possible to survive. Well, with all three becoming Anbu captains before their 15th birthday, Kushina did a wonderful job. It was just unfortunate that Itachi-kun had gone Nukenin on them. More thoughts Yugo had to shake away to focus. She disappeared in a swirl of leaves down to Naruto's unconscious form and checked his vitals. He was stable, just overly exhausted, as she thought. Picking him up, the Anbu captain carried him to the house belonging to him and brought him to his room. Placing him on the bed, she looked around though she had been here before. The room was covered in designs and notes all over the walls, stacks of pages all over his desk. In only 2 days the room went from organized to this. Crossing her arms, Yugo frowned. She didn't know what he was obsessing over right now, but she hoped he accomplished it. Placing her hand on the hilt of her katana, Yugo disappeared into the shadows as only Anbu can. Hokage office. Hiruzen sighed to himself and took a puff of his pipe as he looked at a certain sheet of paperwork on his desk. It was official upon Hito's passing. Naruto was a named council member of the Hyuuga clan. The main house had only 5 in addition to the clan head. That way, should the clan head and all heirs die, there were 5 possible candidates for the position. The problem was that with the position, he became the head of household within a clan. Sensei, there has to be some way around the law, Jiraiya asked and looked pleadingly at the old man. Though he had not been in Naruto's life, he still had a certain responsibility to the kid. There is none, Hiruzen stated. I will make the announcement following the Chunin exams. Jiraiya, I will need to give him some training in between now and then. Unfortunately, I have my doubts on whether he will sign your contract. He has his sights dead set on another one. A legendary contract, in fact. This is despite the fact he has 2 others in his possession. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow. 2 contracts unsigned. Hito's mole contract and the wild cat contract he obtained on his first C-rank mission. I've no doubt they will become clan contracts for him. But he only wants 1 summons. The elemental dragon contract of Uzumaki Miko is his desire and nothing will sway him. Not even his teacher's offers have had any effect. Jiraiya whistled lowly. That's a mighty will. I can teach him some other things though. Sensei, doesn't he have the rest of the time off for training as ordered by Gekko Hayate? Hiruzen nodded. Then he'll use that time. Not all of it. You want, the Sandaime stated. He is also learning skills from Anbu Captain Azuki Yugo, Junin Yuhi Kurenai, Tokubetsu Junin Mitarashi Anko and Chunin Inazuka Hana. He doesn't want it to become specialized and so he's been taking lessons to broaden his range. According to Yugo, he is extremely strong for a rookie genin. I have no doubt he will make Chunin in the upcoming exams. Hi, Sensei, when can I speak with him? Jiraiya asked. I will schedule it for tomorrow. Be civil, but also express the need for him to learn when you converse. He will no doubt know how strong you are and realize the upside of learning from you. I have already spoken to Hayate and he has told me that he is supportive of this decision. Yakumo-chan will be learning from her clan while Daihi will be taught by a combination of his elder sister and Hayate himself. Sounds good, Sensei. Now, if you don't mind, I am going to go do some research. In a cloud of smoke, Jiraiya left and Hiruzen groaned, already knowing the extra paperwork this would cause. Oh, how I wish you were here, Minato. For more reason than one, Hiruzen shook his head and looked at the stack of papers on his desk, placing the one concerning Naruto in his desk drawer. Naruto will need more protection than he has very soon. If only you were here to teach him, or even you, Kushina. Taking another puff of his pipe, the Kami no Shinobi looked at the papers again, deciding he may as well begin. Training Ground 8, Sensei. Kurenai looked up to see Hinata, pressing fingers together. Are you all right? The crimson-eyed Ravenet looked at one of her 2 Hyuuga students strangely. You were spaced out, Kiba said simply. We all finished the control exercise while you were daydreaming. A bark from Akamaru confirmed the Inazuka heir's statement. I am fine, Kurenai replied to her team. Anyo, Sensei, is it Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, causing Kiba and Shino to glance at one another. The Genjutsu mistress. Naruto. Like, Hinata's cousin Naruto. Kiba wondered. I believe his guardian passed recently, if I remember right, Shino commented. Yes to all of you, Kurenai said after a few moments. 2 of my friends and myself have taken to teaching him in our spare time as a way to repay his late mother. She was like a mother to me after my own died. Kushina-sensei, she saw everyone as family since she lost her entire clan. And now you are worried for his well-being following Hito-san's death? Shino inquired. That I am, just as I would worry for any of you if someone close to you were to pass into the next world. You are all 4 my students even though he is not a part of our team. I care for all of you equally. THR group of genin were silent a moment as that sunk in. Why not invite him to train with us? Kiba asked. Kurenai, Hinata and Shino looked at him. I don't know, training helps me get my mind off of bad things, so maybe he's the same. Plus, we never really hung out in the academy and it would be a good way for all of your students to bond, Sensei. I agree with Kiba-san, Shino said. It would fulfill many different purposes including accelerating all of our training and enhancing our teamwork. Kurenai looked at the Hyuuga heiress of her team who nodded once, conviction in her eyes. Naruto-kun has always helped me when I needed it and I would like to return the favor. I have yet to hit him in training, but I am sure if we all train together everyone will get better. Kurenai couldn't help but smile to herself and to her team. I'll talk with him and with Hayate then. I seem to recall Naruto saying something about wanting inter-team training. Hyuuga Library. The Uzumaki clan were one of the strongest shinobi clans to ever exist. on par with even the Senju, Hyuga, Uchiha and Kagaya clans, centered around their island of Uzu no Kuni with their own hidden village, Uzushiogakure. The many branches of the clan coexisted without dispute, an entire village of shinobi who were family. Their most famous aspect was the bloodline the entire clan, every branch, shared. This bloodline was a dominant trait, always born into every infant to varying degrees. Said bloodline consisted of a healing factor massively trumping that of any clan, a natural immunity to nearly all poisons and toxins, a natural affinity towards fuinjutsu, extremely high chakra reserves and endurance levels no other clan could boast. Other bloodlines of the clan included many sub-elements, an unnaturally high affinity towards sweeten and the strange attribute of Uzumaki blood to enhance other bloodlines when another clan and an Uzumaki had a child. It is also rumored, though untested, that should an Uzumaki get a blood transfusion from a member of another branch of their clan that they would activate their bloodline within weeks. Some of the more famous members include Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Miko, Shodaime Uzukage Uzumaki Tsunami and Nadaime Uzukage Uzumaki Arashi. The clan itself suffered a near genocide during the Second Shinobi World War and the surviving members have been scattered throughout the elemental nations. Hanabi frowned and sighed. This wouldn't help cheer her Ni-chan up. Even young as she was at only 10, Hyuga Hanabi understood death and she saw the aftereffects of Hito's death on Naruto. She hadn't really known the old man that well and all she knew was that he was one of the strongest Hyuga to ever live. His Iwaken had been a fierce style, she knew that firsthand thanks to Naruto Ni. Pursing her lips, the heiress blew out an exasperated breath. What was she supposed to do? Well, there was his birthday soon. Now that she thought about it, could she not just plan an amazing party and pray it worked? Nodding to herself, she was decided, but who could help her? Otu-sama was too busy, Hinata was not nearly aggressive enough. Aggressive, that gave her an idea. There was one more person she knew who would want to help cheer Naruto Ni up. She's just scary. Hanabi shivered as she thought, I hope she doesn't decide to feed me to her pets. Hokage-sama. Naruto stood before the Hokage, seemingly no difference in him despite his guardian's death. On one side of the old man, the Hyuga noted a man with snowy spikes that flowed down his back, markings under his eyes and a strange, horned Hitai-ite, Yugo-sensei told me you wished to see me. Ah, Naruto-kun, yes, he smiled, looking at the blonde. As you know the Chunin exams will be here in just over a month. Nodding once, Naruto glanced at the other man before once more looking back at Hiruzen. It will be held here in Konohagakure for the first time in 5 years. We want to present ourselves as well as we possibly can to the nobles that will show up in the third exam. Of course, Hokage-sama. Naruto nodded his understanding. Do I have something to do with that? Hiruzen smiled. Ever observant as any Hyuga. In fact, you are a major player. Your missions have caught the attention of a few nobles already. Ones that want to see just how strong you are. It would be best for both the village and you if you were to give them a good show of the skills from all sides of your family. Naruto frowned at this. I am sorry, Hokage, I don't quite follow you, he admitted. Maybe I can explain it then. The other man cut in, gaining a nod from the Hokage. I am the great sage of Mount Mayuboku, Jiraiya of the Sannin and sensei to the Yondaime Hokage, your father, Namikaze Minato. The only reaction Naruto had to the mon's strange dance was to give him a deadpanned look, no emotion in his eyes. Right, he replied, I thought someone of your skill would be more. Jiraiya looked curiously at the boy, wondering what he would say, intimidating. Jiraiya happens to be one of the strongest ninja of the village, Hiruzen pointed out to the young Uzumaki. Naruto nodded. I know this, Jiji taught me about many S-rank ninja, including the Sannin. I know that Jiraiya-san here is one of the strongest ninja to ever come from Konoha, and from no clan as well. I am well aware of his skill level, but such an immature act, combined with his infamous perverted nature, doesn't give him much respect outside of what his strength dictates, Naruto calmly stated, situated firmly in the void. Jiraiya crossed his arms, frowning. Well, I suppose you wouldn't want training from me then? He asked, straight to the point. Naruto frowned at that, trying to let that soak in. Glancing between the two men, confusion was evident in his eyes. Why? He finally asked. Jiraiya grinned at this. I taught your old man, and I know you'll be just as great as him from what you're already capable of. I know about all your teachers and your goals. From what sensei told me, I also know that you can appreciate the use of putting variation into your style. I have a lot I could teach you, so what do you say? The blonde scrunched his brow in thought before looking at Jiraiya once more. Alright, I could use your help, Jiraiya-sensei. I admit that learning from an S-rank shinobi is very enticing, but will you allow me to keep my schedule with my other teachers? I owe much of my style and strength to them, and I would not want to make them feel like I simply took advantage. Jiraiya grinned, nodding. Sure thing, kid. I'll be in training ground 27 tomorrow at noon. Be there on time and ready to train. Naruto nodded once. Now, I am off to research. He then disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Not a trace left to suggest he ever was there. Naruto sighed, not even wanting to imagine what this research could be. With 3 women sensei, he knew just what Jiraiya's novels were and how much, or little, women appreciated the smut. I hope Kurenai doesn't kill him before I can learn something, Naruto muttered, causing the Hokage to chuckle at the very idea. Oh, he's suffered so much by Tsunade-chan's fists, I think he'll survive. Just make sure you make it on time. He doesn't appreciate tardiness. Suddenly the old man became serious. Naruto-kun, how are you holding up? Naruto had no reaction. Such was the nature of the void, but inwardly he sighed. Hitogiji would not have wished me to grieve for too long. I will honor his memory through what he taught and told me. I will make him proud of me by becoming the greatest Hyuga or Uzumaki to live. I have to finish my Tenshinhan. Hardening his eyes, Naruto nodded to himself. By your leave, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded, watching as Naruto left in a swirl of fire, wind, lightning, earth and water. Sighing, Hiruzen looked at the spot the heir to 3 clans just was. I hope he will be okay. Keep an eye on him, Neko. There was no response, but Hiruzen knew she had left from the shadow. Looking at his stacks of paperwork, the Sandaime pulled a page from the stack. The sooner he got this over with, the better. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. In a 5-element swirl, Naruto appeared in the back of his house, where his training ground was. Immediately, he knew someone was there, actually. 2 familiar signatures as well as 2 he hadn't felt in quite some time. Focusing his eyes, he saw why as a group was standing in front of his door, walking inside and through the empty dwelling. The boy walked to the front and opened it just as Kiba was about to knock again, surprising the boy. Hello, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata-sama, Kiba-san, Shino-san. To each of the quartet, he lowered his head a tad, Hinata getting more of an inclination than the others and Kurenai only slightly less than the heiress. 4 sets of eyes were focused only on him. How may I help you today? Naruto-san, are you quite all right? Shino asked, a slight amount of worry detectable in his usually cold voice. The blonde was curious until he looked at his clothing and smiled, rubbing the back of his head. I was training my Kazekin, he explained, noting the dozens if not hundreds of minuscule scratches all over his robe, with the cutting nature of wind added with a bunch of cage bunshin. Well, they did a number on me. It was worth it though. Maybe I should have changed before seeing the Hokage and Jiraiya-sensei. He idly wondered. Then again, when the Hokage summons you by way of Anbu, you go then and there. Ken, Kiba asked, what's that? A jutsu. Instead of Naruto, it was Hinata that answered in his place. Naruto-kun was taught by Hito-oji, one of the strongest Hyuga to live. Instead of the Juken, like I use, Hito-oji created a version that used earth-natured chakra, a type of nintaijutsu. Naruto-kun learned that from him but has also spent the last 4 years attempting to create style based on all the elements. Yeah, that's exactly right. I am getting closer on the Mizuken and Kazekin thanks to Anko-sensei showing me the hubby taijutsu, but Heiken and Reiken are a lot tougher. I need to learn more styles of taijutsu until my Tenshinhan style is perfected. Shino and Kiba looked at the boy. Shino's was unidentifiable, but Kiba showed a distinct smirk on his face. Well, if it's taijutsu, I'd love to see who's stronger, Naruto. He exclaimed rather loudly, gaining a bark of acceptance from Akamaru atop his head. Smiling, the Hyuga nodded his head. I wouldn't mind. Everything is a learning experience and I haven't had a chance to go against an Inuzuka in taijutsu quite yet. Kiba smirked at that thought. Speaking of which, Naruto-kun, Kurenai gained his attention, causing him to look at her. That's why we came, you see. With the Chunin exams coming up, Hyuga won't be able to help quite as often. Hana and I came to an agreement. If you're willing. Naruto tilted his head in curiosity. How would you feel about training with my team until the exams? Joy filled the boy's violet Byakugan instantly, a smile touching his lips. I would love to, Kurenai-sensei, he remarked. At the same time we usually train. Kurenai shook her head. A bit longer. Does that affect your schedule? Naruto nodded. Noon I will have another session with a certain author and ninja. Kurenai's eyes narrowed but she smiled. Just don't pick up any habits, but I understand. Anytime you don't train with him, you're welcome at Training Ground 8 with my team. Naruto smiled with a nod. Looking up at the sun, he noted what it was getting close to lunch and looked at the squad. Would you like to come in for lunch? He asked them. One of my clones should be finishing the yakitori and rice now. At just that moment, Kiba's stomach happened to growl, eliciting a blush from him. May I take that as a yes then? It would be lovely, Naruto-kun, Kurenai noted, glancing at her genin, Shino, Hinata, Kiba. The three nodded in degrees varying from slight, meek and rapid, gaining a slight grin from Naruto as he led them to his kitchen. As he had stated, a clone had a dish on the table that had 6 seats around it. Good thing I usually make more than enough in case I have visitors, he told them. I've had people coming every day since I returned, mostly main branch Hyuuga looking to gain my favor and whatnot. Well, I am going to change into something with less holes and then I'll join you. Make yourself at home. The boy left upstairs, leaving Squad 8 alone in his kitchen. Even the clone had dispelled after putting out 5 bowls on the table. They took seats, looking around the kitchen at different decorations. Hey, Hinata-chan, do you know who that is? Kiba asked as he looked at a hanging photo of Naruto and an old man. That's Hito. The brunette nodded. That's him. Naruto-kun was very close to him, she explained. Since he became a part of the clan, Naruto was always with Hito Oji. Even at the council meetings, Naruto-kun wanted to be with him. The one thing he always wanted was for Hito Oji to be proud of him. Since he became a member of the clan, Shino asked, wasn't he always? Kurenai shook her head this time. No, Naruto-kun was once an orphan. Only by luck was he recognized by Hiyashi-sama as a Hyuuga. After a test, it was shown Hito-san was his maternal grandfather. The man didn't even know he had a daughter, let alone a grandson, but he treated him like a son. Hi, Hito Gigi was the best, a voice spoke up from the hall, revealing Naruto, walking to the picture. He smiled as his eyes lingered on the man who raised him. I could never repay him for what he did for me, not even if he still lived. Turning to face the Genin squad, he smiled a smile full of sorrow but also joy. That's why I have to finish my Tenshinhan, to prove to him that I can follow through in my dreams. As he sat down on one end of the table, he looked at the boys who sat on one side. Dreams are strange. You set them, a goal to attain, and by completing them you open yourself to higher goals but also affect the dreams of those around you. Directly or indirectly, only one can be the Hokage at a time. Forming a new taijutsu style disrupts others' styles. Creating a ninjutsu affects the ninja world. Bringing peace troubles those who profit from war. Every dream has instant and long-term ramifications that many don't see, but my eyes are cursed to see everything. The heirs were silent as he stirred his food in front of him with chopsticks. What are your dreams, Kiba-san, Shino-san? He wondered. The two ninja glanced at each other and back at him. Would it help if I told you mine? A nod from each person at the table was his response. While I want to make my Tenshinhan and create a space-time fuinjutsu like the Yondaime, with Gigi's passing I know what my true dream is. I want to be the one to unite the Uzumaki back together. I want my family to be together for the first time in decades, the whole family together. Kiba looked into his food while Shino was expressionless as usual. Hinata sighed sadly and Kurenai frowned. Makes my dream of being a strong clan head seem small and selfish when you say that. The dog-like Nin intoned with a sad chuckle. That seems more of a goal anyways. I'll have to think about it more and give you a better answer, Naruto, he admitted. The others seemed to be of the same mind. Of course, Kiba-san, but no more sad stuff. Let's just enjoy lunch, alright? He suggested, infecting the others with his smile. Then we can have that spar and I can beat you. Kiba grinned at that. In your dreams, Uzumaki. He replied back, digging into his yakitori with gusto. All in all, Kurenai smiled at her students bonding. It made her happy to see it. Hello to all of you. Team 11 looked at their sensei, nodding. Tomorrow is the moment of truth for all your training up until now. These last 6 weeks have been spent in preparation without any missions to distract you. I know you've all changed for the better since our last meeting, and this is the chance to prove it to the entire village. Hayate coughed once into his palm, analyzing the 3 genin he had been assigned, and smiled. They hadn't changed much at first glance. Daihi now had a second blade, a wakizashi, on his hip. Yakumo looked to have a little more muscle on her, and Naruto's eyes were still that bright red since Hito's death, but otherwise they appeared unchanged. The swordsman knew much better than to go off of simply that, though. He had trained Daihi himself these past weeks, with the boy's older sister and clan head of course, and knew just how much he had improved. Hyuuga kept him posted on Naruto's improvements. Though she remained vague in her reports, Yakumo, her clan was rather secretive, but he knew she was determined to stay on par with her teammates in her own way. The exams are a tough trial, but I know you'll all get through it on top. All 3 of you came in as the top of your class in your preferred subjects. Now is your turn to show everyone just how skilled you are. I just know that Team 11 will hold 3 new Chunin by the time it's all over. He nodded to his genin, smiling softly at them. Today, there will be no training whatsoever. You need to make sure to prevent any injury that will affect the team from performing at your peak tomorrow. Hi, Sensei, the trio spoke as one, not missing a beat. The first exam will take place at the academy tomorrow morning. Make sure you are not late. I will be watching you as it unfolds, so do not fret about anything. I know you will all do wonderfully. With that, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves, the genin alone with each other. You guys train hard. Daihi was the first to speak, grinning tiredly at the others, who nodded. I learned a lot from the scrolls of Kurama Masamune, the last person to get the full bloodline of my clan like me. I learned some rather useful things in there. Even some ways to help train my body using genjutsu thanks to my bloodline. Masamune had the same problem with frailty, but he overcame it in a unique way. I just know you two will do extremely well. Naruto spoke coolly, a soft smile on his lips as he looked at his best friends. What about you, Ruto? Daihi asked. What did you learn? The blonde smiled mysteriously, a mischievous glint in his eye. Now, that would be telling. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. The next morning, Team 11 arrived to the academy in time to see the Uchiha of their class expose the genjutsu over the second floor's door. Of course, this brought a sigh to their lips. I know that Sasuke is supposed to be a genius and all, but does his ego need that much stroking that he can't see an obvious trap when it's there for more intelligent ninja to take advantage of? Yakumo wondered. Well, his arrogance is only matched by my cousin's, Naruto explained. We'll just have to go on and see what we're up against. Let's try to stay more secretive than him though. Gaining 2 nods, Naruto led the way upstairs. Once more, they found the Uchiha in their way. Whose bushy brows? Daihi wondered, seeing Sasuke and the green-clad boy with eyebrows resembling fuzzy caterpillars staring each other down. Naruto thought a moment before chuckling. If I recall, that is Neji's energetic teammate. I've seen him with my cousin and another genin, Akunoichi, rather frequently around the village. I believe their sensei is Might Guy, the student of the man who helped my Jiji learn the Goken in order to create his Iwaken. This boy's name escapes me though. The 3 winced in sympathetic pain as the boy in spandex suddenly kicked Sasuke's chin, sending him skyward and then jumped up. Before anything else could happen, a voice called out Lee. And the offending genin dropped to the floor, looking around while Sasuke fell flat on his face, still hurting. A rather large turtle, Team 11 recognized it as a summon, entered the hall with a man who looked remarkably like Lee. Might Guy, Lee, you know you are never to use that technique unless it is to protect someone precious to you. Lee bowed his head deeply in apology. I am sorry, Guy-sensei. Lee apologized. I became carried away in my spar with the youthful Uchiha. Guy looked stern before smiling brightly. See that you don't do it again. Holding his thumb up, Guy's teeth brightly shone, making Lee grin back, rivers of tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee. The 2 spandex-clad shinobi then wrapped each other in a manly embrace, causing the genin to look away. Of course, with Naruto's all-seeing eyes he couldn't. The void did help keep his emotions in check though. Until it was over, he motioned his teammates to follow him. leaving a very confused Team 7, a very angry Uchiha and a pair of very strange Goken users alone. Arriving at the doors to the class, Naruto pushed them open, allowing his friends within before he let it close behind him. Without a single word, the trio walked inside until they heard someone speak. "Yo, Naruto, over here." A follow-up bark from the speaker's Ninken told the three all they needed to know about who it was. Smiling, Naruto led the other two a ways to the side where teams 8 and 10 were already gathered together. "How troublesome," Shikamaru muttered, seeing the door open again, and before anyone could react Ino was already there on Sasuke's back. "Sasuke-kun," she spoke sultrily, piggybacking him tightly, "did you miss me?" "Get off of him, Ino pig," Sakura shouted, causing Kiba and Shikamaru to cringe at the loudness. "Oh, shut it, billboard brow," Ino replied with her tongue stuck out at the pinkett. "Now I remember why you two are my friends and not any of the other kunoichi," Yakumo muttered, though everyone plainly heard it. Ino and Sakura had matching right eyes, both twitching uncontrollably. Seeing Hinata blush, fingers pressed together, Yakumo smiled to the brunette. "Oh, you're okay, Hinata-chan, just not the loudmouth fangirls over there." Now, Yakumo-chan, that's not right at all," Daihi replied, making the two perk up at the thought someone was sticking up for them. "You forgot weak." This caused them to gain even more righteous fury. Sakura had a fist already formed, ready to slam it into the air. "You guys should quiet down," a new, unfamiliar voice spoke up behind the group. "Who are you?" Choji wondered, eating some chips the instant after the question was asked. The silver-haired genin smiled compassionately, though to the trained eye it was plainly fake. "My name is Yakushi Kabuto. I just wanted to warn you that you're attracting a lot of unwanted attention from other, more experienced ninja here. This will be my 7th exam, so I wanted to help out you rookies." "Are they really that difficult?" Daihi wondered. "Well, yeah, but thanks to all my times here, I've been able to collect information on all the ninja here. Is there anyone you'd like to know about?" The spectacled nin asked as he pulled out a deck of cards. Naruto stopped paying attention to the Konoha group as he felt a familiar signature behind him. Turning, he couldn't but help to smile as he saw Karen-chan. The spectacled kunoichi grinned as she looked him up and down. "Hello there, Naruto-kun," she replied, stepping a bit closer to him. The other genin were looking at Kabuto, so didn't really pay attention to them. "I am glad I caught you before the exams. You know, even though we're from different villages, we don't have to be enemies." As the redhead stepped into his personal space, Naruto couldn't help but feel his cheeks growing warmer. It certainly didn't help when she laid a hand on his chest, that sultry smirk never leaving her face. "You know, we should help each other in the exam, don't you think so?" The blonde swallowed but smiled. "Are right, Karen-chan, an alliance, right?" The redhead smirked, nodding. "Exactly. 2 teams can accomplish more than one. I just know you'll pass this exam, but the next one is a survival one. Our teams can help each other pass to the 3rd exam, the tournament. I know you're the leader, just like I am, so, what do you say?" Despite losing the void with Karen's sudden appearance, Naruto was still sound enough of mind to think over what she was proposing and nodding. "Yeah, well work together, Karen-chan," the redhead smiled, making Naruto's blush deepen a shade. "Have fun, Naruto-kun, I'll see you there." With a nod, Naruto turned back around to see Kabuto on the floor with a bleeding eardrum and a ninja with some strange hold gauntlet wearing bandages all over his face and a hit-ite with a music note on it above him. "Alright, brats, listen up. I am Morino Ibiki, your proctor for the 1st exam. Any more unsanctioned fights and you'll be disqualified, got it Odo?" The mummified boy nodded. "Now, take your seats so we can get started." Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Back with the Jonin, they stood in an observation room with monitors showing the classroom the Chunin hopefuls sat in from every possible vantage. Several of the Jonin were making wagers on their teams with high payouts. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, Guy and Hayate each watched the screens in a small group. Kakashi was half reading and half watching, glancing at the screens showing Sasuke, Sakura and Sai every so often. Though his sensei's son was also on the list of those he kept an eye on, Kurenai kept her eyes on both her team and Naruto. Asuma was watching the Ino Shika Cho trio, though the blonde his girlfriend constantly spoke of was not far behind them in his interest. Guy grinned brightly as his genin were easily passing this test, excited as he witnessed his student's cousin with similar skills. Of course, Hayate watched his own team solely. It seems all of our students passed the first part of the exam rather easily, Kakashi noted with his usual bored tone. I expected no less from the students of my eternal rival. Guy exclaimed energetically. Did you say something? Guy groaned, holding out his fist. Darn you, Kakashi, and your hip attitude. The other three mostly ignored the strange duo, watching the screens as some genin left the room due to Ibiki's psychological torture. On the other side of the room was a lone woman from Kusugakure. She had long, flowing red hair with just a streak of white going down the middle, pale, violet eyes and pale skin. This woman wore a red yukata with blue trimming, black spirals along the edging with a white obi keeping it tight around her waist. On either hip she had a katana sheathed, each in black scabbards. Naruto-chan is doing just as well as I had hoped. Good job, Karen-chan. Now, as long as his team and your siblings get along, everything will fall perfectly into place. I just know it. She smirked infinitesimally at the thought. I love it when a plan comes together. An alliance, huh? Yakumo asked, looking right at Naruto. And what possessed you to make that decision without us? Daihi nodded while the blonde had the cold look that proved he was locked inside the void. Yakumo, this is the best way. The exams will help us to become Chunin. The part that grants us the title is the third exam, the tournament. Getting there will be much easier with a little help. The brunette pursed her lips as she looked at him before sighing. Fine, I just hope we can trust these three. I worry about you sometimes. Are you sure you're not being too hasty with this decision? Naruto nodded. Trust me, Yakumo, I have my reasons for trusting Karen-chan and her team. Have I ever steered you wrong before? Your perfect track record is what worries me. It makes you overly confident in your actions. Red eyes looked into her brown ones, unwavering. All right, I trust you. Let's just get a move on. She spoke the last part as the gates swung open. In a synchronous burst of speed, the three rushed forward. Naruto took point with Daihi on the left and Yakumo even with him on the opposite side. Using his normal Byakugan, Naruto spotted the Kusa team that was luckily only one gate away. It took only a few minutes before his team landed in front of Karen and her siblings. The first was another girl with long red hair, a portion of her bangs between her brown eyes filled with cocky amusement. She had skin of a similar tone to Karen and wore a black kimono, brown hakama pants and a strange cap atop her head. In her right hand was a flute of all things. The last member of the squad was a boy with white hair tipped with blue, completely soaking wet and dripping with water. His lips were set in a confident smirk showing sharpened teeth, but who could blame him? Naruto knew the sword strapped to his back. It was the Kubikiraboucho. Based on the boy's chakra, he had to be a Huzuki. The energy flowing through him resembled a river, chakra that was so aligned with water, it was literally already changed into the water release. Hello, Naruto-kun, Karen greeted, practically purring out the blonde's name. Yakumo narrowed her eyes at the redhead, but ignored it for the most part as she clapped her hands together. Let me introduce my family, my sister Tayuyane and my brother Suigetsu ni. Yo, Suigetsu waved. Just don't get in the way, shithead. I am Daihi. Yakumo, and you should nt talk like that. It's not befitting of any girl. The Kurama frowned as she looked at the older redhead. What scroll do you three hold? Suigetsu held up a blue scroll, the heaven one, so, the opposite of us. Then there is only one good plan, Karen explained. We should camp out near the tower and await any teams that come. They will be weakened from the battle and we can snatch both scrolls, allowing us to pass at the same time. Naruto nodded, glancing at his teammates who seemed to be thinking over the proposed plan. I see no flaws in the strategy, Daihi said. 6-on-3 will grant us an even greater advantage. I agree. The two looked at their teammate, forcing her to present her thoughts. It is a solid, dependable plan, no doubt. I see no weaknesses with it. Naruto should lead though. His Byakugan is unmatched by any Hyuuga, making him the best sensor in the village. Suigetsu smirked. What a coincidence. My little sister is the best sensor in Kusugakure as well, so, should NT she lead us? Arrogance met calm as the two glared at one another, sparks seemingly dancing between their eyes. I don't mind either way, really, Naruto explained to the swordsman and genjutsu mistress. Karen-chan can take point. Oh no, Naruto-kun, I insist that you do, the redhead responded, that sultry smirk never leaving her lips. This only seemed to enhance the glares Suigetsu and Yakumo sent at each other. Why not move in pairs? Daihi suggested. Sensors at the front, Suigetsu-san and I take middle and Yakumo-chan can be with Tayuya-san in the rear. I assume that you use genjutsu based on sound, right? Lucky guess, shithead, Tayuya nodded. What do you think, Imo-udo? Karen smirked as she looked at the blonde, nodding. I can get behind that plan. Closing her eyes, she nodded. Well, probably miss the first two heading towards the tower. One just wiped out 3 signatures in a few seconds and the other is nearby. By the chakra I am guessing it was that team with the shy Hyuuga. That team is off limits. I think we should refrain from fighting teams from either of our villages since our fight is almost sure to end in deaths of the team we fight, Naruto explained, making the Kusa team shrug. Why not? Karen responded. Sure, well, take down anyone except those from Konoha or Kusa, agreed. The other 4 genin nodded as one, making Karen grin and Naruto smile a little. Are we good to go? We should probably travel at an even pace to make sure we have strength in case we come across a different team on our way to the tower with similar ideas to us. We can't be the only one that thought of this. Let's go then, maggots. Tayuya exclaimed as each disappeared in their own shunshin up to the treetops. In the forest's canopy, Naruto and Karen took point, staying in line with each other as Naruto kept his normal Byakugan active, its range spreading out over 1.5 kilometers thanks to all his training the last few months. Karen kept her hands in a ram seal as they traveled, forcing her sensory skills to spread and warn them of anything that may come close. She never missed a step, even when she kept stealing glances at the blonde leader of the Konoha team. Just behind those 2 hopped Suigetsu and Daihi, each with hands on the hilts of their respective swords. They stayed silent, content to keep their senses open for any threat and prepared to kill in an instant. Water dripped from the Huzuka's hair while Daihi's very being emanated heat thanks to the pair's bloodlines. Taking up the rear was a smirking Tayuya, flute in hand and prepared to unleash a number of genjutsu or herdoki in a moment while Yakumo looked at the redhead next to her teammate, unsure what to make of the girl. Just what did Naruto see in Karen to make him trust her so implicitly? It was strange, he wasn't one to let a girl's looks overshadow his judgment. He had killed women better looking than that girl on missions, strong kunoichi who mastered seduction. What is it about her that makes you so trusting, Naruto-kun? Your void is usually unshakable, you were never one to go on emotions. Is it Hito's death that did it? Is that why you are vulnerable? Yakumo frowned, guilt overtaking her heart. I should have visited you more instead of trained. If it was this bad that your personality completely altered, I absolutely must do more for you. Stop everyone, Naruto ordered, causing them to halt their movement. His Byakugan switched to crimson, instantly warning Daihi and Yakumo of the danger. They are not ninja, but we have company. Suigetsu wondered, though he did pull Kubikiraboucho into his hand. A little more explanation. None was needed as suddenly a large wasp sped at them from the side. Only by pure instinct was he able to bring down the Zanbedu in time to chop it into 2 pieces. Looking at it, everyone saw it was at least the size of a full-grown ninkin. There's more, Karen explained. I'd say, hundreds in the general area. I just hope it's not the kind that releases pheromones to tell the hive who killed them, Daihi replied, causing everyone to glare at him. What? You probably just jinxed us, dumbass, Tayuya told him, slapping him upside the head. Quiet, Karen commanded her older sister, gaining everyone's attention. They are heading this way, but the trees put us at a disadvantage. Well, you 4, Naruto-kun and I can see or sense them. Come on, to the floor. There's a clearing just up ahead. Follow me, everyone nodded, letting Naruto take point even as the sound of buzzing grew. In only half a minute, they made it to a field about 100 meters in diameter that the sunlight shone brightly on. No trees in the area except for a large oak in the exact center. Gathering in a circle, Yakumo and Tayuya were in the center with the remaining quartet guarding the genjutsu users. Patiently, they waited and braced themselves for the hive, each taking stances. Suigetsu held his cleaver in both hands. Daihi had his jien in the right hand, black and white blade shining in the sun while his wakizashi was in his left, shining a burning orange though there was no fire coating it yet. Naruto took the stance of his Iwaken, focusing on his Dujutsu. Karen had a relaxed stance, seemingly open but with ninja nothing was sure. One moment, the sun brightly revealed the area, only the oak in the center casting a shadow. The next, the entire sky darkened as the buzzing grew cacophonous, completely drowning out any and all sounds. The sextet widened their eyes considerably aside from Naruto, who had already seen each and every of them. Even he was impressed, though, and fear might have overtaken him had the void not been steady and durable against all emotion. The wasps were each just as big as the first one, some even a slight bit larger. Stingers glistened, as large as a chikuto, and each coated in the natural poison the insects created through evolution of centuries. Antennae twitched violently as the monstrous bugs communicated with one another. "This is gonna be awesome!" Suigetsu screamed over the constant buzzing, a psychotic grin on his face that screamed louder than even his voice of his bloodlust. That seemed to be some sort of signal as the wasps instantly rushed down, mandible clacking together in anticipation while their fast-moving wings caused sonic booms in the area. Though his voice was unheard thanks to the loud noise, Naruto focused his earth chakra and commanded the element to his will. Iwaken. Upheaval. Large spikes of stone shot from the ground and killed many wasps, their twitching bodies succumbing to gravity as they hit the ground hard. As soon as the spikes reached their pinnacle, they exploded into a rain of stones. Explosion seal. Release. As the rocky storm injured many of the bugs, Suigetsu slashed, sending a large wave of water from his sword. At the same time he sent a cross-slash of hellfire and phoenix fire, creating a black and white X that collided with the water and erupted into boiling steam. More of the dangerous bugs died instantly. It was then that faint music was heard due to the decrease in the wasps, several dozen wasps attacking their fellow soldiers. Yakumo finished a half-drawn sketch in her pad as clouds gathered in the sky and a lightning bolt crashed down, killing more of the hive. The remaining insects were a mere fraction of what was before, all clumped together as they swarmed directly at them. It was then that Karen raised her right hand, chakra visible to Naruto all over her body. The chakra in her feet spreading to the floor as well. A large, blue sealing matrix appeared as a circle right in front of her that was hard for even Naruto to decipher, speaking volumes of Karen's sealing skills. Uzumaki sealing art. Chakra conversion matrix. Boil release. Skilled fog jutsu. From the sealing circle, a thick fog emerged. The swarm went straight into it, and only a moment later, all noise of the buzzing dropped off. Karen waved her hand, dispersing the seal and the fog all at once, showing the only thing left of the fraction she killed was the skeletal remains. The Konoha team looked at the bugs wide-eyed, all looking at the spectacled girl in surprise. "We should get going, right, Naruto-kun?" Karen asked, stepping a little closer to him with that signature smirk in place. "All right," Naruto agreed, nodding his head. "Let's get going." A large cloud of smoke filled the room before dispersing slowly. In center, standing atop the two crossed scrolls of heaven and earth, stood the sword-wielding sensei of Team 11. Hayate coughed lightly into his fist, looking at his three students. Yakumo's body was completely drenched and clung to her slight curves. She wore an irritated scowl on her lips as water dripped from her hair, flesh and clothing, and if she wasn't burning with such anger, Hayate believed she would be freezing from the cold. Daihi had a black eye, a light blush dusting his cheeks, and his nose looked a bit red, probably from blood. His clothes appeared to have some small cuts all over it, though blood didn't seem to come from any of them, meaning there were little, if any, injuries on his body. Lastly was Naruto, and he looked exceedingly normal as usual, nothing that looked even close to an injury or any signs he was in a conflict. Of course, he did have a healing factor and the greatest taijutsu and ninjutsu prowess of the three, so he would generally always make it out the easiest. "So, I see you all made it here in one piece. Congratulations, all your training will showcase itself in a few hours, so I hope you still have the energy to fight when it comes." Looking them over again, he sighed. "Though I am curious about what happened to you two, I would rather not know, so follow me to your rooms and I am sure Naruto would be more than willing to heal you up." "Thank you, sensei," Yakumo said with a strained smile, obviously glad that she didn't have to explain what went down in the forest. "I just need to change and it'll be fine. Good thing all my scrolls are waterproofed. Thanks for that, Naru-kun." "No problem. Let's go ahead and get ready then. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket." The red-headed Kusagakure Jonin sensei looked down at the 8 teams present, awaiting this village's Hokage. The genin were all useless to her. She couldn't care less who made Chunin and who stayed genin. she didn't even mind if any of them died. Naruto. A smirk played across her lips. You're the only one from this village that matters. You'll soon be right where you belong. Keep up the good work, my children, our clan, we will be together quite soon. Her thoughts were interrupted as the Hokage and several Jonin appeared. He began talking about some nonsense about peace between the villages, forcing her to scoff, as if this village has any right to discuss peace. She looked down at the swordsman she knew taught the Uzumaki of this village and smirked to herself. I just know that you'll be turned to my side. Patience, that's how I'll get you. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. The 23 remaining genin after Kabuto forfeited his right to continue looked up at the board as it scrolled through all the names. Finally, it landed on the first 2 fighters, only one of which would be able to move on to the 3rd exam. Akado Yoroi of Konohagakure no Sato vs Uchiha Sasuke of Konohagakure no Sato. Well, would everyone aside from Yoroi and Sasuke please make their way to the balcony while the first match begins? Hayate spoke, forcing all the genin but his to sift through his chronic coughing. He spoke with. Team 11 headed up the stairs to the balcony and looked down at their fellow Leaf Nin. Naruto's Violet Byakugan were immediately active. What do you think, Ruto? Daihi wondered, who's gonna win? The blonde frowned. Usually I would say Sasuke has this easily, but there's something up with his chakra. He has some sort of seal on his neck that's messing with his chakra. The only other time I've seen something like that is. What is it, Naru-kun? Yakumo asked, looking from the match and at him. Excuse me for a moment, all right. He bowed his head slightly and disappeared in a swirl of 5 elements. What's up with him? Daihi asked. He probably saw something he didn't like. Yakumo pursed her lips, something to do with Sasuke. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Naruto reappeared on the other side of the balcony, right next to Team 7, more importantly, next to Kakashi. The spiky-haired man smiled at the blonde, but stopped upon seeing the signature Hyuuga icy gaze. How can I help you, Naruto-kun? He fought Orochimaru. It wasn't a question. Immediately the remaining members of Kakashi's team, including the copycat himself, widened their eyes. That information was classified, so not just anyone, even a Hyuuga, had access to it. How did you know? Sakura asked. Naruto looked down at the arena, spying marking receding back into the mark from Sasuke's face with a frown as the boy performed an axe kick. These cursed eyes see all, he explained. I've seen the chakra from that mark before in Anko-ne. It is unique, only one person can use the cursed seal of heaven, and that's Orochimaru. Can you release it? Kakashi asked curiously, unsurprised when the boy shook his head. He was just a mere 13 years old, he couldn't expect too much. Anko-ne's mark is complex. I assume Sasuke's is more so. I'll need to decipher the rest of hers first, and then I can use that to help unlock the secrets of his. Yoroi hit the ground hard, immediately unconscious once his head slammed into the concrete floor. I am close though. Sai looked at the Hyuuga with a fake smile, though the gaze he sent towards the Jinchuriki was obviously analytical. Akado Yoroi is unable to continue, making Uchiha Sasuke the victor of this match. Kakashi eyes smiled at the genin around him. Excuse me a moment. In a swirl of leaves, he appeared next to Sasuke and used a second shunshin to disappear once more. Naruto didn't even spare Sire Sakura a moment's glance before using his own 5-element shunshin to disappear from view back with his team in time to see the next matchup. Hyuuga Hinata of Konohagakure no Sato vs Hyuuga Neji of Konohagakure no Sato. Frowning, Naruto looked at his cousins. This can't end well, he sighed. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Down on the field, Hinata and Neji each made their way to the center until they looked at each other. Hinata looked the very image of nervous wreck while Neji held that arrogant Hyuuga aura they were infamous for. You will lose here today, Hinata-sama, fate has ordained it so. That's not necessarily true. Neji-nisan, Hinata replied, looking up. She saw Naruto who smiled. This seemed to give her a bit of confidence. Straightening, she separated her fingertips and coolly looked at the branch member after settling into the void Naruto had taught her how to use. I've been training really hard with Kurenai-sensei, Kiba-kun. Shino-kun and Naruto-kun, I can win. Neji's smirk only widened. Ha! It'll take more than 6 weeks with Naruto to beat me. I can't deny that he is a genius like me, but he's still just a genin. Training with him means nothing. Hayate looked between the two Hyuuga that were so different from his student and signaled them, begin. With that word, he jumped back and watched them. Immediately, Neji and Hinata activated their respective dojutsu. Neji rushed the heiress and they immediately began to exchange blows utilizing their clan's Juken Taijutsu. To Hayate it was strange to not see the style enhanced by elemental chakra and just seemed unimpressive when compared to the styles of Hito and Naruto. Hinata winced when she felt Tenketsu on her right arm being shut and quickly jumped back from her cousin. Using her left hand, she opened them back up quickly, only getting 5 of the 7 before Neji was upon her again. Using her inhuman flexibility, Hinata made sure to weave around his quick-moving hands as often as she could, attempting to close any of the boy's own Tenketsu that she could. Even with all the training these last 6 weeks, it couldn't make up for Neji's months of experience over her under a taijutsu master and natural genius. Not a single of her strikes could hit home and Hinata began to lose her confidence with each strike that hit home. Each palm that hit her was like a blow to her already flimsy ego and struck her hard enough to shake the void. Hinata-sama, your taijutsu is not bad, it's actually rather impressive because of your feminine flexibility combined with natural grace and above-average speed. Naruto's voice echoed in Hinata's ears as time slowed and a memory surfaced from the last 6 weeks. They had been in the training ground behind Naruto's house, just the two of them. The problem is that you are too soft, too afraid to hurt others. That's a major problem in the shinobi world. It's just who you are, but I am going to show you a technique that will let you take someone down without harming them too much of my own creation. Stealing her nerves, Hinata focused her emotions back into the Hyuuga flame, stabilizing the void even as Neji rushed once more. She gathered chakra into her palms and waited until just the right moment. Mizuken, fishing net. Thrusting her palms out, several thick strands of water chakra crisscrossed to form a large net that went at Neji. She smiled, knowing that he wouldn't possibly be able to react in time. Good thing too, it took a toll on her reserves. Even then, she could feel the drain on energy it presented. Hake, Kaden. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw a large orb of chakra surround her cousin and disperse the net. She couldn't even react as he rushed forward and began a dangerous set of palm strikes that shut down several Tenketsu quickly. It seemed like forever for the girl, though it was only seconds, but finally it stopped. With the last strength she had left, Hinata was able to see Neji was on the floor, Naruto with one burning palm and the other holding a frosty blue sword to his throat. As she passed into darkness, she held a soft smile. Naruto, meanwhile, had his cold gaze on Neji. Don't think that will go unpunished, Neji, he told the branch Hyuuga before sheathing Shiva. He looked at Hayate, who sighed. Hyuuga Hinata is unable to continue. Hyuuga Neji is the victor of this match. Naruto was already gone again, looking over the bluenet heiress of his clan until medics arrived. As soon as they took her, he left again back to his team. That bastard, Kiba muttered as soon as the blonde appeared on the balcony. While down there, teammates somehow made their way next to Team 11, doing that to Hinata-chan. A pack should aim to kill each other. Calm yourself Kiba, Kurenai commanded, shutting him up. How is she, Naruto? The blonde sighed. She'll recover. I don't even want to think what would have happened if I hadn't gotten her Juken up to the level it is and taught her the void. It's just chakra exhaustion, so give her a few days of rest and she'll be good as new. That last strike though. It was aimed to kill, wasn't it? Yakumo asked. Right for the heart, Naruto explained. He then frowned. Looks like you can take your anger out now, Kiba. The Inuzuka looked up him curiously before grinning at the board. Abu Mizaku of Otogakure no Sato versus Inuzuka Kiba of Konohagakure no Sato. With a smirk, the dog-like Nin and his faithful companion jumped the rail to the floor. They had to wait while the other boy walked down the steps though, both arms in a sling. Come on, I have to fight a cripple. Kiba asked with a groan. I don't even need my arms to beat you, dog breath. Zaku replied with a smirk. Hayate looked between them, a bit hesitant to start it because of Zaku's injury, but he had his chance to forfeit earlier. Begin. As soon as he said that, Kiba shot forward in a twister of claws, passing Fang. Zaku couldn't even react before he was slammed into the wall. Kiba used the sound Nin's own body as leverage to jump back, feet pressing into the boy's stomach before he flipped through the air and landed easily. Zaku coughed some blood out and slumped to the floor, in obvious pain. He tried to stand, but with both arms broken he couldn't hope to do anything. Kiba looked at the proctor questioningly, making Hayate sigh. I deem Abumi Zaku unable to continue this fight, he explained, looking at the boy again and shaking his head. Inuzuka Kiba is the victor of this match. Kiba looked at the boy, his previous anger replaced by sympathy as he walked to the boy and helped him up, despite Zaku's arguments that he didn't need help. When he stood, Zaku glared at the boy. You didn't have to help me up, Kiba chuckled. You're right, but everyone needs help now and then. The boy glanced up at Naruto. I learned that from one of my friends. It's okay to get some help from someone who's a little stronger than you every now and then. Maybe you can even become stronger than them because of it. Zaku looked at Kiba, but before he could reply the boy was already leaving up the stairs. He frowned, but walked up his own set of stairs. Back up with teams 8 and 11, he was congratulated by both his friends and Naruto's teammates who didn't know him that well. It didn't seem like a real victory though, Kiba admitted. One hit and it was over. He was already tired and injured. We're ninja, Kiba, Shino reminded him. We have to use every advantage we can. Daihi expanded. It just means you'll be in the third exam for sure. Kiba shrugged, still not entirely convinced, but the next match was revealed just then. Uzumaki Tayuya of Kusagakure no Sato vs Tsurugi Masumi of Konohagakure. Hey, Uzumaki, isn't that your surname Naruto? Kiba asked, looking at the blonde. Yakumo and Daihi had strange looks in their eyes he couldn't quite place, so he just ignored them. Yeah, the Kusagakure team is related to me, he explained to him. We teamed up with them during the second exam in an alliance and got through unscathed. Almost anyways. Daihi reached up and touched where his eye used to be black until Naruto had healed it. Anyways, it's starting. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Tayuya looked at the Konoha genin with a cocky smirk in place. Come on, trash, let's see if you can do anything worth shit to me. Masumi seemed taken aback by the redhead's language, but didn't let it faze him. I don't know what you can do, but you're no match for me or my bloodline. Masumi dashed forward at the same time Tayuya rose her flute up to her lips and began to play it. Two skeletal hands burst from the floor and grabbed him, stopping the genin in his tracks completely. He struggled uselessly and frowned. With his limbs tightly caught by the hands, he couldn't even use the gifts he had been born with. This was a dangerous ninjutsu indeed. Tayuya slightly altered the tune she played and one of her doki appeared behind Masumi, club raised high before slamming down and breaking the boy's neck mercilessly. He dropped instantly, revealing the hands were only a genjutsu. Tsurugi Masumi is unable to continue. Uzumaki Tayuya is the victor. She smirked and disappeared in a swirl of black water, appearing next to her family. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. I really don't like her, Yakumo said venomously. She didn't even look regretful at taking that guy's life, like it didn't matter. Daihi placed his hand on her shoulder while Naruto was too busy looking at the corpse of Masumi. She's strong, he told them. Her illusions, my eyes didn't even notice they were genjutsu. Kurenai nodded. Those are sound-based genjutsu. The main reason they were developed was to combat the Sharingan and Byakugan as well as other minor genjutsu. The only way to detect them is by chakra sensing or using your other senses to detect discrepancies in the area. Our training hasn't quite gotten to that level yet since those types of illusions are both less common and of a much higher level to attain. As the board flipped through names again, the groups around the room watched it intently. Team 11 couldn't help but wince upon seeing the match-up. Uzumaki Karen of Kusagakure no Sato vs Haruno Sakura of Konohagakure no Sato. The pinkett made her way down and looked up to see the redhead she assumed she was against still standing there, idly chatting with her team. Growing a tick mark, she shouted at Karen, "Get down here already." Hayate pressed his finger to his ear, trying to get it pop and regain hearing even as Karen glanced at the pinkett before appearing in a swirl of water right in front of her. "Since you're in such a rush, I'll go ahead and beat you quickly, alright?" Karen drawled out boredly. Sakura's entire face turned red with rage as her fists clenched. Hayate saw where this was going quickly and called for the match to begin before jumping back. As soon as he did, Sakura let her temper take control and rushed right at Karen, rearing her fist back to slam it into that smirk Karen had on her lips. The redhead pushed up her glasses to straighten then before holding out her palm while a sealing array appeared midair with the kanji for barrier, sealing art. Barrier. Sakura's fist slammed right into the array, no effect at all except for her path being stopped. The array suddenly rearranged the script within as Karen's smirk widened. Sealing art. Release. Lightning release. Shockwave. With Sakura's fist still connected to it, she was powerless as a wave of lightning chakra spread from the seal. Her entire body began to spasm and convulse uncontrollably until she simply fell to the ground, smoke lightly rising from her unconscious body and hair everywhere. Haruno Sakura, glancing at the steaming Pinkett, Hayate sighed, unhappy yet another Konoha genin lost, is unable to go on. Uzumaki Karen as the victor. The redhead looked up in the balcony, making eye contact with Naruto as she held that sensuous smirk she did every time she was around him. It gave her a sense of satisfaction that he blushed slightly right before she was gone in another swirl of water. Akamichi Choji vs Uzumaki Suigetsu. Yakumo grimaced at seeing the names on the board while Daihi groaned, I wanted to fight him. They both said at the same time, making Team 8 look at the pair. Karen-chan's team made an impression on them, Naruto vaguely responded. Karen-chan. Kurenai wondered, does someone have a crush? I saw how you blushed when she looked at you. Her words were left at that, though Naruto blushed a bit deeper, settling into the void. He looked at the woman. I have no idea what you're talking about. His voice was devoid of all emotion, though the damage had already been done, making Kiba snicker at his blonde friend. He glanced at the boy before looking down at the field. Let's watch our competition. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Choji and Suigetsu looked at each other, one motivated through food and the other confident in his win. Hayate let the match begin, jumping back as Suigetsu pulled his heavy zanbeitu out with both hands on the hilt. Choji wasted no time in taking the advantage, expansion jutsu. His entire body became a large ball, human boulder jutsu. The final member of Team Uzumaki looked at his opponent with a fanged smirk, not moving an inch as Choji traveled right at him like a tank of meat. He even threw Kubikiraboucho into the air, the entire audience watching as it spun above the two. Just when it appeared the barreling boy would slam into Suigetsu, all Choji hit was water before the Uzumaki by adoption reformed behind him, holding a dragon seal, water release, gunshot. From the boy's mouth, an overly sized bullet of water that was as big as Choji in his expanded form slammed into his rolling form, veering him off course. Out of control, he slammed into a wall. Cracks formed on the concrete as Suigetsu held out his hand and caught the blade once more. His sharpened teeth shone as he observed the genin roll at him again. Smirking, Suigetsu gripped the blade tightly once more, readying himself. Choji rushed closer and closer to the swordsman, even faster than before somehow. Suigetsu watched him near and turned his blade so that the thick, flat side was exposed, rearing his blade back so it hovered right over his shoulder. He smirked before swinging it just the moment to hit the ball his opponent had morphed into. He had the strange urge to name this tactic, so he shouted Grand Slam Jutsu. As the Chunin hopeful sailed through the air, the pain from the hard hit made him lose control of his chakra. He reverted back to normal size and crashed into another wall just above the balcony before dropping right where teams 8 and 11 were located. Looking up at Yakumo, he grinned and gave her a wink, making her glare heatedly at the boy. Hayate looked up at Naruto, who looked at the portly boy, who shook his head. Akamichi Choji is unable to continue. Uzumaki Suigetsu is the victor. Suigetsu grinned at this and disappeared in the swirl of water his entire team seemed to use. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Naruto knelt down over Choji, eyes looking at his injuries. Is he okay? The blonde heard a new voice and looked up to see Asuma and Ino. No Shikamaru meant he was probably up next. Glancing at the arena, he saw that the shadow user was, in fact, against the sound Kunoichi. Hell be fine, Asuma-sensei. Naruto replied as green chakra enveloped his hands and he placed them over Choji's ribs. It's just a mild concussion and some bruising on his side. He'll take care of it no problem and he just needs to take it easy the rest of the day. The Sarutobi nodded, taking a drag of his cigarette. When did you become a medic? Ino asked, curiosity and a bit of condescension in her eyes. Naruto ignored it completely. but did answer her, out of respect for the Yamanaka clan. I received lessons from Kiba's older sister Hana for several months. She is the top veterinarian of the Inuzuka clan and a certified medic nin of Konoha. I would say she's probably the best in the village, too, seeing how she has to know how to be able to heal multiple species at any moment. Moving to Choji's head, his hands became a deeper shade of green. I guess that means you're the first Hyuuga medic nin, Asuma commented. Your clan is usually too proud to do anything but become frontline fighters or hunter nin. Naruto frowned at that. I am not a medic. I just like to keep my style varied so I can be ready for anything, and there were many medics of my clan, just not the side that gave me my eyes, the blonde pointed out, making Asuma chuckle. There's even an entire branch of Fuinjutsu study dedicated to medical uses. As he healed Choji, Naruto stood and looked at the field, seeing Shikamaru beat the girl with his Kajimane and a little planning. As the board scrolled through names, he grinned. Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure no Sato vs Sabaku no Kankuro of Sunagakure no Sato. The blonde used his signature 5-element Shunshin to appear before his sensei while he waited for the other boy to show up. The sand nin walked down the stairs, looking at Naruto with a cocky smirk. Naruto had decided to simply keep his eyes red for this match and they immediately showed him Kankuro's reason for confidence. He's from the sand, that must be a puppet he's controlling while he's hidden in the bandages. He probably doesn't know I am a Hyuuga. Perfect, I knew signing up as Uzumaki would be a good idea. No need to reveal I know yet though, as Hito Gigi always said, a secret in silence is worth two passed on. Settling into a taijutsu stance, Naruto regarded Kankuro coldly as the void settled around him. As soon as Hayate signaled the battle to begin, he rushed forward and channeled chakra to his fist. Iwaken, Grand Divide. Slamming it into the ground, a large crevice opened up and nearly swallowed his opponent if not for quick reaction time and a chakra-enhanced jump. It did serve to force Kankuro into revealing his true position in order to properly get away though. I don't know if that was luck or skill, but revealing me won't increase your chance of winning, Leaf Ninja. Sending the puppet forward, Kankuro had it launch several needles at the blonde. Iwaken. Upheaval. A wall rose up in front of Naruto and deflected the needles before Naruto punched it, sending stone spikes at Kankuro. Iwaken. Crushing blow. Kankuro held his puppet with one hand of strings and used his other to change the paths of the spikes using 5 chakra strands at a time, smirking at the useless attack his opponent used, and the wasted chakra that went with it. He sent the puppet body forward right at Naruto. Utilizing his eyes and countless hours of training, Naruto dodged and weaved around the sudden onslaught of projectiles that were shot his way ranging from Senbon, Shuriken, Kunai and even small blades. This is getting nowhere fast. I need to get up close. Bending his knees, he dashed forward with a chakra-enhanced run, unsheathing Shiva to parry the bladed objects that got too close for comfort. The puppeteer saw that he was too quick to use simple tactics like this and forced the puppet forward, its arms splitting so that there were now 4 in each of their hands revealed a blade in the palm. Naruto saw this coming and grinned despite himself. This would be challenging for sure. The top blades traveled in a scissor slash up high while the lower ones lunged forward in a way that it would be impossible to parry all 4 of them. Slashing his blade down, he poured water and wind chakra into it. Hyuuken, Frozen Crown. From the katana, a whip-like construct with multiple icy barbs all over it was released before the ends connected and it began to spin, looking very similar to a giant crown that could probably fit around Choji's stomach when he was expanded. The sheer size of the construct alone was enough to surprise Kankuro, but the fact it was made of ice was even worse in his opinion. Is he some sort of bloodliner with the ice Kekai Genkai? The boy wondered. He used earth and ice has been documented as water and wind, 3 elements in one genin. Focusing on dodging it, Kankuro used a kawarimi with his puppet after it passed by it then split it into multiple parts, sending each one at the blonde with the blade exposed. The Uzumaki saw the danger in these and unsealed multiple kunai with tags on them from his clothes, throwing them in all directions. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Each of the 6 copied itself 100 times and embedded themselves all over the field. Kankuro looked around and laughed. You missed, dumbass. It's over now. Naruto had a smirk on his face though, making the puppeteer nervous. What's so funny, idiot? You're the idiot, Kankuro-san. Excuse my language please. Channeling chakra through his body, he pulsed it and all of the kunai and tags disappeared, seals all over the arena in their place. Uzumaki Sealing Art, Infinite Summoning Seal. Kankuro didn't even have a chance to question what the seals did before Naruto disappeared and reappeared in front of him, embedding his palm into his stomach and sending him forward. This is my ultimate field of divination, the ultimate technique from my branch, Tenshiken, Flashing Fury. What happened next had even the Jonin baffled. Kankuro was consistently tossed around the arena with only Naruto's voice giving away his location: 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Kankuro was sent high up in the air until Naruto appeared there as well, hand held high up before slamming down into Kankuro's back. 8 trigrams, 5 elements, 64 palms of chaos. The boy crashed down into the ground with his body burnt, bruised, spasming, sodden and sliced up in multiple spots. On the other side of the field, Naruto landed on his feet gracefully, looking at Hayate. Call the match, sensei. His chakra is in so much disarray he couldn't get up even without any injuries on him. Hayate wore a proud smile on his face, looking at the hundreds of seals all over the arena in satisfaction. Sabaku no Kankuro is unable to continue. Uzumaki Naruto is the victor. The blonde then held a ram seal and pulsed his chakra once more, causing all the seals in the area to immediately disappear without a trace as if nothing was ever there before, using his signature shunshin of 5 elements. Back up in the stands, the assorted shinobi, regardless of rank, looked at him in shock. Naruto, where did you learn that? Kurenai asked, dumbstruck since she had never seen him use that technique. Rubbing the back of his neck, Naruto grinned sheepishly. Well, you see, I've been doing a lot of solo practice with my clones and a plethora of studying seals. I've been trying to develop that particular seal for the last 6 months, and I finally got it down just last week. It's not exactly perfect though, since the chakra cost for teleporting to seals more than 2 feet away is exponentially higher, but as long as it's a small space and I have enough seals all over the area, then I can use it to the level 1 want it to eventually be. Asuma took a drag of his cigarette, imagining a yellow flash accompanying each teleportation along with Naruto's looks, and chuckled. It wasn't the Hiraishin, but Naruto was filling his old mon's shoes quickly and more than he knew. If he completely mastered this infinite summoning seal, he could maybe even pass up the Yondaime Hokage if his progression was indication. Minato was an orphan with little help until Jiraiya took him in as an apprentice, but Naruto was raised by one of the strongest Hyuuga and had his skills nurtured from the time he could train. He still strongly prefers the Iwaken though. I know it's a bit strange, but I wish he would hurry and develop the Kazekin of his so I can see my Fuden tutoring in action. Shaking his head, Asuma looked at the field to see Yakumo and Guy's clone down on the field. Yakumo holding a ram seal. He should pay attention to this battle. Shikamaru might end up against one of them. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Master illusion. Dream twist. Lee looked around, grinning. Your genjutsu has failed, Yakumo-chan. I applaud your effort, but let me show you the flames of my youth. In a blur of speed, he dashed forward and sent a spinning kick right into Yakumo's head. The problem was that he simply passed through her head as if she wasn't there, and he frowned. That is most unyouthful. The image of Yakumo shimmered before disappearing completely. Lee looked around for her, intent on locating exactly where she was. However, it was not to be, and feathers suddenly dropped around the floor and Lee found his eyelids heavier and heavier, until he passed into unconsciousness. As he succumbed to it, Yakumo reappeared from her invisibility genjutsu and looked at her sensei. Hayate looked at the knocked-out Lee and smiled. Rock Lee is unfit to continue. Kurama Yakumo is the victor. She focused on her yin chakra and disappeared into the shadows, reappearing in the balcony. Congrats, Kumo-chan, Naruto exclaimed while Daihi grinned. Yeah, well, storm right through the 3rd exam. Daihi announced. Here's your chance to prove that, Ino pointed out with a smirk as she pointed at the screen. Right there was the next match in bold kanji. Fenikusu Daihi of Konohagakure no Sato vs Aburame Shino of Konohagakure no Sato. Daihi and Shino looked at each other, one grinning and one stoic, before the former appeared down there in a swirl of black and white flames while the latter simply walked down the stairs. Hayate looked at the final match one of his students were participating in, and though he outwardly appeared unbiased, on the inside he was really hoping that Daihi beat the Aburame heir. Begin. Hayate jumped back and immediately Daihi unsheathed his Jien, rushing the shaded boy as it wrapped in white flames. Jumping up, he performed a spinning slash that appeared somewhere between the Hyuuga's Kaden and the Inuzuka's passing fang, burning maelstrom. Shino quickly jumped back, sending out a small swarm of his Kikaichu to test the Phenikusis reaction, watching in mild distaste as he used pure fire manipulation to send an arc of phoenix fire that burnt the swarm to a crisp, fire-style roar of the phoenix. Daihi then opened his mouth and shot a beam of white fire right at Shino, forcing him to jump away and frown behind the high collar of his coat. "Proctor, I forfeit," Shino spoke blandly. "Daihi's fire is a poor matchup for my clan's style and I simply do not see the point in losing most or all of my hive in an effort to continue." Hayate rose an eyebrow, but otherwise didn't react. Daihi grinned and sheathed his blade. "Sorry about that, Shino, maybe next time you'll be in luck." Due to the forfeiture of his right to continue, Shino loses this match and Daihi is the victor. The two boys headed back up the stairs as everyone looked at the board for the second-to-last match. Sabaku no Tamari vs Yamanaka Ino. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Back up on the balcony, Daihi's team congratulated him and Shino was comforted by his, explaining there was always the next exam or field promotions. Ino looked at them and then at Asuma, seeing him smile. "Go ahead, Ino, try your best and I'll be proud of you regardless." The blonde grinned and nodded, walking down to the floor where the sand kunoichi was already waiting. "What do you suppose the thing on her back is?" Hiba wondered about Tamari. "It's probably a fan," Kurenai noted. "The sand is known for its puppets and wind users, most notably the fans that utilize their wind chakra. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cage's daughter is a master of the art of the fan at all." Naruto narrowed his crimson orbs as he looked at her. "She's the Cage's child," he wondered while Asuma nodded. "Gaara, Kenkuro and Tamari are all children to the Yondaime Cage." Naruto nodded and sighed. "Ino doesn't stand much of a chance then. The children of a cage would be trained by such a person and excel at a level no one else besides another student of a cage-level ninja can match, isn't that right, Asuma-sensei?" The smoker grinned sheepishly. "I suppose Tucson did have something to do with my strength." His features hardened in an instant though. "This will serve as a good lesson to Ino though. She needs to see just how strong another kunoichi of her same rank is so she'll be more motivated to train. As it stands, her obsession with appearance in the Uchiha will do nothing for her but hold her back. She has potential, but if she doesn't train, it's all for naught." Naruto nodded as Tamari let loose a merciless swing of her fan, capturing Ino in a cutting whirlwind. "Asuma-sensei, what do you think of joint training between genin squads?" he asked, causing Kurenai to slightly smirk and Asuma to ponder it. "I don't see any downside to it. Maybe seeing the strength and weaknesses of your fellow Leaf Nin would motivate some people and we could help each other out." Glancing at the sleeping Shikamaru sitting against the wall, he chuckled. "I'll have to discuss it with Hayate." "Arigato, Asuma-sensei," Naruto intoned politely as Ino fell to the ground littered in cuts until Hayate called the match and medics carted her off to the infirmary. The final match was next. Tenten, Gaara and Dosu all looked at the board intently, wondering how this entire thing would play out as it scrolled through. Sabaku no Gaara of Sunagakure no Sato vs Kinuta Dosu of Odogakure no Sato. The sand and sound nin each made their way down the steps, looking across from each other calmly and without words. Hayate glanced between them and announced the match's beginning. Nothing happened for quite some time, each boy simply watching the other patiently. "Is someone gonna do anything?" Hiba practically whined to the remaining genin around him as well as the Jonin sensei of teams 8 and 10. "Patience, Hiba," Kurenai explained as the calmer members of the group watched as Gaara raised his hand and popped the cork on his gourd off. This seemed to trigger Dosu's actions and he rushed forward, cocking his fist back. Unfortunately for him, Gaara was too powerful and a horrendous matchup for him as sand shot out of his gourd and encased the genin in a cocoon leaving only his head exposed. Holding out his fist, Gaara had a psychotic grin on his face. "Mother has grown excited from all these fights. Your blood will feed her perfectly, sand burial." In that instant, his fist clenched tightly as the sand did the same, eliciting a scream of pain from Dosu as every bone was crushed under the tremendous weight. Gaara let his sand loosen, dropping the bloody remains of Dosu's corpse to the floor, giving a morbid ending to the preliminaries. Hayate grimaced but unfortunately such an action was allowed. It really irked him to see needless violence, but there was no helping it. Kinuta Dosu and unable to continue, Sabaku no Gaara as the victor. Gaara smirked coldly, crossing his arms as the sand retracted back into his gourd. His existence had been proven. Hiba shouted as Akamaru and him became twin drills aimed at their calm opponent, pale Byakugan analyzing them calmly. At the very last second, he began to spin. Kaden. Suddenly, and harshly, the two were launched back in opposite directions. One of them hit a tree and reverted back to Akamaru, the other hit the floor hard and scowled. Damn, still not strong enough, Hiba muttered, glancing at his faithful Ninken rising up as well. I've only got 3 more weeks, this is gonna be hard. Naruto let emotion return to his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. There may be a way to power up your technique, they rely mostly on speed, right? Hiba nodded as he walked over to Akamaru, plopping him atop his head once more. Yeah, I can't tell you the specifics, but we have to train our speed to top-notch level in order to use our special taijutsu. Would that help you help me? Naruto nodded and muttered something before sighing. Alright, I won't be here for the next 8 to 10 days. Jiraiya-sensei has to take me out of the village for the next part of my training, but I think I know an extremely effective way to make all your taijutsu much more powerful. The Inuzuka heir grinned wide at the possibility. Come on then, Ruto, tell me. Hiba demanded, making the Uzumaki chuckle and nod. Right, well, you see, one of my secrets is a special type of seal that increases gravity on the one it is on, he explained. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a necklace with a pendant of the Hyuuga flame inside the Uzumaki spiral. The whole thing made out of amethyst. I had the seal absorbed into this necklace Hito Jiji gave to me on the day I made Genin. Turning it over, he showed the kanji for gravity on its back with runes around it. This is a pretty basic gravity seal, and the more chakra I pour into it, the heavier the gravitational pull on the earth is on me. If I stop channeling chakra into it, the gravitational pull returns to normal. Using this, I can actually increase the force of my hits or increase my speed at will with mere chakra control. Hiba grinned wider at the explanation. You can make me something like that. Naruto nodded before unsealing something from his robe and tossing it at the Inuzuka. He easily caught it and noticed it was is this a ring? He asked, seeing he held a simple, black band without adornment, only some small inscriptions on the inside. It is called an Igenrin, a gravity ring. The Anbu use them to train speed. Each one can increase up to 5 gigaseconds or reduce to 5 gigaseconds. One should be enough right now, but if you need something higher, you can buy another one at the Higurashi weapon shop. You should need one, but who knows, you might just surprise me. Hiba and Naruto both grinned before the latter looked up at the sky and sighed. Well, training is over for the day, I have to be somewhere else. Thanks for helping me while Kurenai-sensei is on a mission, Ruto. Naruto nodded and they two stood before each other until Kiba grinned and held out his fist. For a moment, Naruto looked at it until he bumped his own against it. You're a real friend. I am just doing as Gigi always taught me to, Kiba, he replied, bowing his head slightly. When his head rose again, his eyes had become bright scarlet where they were once pale white. I'll see you next week. With that, he was gone in a swirl of all 5 elements. Kiba grinned to himself and slipped the ring on, experimenting with it. Unfortunately, the first time he put in too much chakra and immediately fell to the floor, twitching slightly just as Hinata appeared. Her head peeked into his field of vision upside down as she spoke. Are you alright, Kiba-kun? And have you seen Naruto-kun? Reducing the amount of chakra, Kiba was able to shakily stand up and nod. He just finished with helping me prepare for my fight against Neji, the Inuzuka explained. I don't know where he went next, but you better hurry if you need him. Jiraiya-sama is taking him out of the village for a week and a half later today. Hinata nodded. Right, it can probably wait until he gets back anyways. Kurenai-sensei told me that Hayate-sensei, Asuma-sensei and her agreed to do joint training sessions every week. If there was any sign of Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei, they would probably be in too, but they are teaching their students and disappeared from the village. Kiba nodded. He'll definitely be glad to hear that. I know that he's been wanting to set that up for a while. It's the reason that sensei had him join us these last few weeks, right? Hinata nodded, making Kiba grin. Yeah, I knew it. He's kind of cold, but Naruto's pretty cool deep down, unlike your other cousin. Kiba's eyes hardened, making Hinata feel an odd mixture of sadness and joy. I am gonna kick his ass for doing that to you. Hinata-chan, I swear it on my title of heir to the Inuzuka clan. The brunette blushed at his words, but settled into the void and all traces of embarrassment left her face, though she let a smile creep over her lips. Thank you, Kiba-kun. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Naruto made his way along the rooftops, hopping at a moderately fast pace that took nearly no energy, just a pulse of chakra into his feet at precise moments, and he made no sound as he became a blonde blur to anyone paying attention to the rooftops. Not many people looked up in general though, so he went wholly unnoticed by the population traversing the streets at noon as he traversed the market district. Spotting his destination, Naruto jumped down, appearing in front of a shop with large glass windows displaying multiple ninja tools and weapons on one side, the other with a large sign labeling it the Higurashi Shinobi Supplies. Opening the door, he stepped within with his scarlet eyes scanning the area. As the door shut behind him, silent steps took him past boxes of kunai, glass cases of blades, books of sealing tags and stacks of scrolls until he reached the front of the shop where a familiar face sat behind the desk with a book in hand. She looked up and smiled, closing the book and straightening. Hello there, Naruto-kun, here for your order. Hi, Tenten-san, Naruto replied with a small nod of his head. Is it ready? The bun-haired Kunoichi nodded and set a scroll on the desk, smiling to her teammate's cousin. I hope your training is going well. The weapon mistress in training grinned teasingly as Naruto sealed the scroll in his clothes. That would be telling, Naruto-kun, she taunted him. I can't just going telling the competition about it. The Hyuuga smiled at her, until her next comment that caused him to settle into the void to avoid blushing, especially when I am up against your girlfriend, gotta have every advantage against her seals. The cold tone to his voice told Tenten she had forced him into the void, and it brought a grin to her lips. I suppose you do need to remain secretive about your training since we may have to fight each other in the finals if we both make it there, he commented and loosened the void as he spotted something of interest. What is that, Tenten? She looked where he pointed behind her on the weapons rack where the most valuable equipment hung. It was a kunai with a seal on the handle, the kunai itself a strange design with two prongs extending diagonally from the main blade. That's one of the Yondaime's famous Hiraishin kunai he used for the Hiraishin no Jutsu, she explained as she took it off and handed it to the Hyuuga, confident he wouldn't run off with it. Naruto held it in his hands with a smile, twirling it in his fingers. This is one of yours, Tsu-sama. Maybe I can figure out how to get past that wall in my infinite summoning by studying this. Looking up at Tenten, he hardened his gaze. How much is it? Tenten perked up, biting her bottom lip. It's, not actually for sale, Tenten explained. Ka-san said that it was reserved for someone special, plus that's a fake anyways, only she has the real one, and it's hidden somewhere that only she knows the location of. Naruto nodded, looking at the replica in his hand. I see, he handed her the tri-pronged kunai back. Thank you, Tenten-san, he bowed his head to her before turning around, prepared to leave. Oh, hey, I forgot to ask, what did you order this time? She asked. Ka-san wouldn't let me help one bit with packing that scroll for some reason, Naruto smiled. Now, Tenten-san, that would be telling. I want my new skills to be a surprise to everyone at the exams. Maybe you'll find out if you make it to the finals with me. The Kunoichi giggled at his antics. Oh, well, see for sure, Naruto-kun, see you at the exams. Since I am sure you won't be back before then, you overplan things too much for your own good, buying everything in bulk that would make a merchant green with envy. Yane, Tenten, the omitting of his usual san to her name didn't go unnoticed, making her smile slightly. See ya, Naruto-kun, let's see just what you're capable of, eh? Grinning, she grabbed her book once more. Now, Jiraiya-sama, let's see what else you've got in store for Mina-chan, eh? A familiar orange book opened in her hands as a particularly graphic scene had the girl blushing deep and giggling. Opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket opening square bracket closing square bracket. Naruto began walking down the street, aiming for his next destination when suddenly a swirl of leaves appeared before him, revealing a cat-masked Anbu. Naruto-kun, the Hokage needs to see you. Hi, sensei. Naruto responded with a nod as she disappeared into the shadows as Anbu often tend to do. I wish she would teach me that, he couldn't help but think as a swirl of 5 elements surrounded him. Using his signature Shunshin, the Uzumaki appeared in front of the Hokage tower and entered. Approaching the secretary, he noted the slight unease she showed just at the sight of him, but ignored it. Over the years, thanks to Hito-Jiji, the populace had slowly let go of their ignorance, the hatred and fear had ebbed to dislike and nervousness. He would gladly take that to the alternative. Excuse me, the Hokage just sent an Anbu messenger for me. He required my presence for something. The secretary smiled shakily and nodded, motioning for him to go. As he walked past her, to the door, he saw her glancing at his back thanks to his scarlet eyes. Knocking on the large entryway to the Hokage's office, he announced him presence. Hokage-sama, it is Genin Uzumaki Naruto. Enter. The older man replied, granting Naruto the permission he required to move within. He could not see within, thanks to seals on the tower itself which prevented any dujutsu from looking through walls. Whether those eyes were within the building or outside it. Opening the door, the blonde was surprised to see Jiraiya, Kurenai, Enko, Hayate and Hana inside. There was also an older man he didn't know with bandages around one eye, cane in the one hand he had. Naruto shut the door, curiosity and caution filling his eyes as he fell deeply into the void. How may I be of service, Hokage-sama? He asked curiously. Naruto-kun, Hiruzen greeted. You know, of course, Jiraiya-kun, Enko-chan, Hana-chan, Hayate-kun and Kurenai-chan. The blonde nodded. This is one of my advisors and a member of my team under Senju Tobarama-sensei, Shimura Danzo. Greetings, Danzo-san, Naruto greeted with a slight bow of his head, gaining an equal one from the crippled man. Based on the occupants, Hokage-sama, I feel as if this meeting has to do with me as the focus. The old man smiled knowingly, nodding. The only sensei of mine that is missing is Hyuuga, but I assume she is in the shadows. Correct, the Sarutobi told him. You seem to only be counting your sensei since becoming genin, he noted. Hi, Hokage-sama, I do not see Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei or Yamato-sensei anywhere here. I can only assume this means that whatever this meeting is about concerns me since becoming genin. Again, the Hokage nodded his head. You would be correct. Danzo spoke. Naruto noted his tone was nearly the same as when he took the void, though some amount of emotion was still present in the cripple's voice. You are highly observant for a genin. My cursed eyes see all, the Uzumaki explained. The darkest shadows and the brightest light are the same before my dujutsu, cursed to remain active at all times and spy the smallest detail. Jiji noted it was likely because of either my Uzumaki DNA or my mother's burden. Oddly enough, that is part of the purpose behind this meeting, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen noted. Surely, you know, as Jinchuriki, you are a valuable asset to our village. The blonde nodded. You are, perhaps, the only thing that keeps this village safe from attacks by our enemies. Hi, I understand fully my role as sword and shield for this village, he replied. I am to serve as the shield from war by holding the Kyuubi within and, in the event of warfare, must do my utmost to ensure the ranks of my enemy are destroyed utterly by using my Biju's power. It is a Jinchuriki's role to ensure a village's survival by the shedding of blood, so that others do not have to. Each of Naruto's sensei looked upon the boy with a sense of sadness as he analyzed so calmly and coldly his future, the future of a weapon. Danzo, meanwhile, held a slight smirk that the boy was so devout to his village and accepted his role. I may not have been able to enlist him en route, but Hyuuga Hito has done a wonderful job in raising him to be the weapon of warfare Konoha needs. He just needs experience. Naruto-kun, based on the suggestions of the wonderful ninja here in this room, I have come to a decision. First, you must know something. My wayward student, Orochimaru, was in Konoha during the first and second exams. I know, Naruto replied, making all the other ninja look at him in surprise. I saw his chakra in Sasuke, the Juin. I've spent enough time around Ankone to know exactly how it feels and what it looks like. I am unsure what he wants at all, but I know he was here and fought Sasuke. He fought all of Team 7, Anko explained. He toyed with them, tested the Uchiha and then branded him with that glorified Hiki. An angry glare presented itself in her eyes until she calmed her breathing. He wants the Sharingan, we're sure of it. The blonde nodded, thoughts flashing through his head at a blazing pace. Sasuke is the weakest Uchiha left. He covets power for revenge. The Juin, all of this could end badly if he is not watched, he concluded. You are correct, Naruto, Jiraiya agreed. Unfortunately, Sasuke's Juin is far more advanced than Anko's is, meaning it will take quite some time before we can decode and release his. The Sannin wore a serious expression, warning Naruto exactly how serious it was. That is not the worst though, Kurenai continued, both her and Hana looking at the Hokage, who continued in his lecture. It is the belief of Danzo-kun, Jiraiya-kun and I that my student will attack Konoha sometime soon. It won't be before the third exam, possibly during the third exam. If we are correct, his pride is dangerous, more so because of his immense power. Naruto furrowed his brows, trying to piece the puzzle together, but coming up empty-handed. I am sorry, Hokage-sama, I don't understand why you are telling me all of this. I am just a genin, the third nodded, understanding the boy's confusion. He reached under his desk and placed something on his desk. Uzumaki Naruto, based upon the evaluation of 5 of your superiors, I have come to the conclusion you are more than qualified for the promotion to Chunin rank. I am hereby placing you under Danza's command implicitly for the day of the exam. Until then you are to remain with Jiraiya-kun for training. You are to keep your new promotion a secret until after Orochimaru's attack. The blonde was speechless, simply widening his eyes and looking at the Hokage. Finally, he gathered the will to speak. Why me? The Hokage smiled with a twinkle in his eye. What better way to announce the identity of the heir to Konoha's greatest hero than with him being a hero in his own right during an attack by one of our worst traitors? The professor asked with an intelligent sparkle in his eye and a proud smile on his lips. Red eyes shone in the underground darkness, the only light source of the entire area. Complete silence filled the void surrounding. Nothing broke the sacred mute that seemed to be forced upon the world as much as gravity or magnetic fields. Those bright eyes remained still, unblinking in their stern gaze. That sacred silence shattered in the next moment. Twin balls of red-hot embers flashed into life below those eyes, revealing the form of a blonde teen, flickering in the shifting shadows. One moment the boy stood in a rough stance somewhere between the Jukin and Uchiha's interceptor style before disappearing from view and reappearing on the other side right in front of a masked ninja who could do nothing as a flaming fist lodged into her stomach, launching her forward into the pitch, unseen once more. The boy's right hand switched from a fist to a palm as fire gave way to a nearly invisible wind and he disappeared once more. The fire of his left hand was the only thing that showed his presence as he appeared above another figure and placed the wind-coated palm over his flaming fist before a stream of high-temperature fire shot outward and exploded at the Mon's feet, launching the target from his place. It was then the fire gave way to crackling lightning, making the only thing of the boy visible being sparks as he flashed around the area. The sole onlooker of the boy's recent string of training smirked darkly. You have grown well this month, Naruto. Your skill in Bunshin training in my regime using the root has exponentially enhanced your skills. Using his hidden Sharingan to peek through the bandages over it, he saw the chakra moving within his underground base and couldn't help but smirk wider. He was constantly switching his chakra nature, even able to retain more than one nature at once due to extreme training. When the chakra in his leg suddenly turned brown, Danzo watched the area of his gates instead of focusing on anything else. Hito was truly a genius in nintaijutsu to have created the Iwaken. There were those that knew he had somehow combined Doden, Juken and the Goken into a single, seamless style, but Naruto had yet to reveal its mechanics as of yet. His Sharingan had enabled even those to become his knowledge, though it was amazing, even to one as seasoned as him. The Hyuuga had taught Naruto how to utilize the 8 gates at a very young age, though in a radically different way than the Goken. Instead of utilizing the boost prolonged use gave, the boy would use Doden-natured chakra with the Juken and open the gate of opening for a single moment, the moment of impact, and it highly resembled Tsunade's strength thanks to the combination of control, density and power all fused in that single moment. Such as just then when his foot struck the ground, he had opened 3 gates all at once in one moment, enhancing the strength in that blow for one instant that was enough to shake the entire room and trip every root member at once before further teleportation utilizing his infinite summoning seal carried him around the room to disable more targets. Despite Naruto's vast potential as an army buster, he also showed promise as an assassin. This was just the kind of thing he was hoping for. He couldn't very well recruit the boy into root, surely, but that didn't mean he wouldn't utilize him to the fullest he could. Danzo was no fool. He was a highly intelligent man. His survival after 3 wars, ability to hide both the Mokuden and Shisui's Mangekyo and manipulations of the village and events outside of it were high proof of that. If he attempted to turn the Jinchuriki into a root, Nothing could end very well. The boy had friends within the heirs and many Jonin supported him. If he disappeared or his death was faked, it would draw too much attention. That didn't mean he couldn't utilize the boy in other ways though. You are definitely strong enough. Some experience and pain is exactly what you need to become just what I need, to become my heir, young Uzumaki. That is enough, Naruto. The elder's voice traveled over the silence as darkness retreated in exchange for the light his illumination seals provided. No root remained once the shadows left, all strong enough to make their way into hiding as he had trained them to remain. I am satisfied with your progress. By the day's end, I am certain you will show to the village your strength, and the Hokage would be foolish not to promote you further if my predictions are correct. The blonde nodded. Hi, arigato, Danzo-sensei. Naruto responded in kind. I will do my best not to disappoint you or Jiraiya-sensei. Danzo nodded his head, thoughts circulating through his mind as to what the blood clone with Jiraiya could have learned this past month. That particular ninjutsu had been a blessing in secrecy for the man. Utilizing it, 2 copies of Naruto had been created and commanded to kill themselves today when no one was around. One had remained with Jiraiya for training in whatever the Sannin decided, while the second remained in Naruto's home to keep up the front he was still there and bring no suspicions about his location or new rank. The only problem that could possibly occur would be what precisely the other 2 clones would pass to his student. Jiraiya was notoriously optimistic and peace-loving, traits no heir of his could possibly benefit from. Then there were the boy's friends. Much as he hated to admit it, Danzo required Naruto to have the illusions of friendship. Without them, there was nothing truly here to ground the boy. Hito was gone and Naruto had already met other Uzumaki from Kusagaku. It was a thin line they had to tread with the morning Uzumaki these next few months until he overcame Hito's memory. One he intended to see walked perfectly so that there was someone to continue as his legacy once old age finally took him. Death waits for no man, not even the cage. No shinobi can escape the Shinigami forever. While thinking, Danzo has slowly made his way to the young Chunin and saw nothing but respect in his eyes. Yes, respect he could work with. Your clones should be dispelling any moment now. You must be ready for the influx of information and sort it before the 3rd exam. It is only an hour away, remember. Hi. Naruto's voice trailed off as, apparently, one of the clones had disposed of itself. Naruto held a hand to his head before slowly lowering it with a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, unlike normal Kage Bunshin, these Kai Bunshin took a greater toll on one's mind upon dispelling due to the massive amount of information they could contain. That is why it is never advisable to dispel more than one within a certain time frame. Which one was that, Naruto? It was the one with Jiraiya-sensei. He responded. Danzo noted that the blonde's hair grew somehow, spikes lengthening to past his neck in the back, bangs framing his face and longer spikes atop his head, all standing on end with points glinting in the light. If he were to make any assumptions, Danzo guessed that was the outcome of Jiraiya's legendary hair ninjutsu. Aside from your hair, what else did you train in? Naruto's eyes widened ever so slightly, showing his surprise at the cripple's guess. I am just as observant as you, Naruto. With a nod, the blonde held out his right hand, chakra picking up in force before condensing itself into a light blue sphere that spun at a high speed, a technique that made Danzo smirk. Rasengan, he stated before letting it dispel just as quickly as it had formed. I learned some variations as well from Jiraiya-sensei and some fuinjutsu. He even began teaching me katas from the toads, something that will greatly aid in my tenchiken. Danzo nodded. Glad to hear that. Suddenly the boy lurched forward again, both hands on his temples this time, and gasped. Naruto. Danzo saw the blank gaze in his eyes as the boy slowly looked up at him. It was not long before tears threatened to spill from his eyes before the telltale sign of the void taking over showed as his Byakugan turned cold. Hayate-sensei and Daihi. Ice was warmer than the tone he used. Someone, the void, a barrier Danzo had recognized as unbreakable to the boy suddenly, shattered. Someone killed them. Here in the village, Danzo frowned. Though inwardly he held a smirk, he knew these events had both transpired and that the clone had gained wind of them about 2 days ago. Hi, it happened not even 3 nights ago. The 2 were found in an alley. Presumably they were on the way somewhere to eat after training. By the injuries, it appears that they received several lacerations due to either futon ninjutsu or futon-natured kenjutsu. Given the 2 being highly proficient in the art of ninkenjutsu, it is more likely the former. I am sure you also can piece together the likelihood of who it was. Tsunagaku. Naruto growled out before his eyes turned cold as his katana once more. They're siding with Otogaker. They're against my home. Killed my friends. Looking up at Danzo, the Uzumaki had an emotionless to his demeanor that the root could not even accomplish. Allow me free choice during the invasion to prove my skills, Danzo-sensei. The Shimura clan head hummed in thought but nodded. I will, on the condition that you allow me to send a squad to monitor your progress and aid you if needed. Naruto nodded once, making the crippled man smirk and tap his cane twice to the floor. Well, time to get to the third exam. Naruto, you have your mission already. Perform it to a satisfactory level and I will put in good word with my former teammate towards my personal evaluation of your skills. Naruto nodded once. Hi, Danzo-sensei. The next moment he was nowhere to be found. No swirl of 5 elements, simply gone. You have great potential, my heir. Let us find out just how you will utilize it, given your new ambition against the killer of those two. A smirk lifted Danzo's lips ever so slightly. A worthy sacrifice for the village's future, worthy indeed for our Jinchuriki to become the strongest asset of any village. So friends, I end the story that for now. Thanks for watch here.